The stone under my back was warm, and that was the part that told me I was already in trouble. Stone is not supposed to be warm. Stone is supposed to sit there being stone. This one was warm because it had been drinking me for 4 hours, and things that drink you get comfortable about it eventually. I was strapped down on the ancestral altar of the Song clan with 8 talismans pinned across my chest in a very meat pattern, because if you are going to hollow out a family member, you may as well be tidy. Every time the array pulsed, something behind my ribs slid a little further out of me. Not pain exactly. Pain would have been a courtesy. It felt like standing in a river that had decided to take my legs one thread at a time and had all afternoon to do it. 12 years of cultivation. That is what was going down the drain. 12 years of sitting cross-legged in the cold before sunrise while other kids slept. 12 years of choking down bitter pills that tasted like a dead frog's opinion of me. 12 years of being told that the Song clan takes care of its own. Hold that number, because 10 days from now, it is going to look like nothing. Here is the whole engine of this story in one sentence, and I am handing it over at the start because you would work it out inside the hour anyway. 1 day of cultivation gives me 1 year. I did not have it yet. I got it about 90 minutes after this, in the dark. At the exact moment, there was nothing left of me at all. The Song clan does take care of its own. It just has a very specific definition of own, and I was not on the list. I was on the other list, the one where you get called a cauldron. That is the polite word for it. A cauldron is a person with a decent foundation and no protection. And what you do with a cauldron is you strap him to an altar and pour him into somebody more important. Nobody in that hall used a rude word all evening. They were extremely well-mannered about draining me. Zhou Jianyu sat across from me on a cushion with his eyes closed and his hands folded and an expression of deep spiritual serenity, which is easy to maintain when someone else is doing the bleeding. My cousin, 2 months older than me, bad temper, worse work ethic, and a father who ran the clan. Focus, Jianyu, said Zhou Haoran from the head of the hall. Do not waste it. Cool. Very cool. Do not waste me. Zhou Haoran was the clan chief, and he had the kind of face that had been practicing wisdom in a mirror for 40 years. He had also, personally, told my father that the ancestral rites this month were a great honor for our branch. My father had believed him. My father believed people. It was his one genuinely fatal flaw, and I would like to state for the record that I did not inherit it. The array pulsed again. I felt my dantian go soft at the edges, like fruit left in the sun. Here is the thing nobody warns you about being emptied. It does not build. There is no dramatic swell. You just notice, somewhere around the 3rd hour, that you have stopped being able to feel your own meridians. And then you notice that you have stopped being able to remember what they felt like. And then there is a very quiet click somewhere under your sternum, like a lock finally giving up. That click was 12 years leaving. And then the doors came apart. My father hit that hall like a thrown rock. He had a cultivation of chi guiding, 3rd layer, which in a room containing 4 elders and a clan chief is roughly the combat value of an enthusiastic chair. He came anyway. He was screaming my name, and he had a kitchen cleaver in his hand, which is the detail I have never been able to get out of my head. Not a sword. Nobody had ever given him a sword. He came for me with the thing he chopped vegetables with. He got 4 steps. Zhou Haoran did not even stand up. He lifted 2 fingers the way you would to stop a servant mid-sentence, and a spear of ice the length of a man came out of the air and went through my father below the collarbone, and my father stopped. The cleaver hit the floor before he did. It did not kill him, because a great many people have told this story wrong. It went through the top of his chest, and it took his dantian apart on the way, and a man whose dantian is gone is a man who will never cultivate again for the rest of his life. Zhou Haoran could have put it 4 inches lower. He chose not to. He wanted my father alive and empty, on the floor of that hall, where people could see what happened to a man who came in through a door. My mother came in behind him. She was not a cultivator at all. She got as far as him, and Zhou Haoran flicked his wrist, and she went across the room into a pillar. The sound she made was not a word. It was just my name, half of it, the first part, and then nothing. Because a lot of people would tell you it was rage. It was not rage. Rage is loud, and rage is warm, and rage wants to do something right now. What I felt was the opposite of that. It was a kind of terrible arithmetic. 4 elders, 1 chief. Ice spear at range. No gesture required. Doors are 11 paces behind him and 40 behind me. I cannot lift my head. I cannot lift my head. I did the math 3 times, looking for a version where I got up, and there wasn't one. I have never in my life hated anything the way I hated that. Continue, Zhou Haoran said. We are behind schedule. That is the last thing I remember of the ceremony. The elders picked up the chant. My cousin never opened his eyes. Somewhere to my left, my father was on the floor of his own family's ancestral hall with a cleaver next to his hand, and the array pulsed, and the last of me went out through my back into the stone. I dropped into the dark like a stone into a well, and in the dark, something was waiting. I need to describe this correctly, and I am not sure I can. A year before all this, when I was 11, I fell asleep on the mountain behind the estate watching a storm come in over the ridge, and something came down out of that storm and went into me. Not lightning, a thought, somebody else's thought, enormous and folded up small, and it sank into my chest and sat there and did absolutely nothing for a year while I forgot it had ever happened. It had not been doing nothing. It had been waiting for a room. The moment I hit 0, it got one. It opened like a wheel. That is the only way I can say it. Something turned over behind my heart, slow and huge and utterly indifferent to my opinion, and 4 words arrived in my head the way a stamp arrives on a document. Eternal moment. And then the wheel started spinning, and my meridians filled back up and kept filling. There it is, the sentence I gave you at the start. 1 day of cultivation gives me 1 year. That is the whole cheat. I sit there, or I walk around, or I eat a bowl of noodles, and every day that passes puts a year of hard practice into my body. It does not need meditation. It does not need me awake. It does not need me to be a good person, which was fortunate for everyone involved. Now, 3 things, because I know what you are already asking, and if I do not answer them now, you will spend the next 4 hours yelling them at me. First, no, you cannot take it out of me. I know because people tried. A true lord tried, later, and he was very good at it, and I will tell you exactly how that went when we get there. Short version. Everyone who has ever reached into me for this thing has become part of it. Second, no, it does not make me a god by the weekend. It makes me 1 year older in the only way that counts, every single day. And the higher you climb, the more years 1 step costs. At the bottom, a level takes days. Further up, it takes 200 of them and you feel every one. The wheel does not care how impatient you are. The wheel is not for you. Third, why me? Because it needed an empty vessel, and my family had just spent 4 hours making one, very carefully, with talismans in a neat pattern. They emptied me out on purpose, and something enormous moved in. I woke up on the altar with the strap still on, and I did not move for a while, because there was a servant at the door, and because I had just discovered that I was not actually done being a person. The array had eaten 12 years off me and left me at chi condensation, the floor, the level a farm boy hits by accident. My cousin was somewhere in this building sleeping off a stolen decade with a smile on his face. And under my ribs, quietly, the wheel turned. I lay in the dark of that hall and I did the arithmetic again. And this time, there was a version where I got up. It just needed 10 days. They dumped me in the west courtyard with the tool sheds, which was fair, since that is where you put a broken tool. The official position of the Song clan was that my father had gone mad and attacked the clan chief during a sacred rite, and that the chief had regretfully defended himself, and that the boy was in shock. Everyone agreed on this within about 6 hours. It is amazing how fast a family can agree on something when the alternative is disagreeing with the man who owns the food. They put my parents in the back store, which is where the estate kept things it had not decided about yet. My mother could not lift her left arm, and nobody sent a healer. My father lay on a pallet with a hole under his collarbone and a body that had forgotten how to hold chi, and when I got in there on the second night, he was awake. The first thing he said to me was that he was sorry. That is the sentence I carried out of that building. Not the chiefs, not the elders. My father apologizing to me from a storeroom floor for having failed to reach me in time with a kitchen cleaver. I sat in that courtyard on an upturned bucket for 10 days and let the wheel spin. Day 1, I got the 12 years back and understood, in a very cold way, exactly what I had been handed. Day 2, I passed the level my father had spent his life on. Day 4, I stopped being able to feel the ceiling of chi guiding above me and started wondering where the next one was. Day 6, a servant came out to tell me the young master required the courtyard quiet, and I said, sorry. I meant it, because I was working and I did not want to be interrupted. Day 9, I broke a stone bench by leaning on it. Sat down, hand on the edge, and the edge came off in my hand like bread. I looked at the piece for a long time. It is a strange feeling, holding a chunk of something you did not intend to break, and realizing the problem is not the bench. Day 10. The third elder came to see me. Zhou Mingjie ran discipline. Big man, wide as a door, the sort who has been the strongest person in every room he ever walked into and has organized his entire personality around it. He was Qi transformation. In our clan, that made him a small god. He came into that courtyard at dusk with 2 disciples behind him, and he did not knock, because there was no door, because I lived in a tool yard. Your father, he said, the clan has ruled. He raised a blade in the ancestral hall. His branch is struck from the register, and he goes out the east gate at dawn. He cannot walk. Then he will not get far. The east gate opens onto 40 miles of scrub with nothing on it, and a man with no dantian and a hole in him does not cross 40 miles of anything. Say the second part, I said, the part about my mother. Zhou Mingjie shrugged. She may stay. She is useful in the kitchens. So he goes out alone. Yes. Zhou Mingjie smiled the way big men smile at small men. Say that again, standing up. So I stood up. I want to be honest here. I did not know what I was. I had spent 10 days on a bucket watching a number climb, and I had broken exactly 1 bench. I had never fought anyone in my life. I stood up mostly because the alternative was sitting down while a man told me where my father was going. I had already done all the sitting down I intend to do in this lifetime. He hit me first. That was decent of him, in a way. It settled the question. His fist came in with the whole weight of Qi transformation behind it, an honest, professional, career-ending punch aimed at a Qi condensation orphan on a bucket. It landed on my forearm, and I felt the impact the way you feel someone bump your table. His face did a thing I would come to know very well over the following years. It is a very specific expression. It happens in the quarter second where a man's entire understanding of the situation goes out from under him, and he has not yet worked out what to put there instead. It is my favorite expression in the world, and I have collected a great many of them. You are Qi condensation, he said. It came out almost like a complaint, like I had broken a rule. I was 10 days ago, I hit him back. I had no technique, none. I had never been taught anything worth the name, because the clan does not waste instruction on a cauldron. So it was just a fist, thrown by a boy who had accidentally acquired 60 years of cultivation on a bucket. It caught Zhou Mingjie under the ribs and folded him around it like a coat over a rail, and lifted him off his feet and sent him into the far wall of the courtyard, which came down. The 2 disciples ran. I do not blame them. I have since watched entire races run, and I have never blamed a single one of them. I walked over to the wall. He was trying to get up out of the broken brick, and he could not, and the look he gave me was not fear yet, it was still outrage. He was still, at that moment, a man who had been cheated by the universe and expected somebody to come and fix it. You have some kind of treasure, he said. He was sure of it. Some elder's relic. You cannot have. Not in 10 days. Nobody. Where were you, I said, when the ice went through him? He stopped talking. That is what I thought. You held the door. I put my foot on his chest. This is for my mother, I said, and I stepped down, and the third elder of the Song clan stopped being anything at all. I want to tell you it felt enormous. It did not. It felt like the end of a very small chore that had been on the list for 10 days. The enormous part had already happened on the altar, and everything after it was just paperwork. I stood there in the dark with brick dust settling on me, and I listened to the estate, not noticing. Somebody was laughing in the main compound. There was music going in the West Hall, because the young master's breakthrough was still being celebrated on and off. A whole clan drinking on the 12 years they took out of me. And here is where I made the first genuinely smart decision of my life, so I would like a little credit for it. I did not go to the main compound. I wanted to, and that I stood in that courtyard and ran it through and got as far as the second gate before the arithmetic caught up with me. Zhou Haoran was Qi transformation, high, and there were 4 elders left. I was 10 days old and had won exactly 1 fight in my life against a man who had let me hit him first. I would have gotten 2 of them, maybe 3, and then the ice spear, and my father would have gone on the east slope anyway, with nobody to argue about it. So I went to the back store instead, and I carried my father out through the west gate, past a wall I had put a man through. My mother walked beside me, holding onto my sleeve with the arm that still worked. It took most of the night to get them down to the river road. My father kept apologizing. He apologized for the wait and for the pace, and at one point, God help me, for the noise he was making. I told him to save it. I told him he could apologize to me properly in about 10 years when he had something to apologize for. There is a market town 2 days downriver with an inn that does not ask questions if the coin is real. I put them in an upstairs room with a month. Paid, and I sat on the end of the bed and gave my mother every spirit stone I had. "Come with us," she said. "I cannot." "Why?" And I did not have a clean answer for her, so I gave her the true one. "Because the man who did this to him is going to keep being alive until I am strong enough that he is not," I said. "And I am not going to get strong enough sitting in this room." She did not argue. That is the thing about my mother that I did not understand until much later. She had already worked out exactly what she was raising. I went up the hill above the river before dawn and sat there until the sky went gray and did the arithmetic one more time, properly, without the part of me that wanted to go back through that gate, shouting. 10 days had bought me a third elder. The clan chief was 3 levels above the third elder. There were 4 more elders. There were 200 disciples. And there was a wall around the estate with a formation in it that had been standing for 140 years. I needed more days. That was all. That was genuinely the entire problem. I did not need luck, or a master, or a sacred cave, or a beautiful woman to hand me a legacy in a ruin, though I would like to say in advance that I got all 4 of those eventually, and I am not apologizing for any of it. I needed days, and days were the one thing in the world that arrived on schedule, whether anybody approved or not. So I stood up, and I went down the hill, and I did not go home. I have paid a lot of debts since then, some of them very loudly, in front of large audiences, in front of entire races. That first one I never really paid at all. You cannot put a dantian back into a man. You can only make sure that everyone who ever laughed about it stops. Now. 10 days after that, the notices went up. Every 100 years or so, the Xianxia sect opens its gates. That is the biggest thing that happens in this region, and I mean that literally. There is nothing else. The second biggest thing is the flood. The Xianxia sect takes in outer disciples, and an outer disciple of a real sect eats real pills and reads real manuals and stops being a person that clans strap to altars. I had heard about it my whole life, the way you hear about weather in a country you will never visit. Zhou Jianyu had been groomed for this since he could walk. That was the actual reason for the ceremony, by the way, the reason they emptied me on a schedule. The selection was coming. He needed a boost. They took 12 years out of me to give my cousin a better shot at a sect exam, because it is going to become extremely funny in about an hour. The notice went up in the market town, and the crowd around it was 6 deep. I got close enough to read it, and then I read it again, because the rules had changed, and the entire road was arguing about it. It used to be simple. You went to the sect, you touched a stone, the stone said a number, and the number decided your life. Not this time. This time, the Xianxia sect had opened Fengchi Mountain, which is 120 miles of forest, canyon, and personal regret, and scattered 8,000 number plates through it. 5 days. Whoever walks out with a plate gets in. Top 1,000 plate holders join the outer sect, and the top 10 go somewhere else entirely. The top 10 get recommended upward to the 100 Peaks sect, which is a name people in my town said the way you say the name of a mountain range, not a place you go. A place that is simply there, above the clouds, being enormous. I read that part twice as well. The man next to me was explaining loudly to his son that this new format was a disaster, that it favored thugs over talent, that the sect had lost its way. He was extremely upset. He was also, I noticed, the kind of thin that suggested his son was not going to be doing much plate holding. He was not wrong, though. The old exam measured what you were born with. This one measured what you could take off somebody else. 8,000 plates, 10,000 candidates, 5 days on a mountain. I stood there in that crowd with a stolen 12 years and a borrowed 60 on top of it, and for the first time since the altar, I felt something that was not arithmetic. They had changed the rules to a game about taking things from people. I thought that was very considerate of them. Fengqi Mountain on the first morning looked like a market day where everyone had brought a knife. 10,000 of us on a slope below the gate, clan kids in matched robes standing in tight little squares so everyone could see they had a square. Loose cultivators with 1 good sword and 6 bad ones. Mercenaries who had clearly aged out of the age limit and were counting on nobody caring. A boy in front of me was crying quietly and trying to do it with his back straight, and I hope he made it, I really do. Up on the platform, an elder of the Xianxia sect explained the rules in the voice of a man who has explained them 9 times and would like lunch. 5 days, 8,000 plates in the mountain. Hold one at the end, you are in. No killing. Then he said the second half of that sentence, and the slope went very quiet. No killing that is witnessed and reported by a survivor. He let that sit for a moment because he was not a fool and he knew exactly what he had just said. The Xianxia sect does not need disciples who die on a mountain, he said. It also does not need disciples who complain about it. And he opened the gate. 10,000 people went up that slope, but it was worse than that. It was 10,000 people all quietly deciding at the same moment that the person next to them was carrying something. I did not run. It was laziness because I had already noticed the flaw in the design and I did not want to walk any further than necessary. 8,000 plates in 120 miles of forest is a needle problem. 10,000 people who have already found plates in 120 miles of forest is a shopping problem. Why would I look for plates in a mountain? There were people in the mountain. The people were bringing me the plates. So I went about 400 paces up, found a spot where 2 trails met at a stream, sat down on a rock, and waited for my inventory to arrive. It took 11 minutes. 3 of them came down the left trail arguing about who was carrying what, which told me everything I needed to know about their prospects. Loose cultivators, decent gear, chi guiding across the board. The big one saw me sitting on my rock and did the sum out loud, which people do far more often than you would expect. He is alone. He is alone, I agreed. They spread out. That was the correct move, and I want to credit it. 2 wide, 1 center. The center one had a spear, and he did the thing spear users do where they roll their wrists to loosen up, which looks impressive and accomplishes nothing. Plates, he said, all of them, then you can walk down. How many do you have? He blinked. What? Between the 3 of you, how many plates? 9, said the big one before the spear one could stop him. 9, I said. All right, that is worth getting up for. I got up. Here is a thing I learned in the first 4 seconds of that fight and never had cause to revise. When you have 60-odd years of accumulated foundation and absolutely no training, you are not a swordsman. You are a landslide with opinions. Technique is for people who need to make their strength go further. I did not need my strength to go further. I needed it to go about 2 feet, into a man. The spear came at me, and I took it out of his hands. Not blocked. Took. Closed my fingers on the shaft as it came in, and it stopped like it had hit a wall, and the shock went up his arms and his elbows folded the wrong way. He sat down very suddenly on the trail with a completely new understanding of his own career. The big one got a hand on my shoulder from behind. I let him. He put everything into it, a proper wrestler's throw, all his weight and all his chi, and I felt him strain. I stayed exactly where I was, and after a moment he let go, because there is not much else you can do at that point. The third one had already dropped his plates and gone. Sensible man. I picked up 9 plates out of the dirt and put them in my sleeve. The big one was staring at me with his hands out like he wanted to check if I was real. What are you? He said. 10 days old, I said. Sit down over there. You are not going to like the next hour. Because they kept coming. That is the thing. Once you sit at a crossing on a mountain where 10,000 people are all moving downhill toward water, you do not need to hunt anything. By noon, I had 41 plates. By dusk, I had over 100 and had stopped counting individually and started counting by handful. Around the second day, a genuine problem developed, which is that people started organizing. There is a stage in every one of these things where the individually strong get robbed, and then the collectively mediocre get organized. And by the middle of day 2, Fengqi Mountain had produced a dozen little armies, 20, 30 candidates each, walking in a block, sweeping the trails. They would surround one person at a time, and there was nothing to be done about it, because being 3 times stronger than any one of 30 people is not the same as being stronger than 30 people. The mountain was learning that lesson very fast on a lot of individual talents. They found me on the afternoon of day 2, 26 of them, led by a young man in green with an actual banner, which I want to stress was a personal choice he had made. "Hand them over," he said, "and we will let you keep one, so you still qualify." That was generous. It genuinely was. That was the most generous offer I received on that entire mountain, and I want to acknowledge it. "Counteroffer," I said. "Everyone puts their plates on the ground, and then everyone walks away, and I do not learn any of your names." 26 people laughed at me. It is a specific sound, 26 people laughing at you. Full. Round. Very confident. I have heard that sound many, many times since, and it has never once been followed by anything good for the people making it. I have come to enjoy it the way you enjoy the smell of rain. Somebody at the back said the line. It is always somebody at the back. He is one man. And that was true. I was one man. I was one man who had been on a bucket. I will not walk you through all 26. I will tell you about the first 3 seconds. Because the first 3 seconds is the entire story of that fight and of, honestly, most of the fights I have had since. They came in as a crowd. That was their mistake. A crowd has to agree on where its arms are going. I did not. I went straight up the middle at the man with the banner, and I did not do anything clever. I simply arrived faster than the plan allowed for. He got his sword up. I took it, snapped it, and put my shoulder into his chest. He went back through 4 of his own people, and suddenly there was a hole in the middle of the formation with me standing in it. After that, it stopped being a fight and started being a chore. At some point during the chore, I noticed that a good number of them had stopped attacking and started backing up, and that the backing up was spreading faster than the attacking ever had. That within about a minute, I was standing alone in a clearing with a great many plates on the ground, and the banner lying in the dirt with a boot print on it. 290 plates. That is what that little army had accumulated by being organized, and it took me under 2 minutes to become extremely organized myself. By the evening of day 2, I had over 600, and my sleeves did not close. I had to take my outer robe off and tie it into a sack, which is not the heroic image I would have chosen, but there it is. And that is when the mountains started talking about me. They did not know my name. That is worth mentioning. For the first 2 days, I was just a rumor moving downhill. There is a boy at the water crossing. There is a boy in a robe sack. Do not go north of the split. Some of the reports had me at 4 different places at once, which was flattering, and also just what happens when 100 people all lie about why they came back with nothing. And then, on the morning of day 3, my cousin arrived on that mountain and did the single stupidest thing I have ever watched a human being do. I have watched a man challenge a lightning storm to a duel. Zhou Jianyu went shopping. He came up the mountain with 11 Song Clan disciples and a lot of money, and he started buying plates. Openly. Standing on a rock, announcing prices. 20 spirit stones a plate, no questions, come one, come all. He had my 12 years in him and a clan treasury behind him, and he had decided that the fastest route to the top 10 was to simply purchase it in front of everybody. It was not, by itself, a bad idea. The rules did not forbid it. If he had done it quietly, he would have been fine. He did not do it quietly. He did it on a rock, with a voice. By midday, he had 300 plates. By early afternoon, every single person on that mountain knew that a boy with a bodyguard of 11 was walking around holding 300 plates and shouting about it. I heard about it from 2 candidates who did not know who I was and were sitting 50 paces from me discussing whether to try. They decided against. 11 bodyguards, they said, not worth it. I sat there for a while with my robe sack of 600 plates, and I thought about the ancestral hall and the neat pattern of talismans. And then I stood up and went to have a look, because I am only human. I got there in the late afternoon and found him mid-transaction, up on his rock, in white, with his hair done. He looked healthy. He looked extremely well rested. He looked like a young man who had been given a very good year. There were maybe 40 people gathered around the rock, some selling, most just watching a rich boy be a spectacle. I stayed at the back. I did not want to talk to him, because people always assume there was a confrontation, a speech, a moment. There was not. I looked at my cousin standing on a rock, counting my 12 years out in plates, and I felt nothing dramatic at all. I felt the way you feel when you see an item on a list. What I did was, I turned to the man next to me, a skinny mercenary type with a bad ear, and I said, loud enough to carry about 6 paces, 300 plates on one person. Somebody is going to just take those. He snorted. 11 guards. 11 guards is nothing if there are 40 of us. He looked at me. And I watched the idea land, and I watched it start walking backwards through the crowd on its own legs, which is the only way an idea like that ever travels. I did not say another word. I want that on the record. I said one sentence to one man with a bad ear, and then I went and sat under a tree. It took 90 minutes. I did not see the start of it. I heard it. There is a particular noise a crowd makes when it stops being a crowd. It is not a roar, it is a kind of low collective grunt, like a room full of people all lifting something at once. By the time I got up and wandered over, the rock was empty. 2 of the 11 were still standing. Zhou Jianyu was gone, and so were the plates, and so, in an extremely enterprising fashion, were the boots of at least one of the guards. They did not catch him. He got off that rock and into the trees, and after that, he did the smartest thing he had ever done in his life, which was to disappear completely. For a day and a half, nobody could find him, and that is when the mountain got creative. Somebody, and I have never learned who, started a bounty. The story was that Zhou Jianyu still had a hidden reserve. 200 plates, 300, the number grew every time it changed hands, and by the morning of day 4, there were something like 600 people actively hunting one 17-year-old across 120 miles of forest. This is the part where the exam went off the rails. Nobody believed me the first time I told it, so here it is accurately. They started checking under the clothes. The logic was sound, in a horrible way. Plates are small. A person could carry 300 plates in a sack, or a person could sew them into a lining. And once one group tried it and found a man with 40 plates in his belt, it became standard practice on that entire mountain. You would come around a bend and find 6 candidates standing in a circle around a 7th, who was holding his trousers and explaining, with enormous dignity, that he had nothing. By day 4, the trails were full of half-dressed young men walking around clutching bundles of their own clothing. Total strangers demanding to see each other's linings. Groups arguing about whether searching was honorable. One man had made a small business of guarding people's clothes while they proved they had nothing in them. I walked through all of it with 600 plates, in a robe tied like a sack over my shoulder, and nobody searched me once. Because by day 4, the correct response to seeing me had become to look at a tree until I was gone. And in the middle of that, on the morning of the 5th day, on a slope near the eastern gorge, somebody set off a poison array. I still do not know who, probably a clan that had brought something expensive and lost patience. The mist came up out of the ground, pale green and low. It moved downhill the way water does, and about 200 candidates got caught in the bowl of that slope with it. I was above them on the ridge. I had a very clear view. Poison does not do a lot to me. I would like to say that is due to some profound cultivation insight. It is not. It is because I had spent 3 days getting hit by lightning in my sleep, and my body had stopped taking outside opinions seriously. I walked down into that mist, and it did about as much to me as a cold morning. There were maybe 60 people down there still on their feet, staggering, holding cloth over their faces. And going through them, calm as a man in a market, was a figure in a gray traveling cloak with the hood up, checking bodies and taking plates. Not helping anybody, checking bodies. I came up behind and said, "That is a lot of plates for one person." The figure turned around and I saw a woman's face under the hood, thin, tired, hair long and loose and hanging in the way. Mid-20s maybe. She had a sack. "Move," she said. "I have no quarrel with you." And I stood there for a second, because I had heard that voice on a rock 2 days earlier, selling at 20 spirit stones a plate. The mist did a lot of things, but it did not change a voice. He had taken a dead woman's hair off a corpse on that slope and pinned it into his own, and put on her cloak, and walked out through a poisoned bowl collecting plates off people who could not stand up. I want to give my cousin his due, because it is the only due I ever gave him. That was clever. That was genuinely clever, and it very nearly worked. And if he had kept his mouth shut and walked past me, it would have. "Zhou Jianyu," I said. He went absolutely still. And then he ran, which was also correct, and which also did not matter in the slightest. I caught him about 40 paces out of the mist, on open rock, in front of maybe 30 people who had made it up the slope and turned around to watch. He got the hood off and dropped the sack, and he was already talking before he stopped moving, which is the family gift. Cousin, I did not know. I swear on the ancestors. I did not know what the right was. They told me it was a resource allocation. They told me you consented. They told me the branch had agreed." "Did they tell you it would be 12 years? "They said," he started, and then his mouth caught up with his brain and stopped. They did tell you, I said. He changed tactics. He was good at that. Whatever you are now, whatever happened to you, it worked out. Look at you. You are stronger than me. You are clearly stronger than me. So there is no harm done. There is no harm done. I looked at him for a while. My father has a hole under his collarbone and nothing behind it, I said. He is in a rented room 2 days downriver apologizing to my mother for being heavy. She cannot lift her left arm. Nobody sent a healer because the branch had been struck off the register that morning, and a healer costs money. That was not me, it came out of him in a shriek. That was my father. That was Zhou Haoran. That was not me. I was asleep. I was in the middle of the rite. I did not even know until the next morning. I swear it. I swear it. I never touched them, cousin, please. I never touched anyone. And here is the thing. That was true. Every word of it was true. He was asleep. He had not touched them. He had been sitting on a cushion with his eyes closed and his hands folded, doing absolutely nothing, being filled up. He was, in the most literal sense available, innocent of the murder. I know, I said, and I could see the hope come up in him. I could actually watch it happen. He had found the argument. He had found the one true thing, and he thought it was a door. You know, he said. You know. So we are all right. We are all right, cousin. We are family. You slept through it, I said. That is the part I cannot get past. Someone hollowed out a boy in the next room and screamed your name at you, and you did not open your eyes because you were busy receiving. He opened his mouth. 12 years, I said. Do you have any idea how little it was worth in the end? 10 days. It took me 10 days to get it back on a bucket. His face did that thing, that specific quarter-second thing, and for once, I did not enjoy it. You could have said no, I said. That is all. At any point in 4 hours. I did not make a speech after that, and I did not make it slow. I am not going to describe it because there was nothing in it worth describing. It took about as long as a sentence. I picked up his sack. 362 plates. Combined with mine, that put me somewhere near 1,000, which was, I later learned, more than the next 4 candidates put together. 30 people had watched the whole thing from up the slope. Nobody moved. Nobody reported it either, which tells you what the survivors thought about the rules. I stood on that rock in the thinning green mist with a robe full of plates, and I felt, for the first time, the specific loneliness of being the largest thing in a landscape. Then somebody down the slope said out loud to nobody, "That is 1,000 plates." And I remembered that there were 8 hours left in the exam, and that I was standing in the open, holding 1/8 of everything on the mountain. Ah, I thought, right. The last 8 hours of that exam were the busiest of my life up to that point, and I have since spent 8 hours fighting an entire race. Word travels fast on a mountain full of desperate people. By the second hour, there were 3 separate groups converging on me, and unlike the banner idiot from day 2, these ones had learned. Zhou Shihao came at me from the front with 40 people, while Yi Qianmen went around the ridge with 30 more, and Pan Jianhong sat above the gorge with archers, which was genuinely well organized and would have worked beautifully on almost anybody else. Zhou Shihao I remember because he was the first person who ever tried to negotiate with me from a position of actual strength, and did it well. You cannot take 1,000 plates through 8 hours, he said. He was up on the trail with his 40 behind him, and he was not shouting, which I respected. You will be hit 6 more times before the horn. Give me 400 and I will walk you down. 400 is a lot for walking. 600 is better than nothing, which is what you will have. He was right about the arithmetic and wrong about the variable. That is the story of everybody who has ever done arithmetic about me. Counteroffer, I said. You keep every plate you are holding and you go home. And in 5 years, when you are somebody in the outer sect, you tell people you met me and I was polite. He thought about it. He genuinely thought about it, and for about a second and a half I believe he was going to take it. Then somebody behind him said the line, "Senior brother, he is alone." I have thought about that man a great deal over the years. I never saw his face. He was somewhere in the 3rd rank, and he said 7 words, and he changed the entire course of 40 lives. I would honestly like to shake his hand. Zhou Shihao's shoulders came up, That is all it took. He had been about to be sensible in front of 40 subordinates, and one of them had reminded him that they were watching. "Take him," he said. I got up the trail into them before the second rank finished drawing. Zhou Shihao was good. He was better than anybody I had met on that mountain. He had a real sword art, and he got 3 strikes off in the time it took me to close, and every one of them landed, and every one of them did nothing. That is the thing about being hit when you have been standing under lightning in your sleep for a fortnight. It registers. It registers the way somebody flicking your ear registers. I put him into the slope. Then I went through the 40, and by the time Yi Qianmen's 30 came over the ridge on schedule, they arrived to find their timing perfect and their entire premise ruined. And Yi Qianmen, to her eternal credit, took one look and said a word I will not repeat, and turned her whole line around. I let her go. She got about 6 paces. "Plates," I said. She stopped. Her shoulders dropped about an inch. And then, without turning around, she reached into her belt and dropped a bundle in the dirt and kept walking. And 30 people did the same thing in sequence as they passed the spot, like a very sad parade. That was the moment, I think, when the mountain stopped being an exam. Pan Jianhong and the archers never fired. I looked up at the gorge lip on my way past, and there was nobody there. By the time the horn went for the 5th evening, I had 1,211 plates. Now, here is the part of the story that people always think I made up, and I did not, and it is also the part I am proudest of. My old master used to sigh when it came up. 8,000 plates existed on that mountain. 9,500 of us went up. When the horn went, there were plate holders, and there were people with nothing. The people with nothing were standing on that slope, watching their entire lives evaporate in real time. And I had 1,200. I only ended 1. So I climbed up on a boulder at the assembly ground with the sect elders about 200 paces away, pretending not to look, and I shouted the following: "Plates for sale." You have never heard silence like that. Then somebody said, "How much?" and it all came apart into noise. Because otherwise, you will think I was a monster. There were 4,000 people on that slope with nothing. Every one of them was going home to a village that had spent 100 years waiting for this. I was the only supplier. I could have named any number at all. I named 100 spirit stones. That is roughly what a decent family saves in 3 years. It was, by the standards of that slope, obscene. About 400 people had it, which left 3,600 people standing there doing sums, and that is when I introduced my second and greatest innovation. "Credit," I said. Nobody knew what I meant. I explained. "A plate now, no money now. You sign a note, and when you are an outer disciple of the Xingyi sect with a stipend, you pay me 120 over 3 years. Somebody at the front, a farmer's son with his ears going red, said, "That is more than 100. "Correct," I said. "That is interest. It is the price of the fact that I am carrying the risk and you are carrying nothing. What if I fail out of the outer sect? Then you will have failed out of the outer sect," I said, "which you were going to do from your village anyway, except from your village you would have had to do it without ever seeing the mountain." He signed. They all signed. Every single one of them. I stood on that boulder until well after dark, taking notes and thumbprints on strips of cloth, and by the end I had disposed of 1,187 plates, and I owned 3 years of the future income of about a third of the incoming class of the Xingyi sect. And then, at the very end, a man in the back with a proper sword and a proper clan robe pushed forward and said he would pay 300 cash right now for 4 plates so he could take his brothers with him. And I said no. He was baffled. 300 is more than 100. You already have a plate, I said. You were buying advantage. Everyone else was buying survival. Those are different products. Then what is your price? 500 each, I said, plus a protection fee. A what? A protection fee. There are 4,000 extremely resentful people on this slope who could not afford one until an hour ago. You are about to walk down carrying 4. I am offering to walk down at the same time. He paid. Of course he paid. And I walked down that slope beside him doing absolutely nothing, and nobody touched him. That is the single easiest money I have ever made in my life, and I have since been handed the treasury of a great sect by people who were frightened of me. By the bottom of the mountain, I had 2,300 spirit stones in hand and something like 400,000 on paper. Almost all of those notes were eventually paid. I have the box. Some of them paid it off in the first year. One woman sent it in 4 installments with a letter each time apologizing for the delay. She is a peak elder now, and neither of us has ever mentioned it. Anyway, that is how I found out that the sect had been watching the whole thing. The Xianxia sect took the top 1,000 plate holders in order, which was a formality since there were only 1,100 people holding plates, and roughly 1,000 of them were holding one they had bought from me an hour earlier. They read the names out for most of a morning, and then they got to the top 10, and the 10 of us were told to stand in a line at the front, and a woman came down from the platform to look at us. Manhua, inner disciple of the Xianxia sect, granddaughter of an elder, and the single most magnificently unimpressed human being I have ever stood in front of. She was perhaps 20. She walked down that line the way you walk down a line of vegetables that a merchant has assured you are the good ones. "These are the 10, she said. "These are the 10, said the elder. She stopped in front of me. She looked at my robe, which had spent 5 days being a sack and had not recovered. 1,200 plates, she said. 1,211. And you sold them. Yes. You had a place in the 100 Peaks sect in your hands, and you turned it into cloth notes from farm boys. I had 1,110 more places than I could use, I said, and I could not eat any of them. She looked at me the way you would look at a dog that had learned a trick you find distasteful. The 100 Peaks sect, she said, is not a market. You will embarrass this sect within a month. And then she said the thing that I have thought about roughly once a year ever since. The recommendation to the 100 Peaks sect requires an escort. It is a 2-month journey through the outer ranges, and there are things on that road that eat sect disciples. Our sect provides 1 executive and 1 wagon. The top 10 travel together, or the top 10 do not travel. She turned to the line. Who among you will vouch for the group? Who will stand at the front if the road goes badly? Nobody moved. I want to be fair to those 9 people. They were 16 and 17 years old. They had just been through 5 days of the worst thing that had ever happened to them, and a beautiful, terrifying woman was asking them to volunteer to die first. Not moving was extremely reasonable. They did not move for a long time, and then I put my hand up because I had somewhere to be on the way, and because standing at the front of a wagon suited me for reasons that had nothing to do with courage. Mei Rulan looked at my hand. You, she said, me. The merchant. The merchant, I agreed. She turned away without another word, and I heard her say to the elder, not quietly, that one will be dead inside the year. Now, I have been told a great many things about myself by a great many important people. I have kept a mental list, and she is the only one who ever made the list twice. Once for that, and once, years later, in a very different room, when she said something else entirely. We will get there. The executive they gave us was called Chen, and Executive Chen was the finest man on the Xianxia sect payroll, and I will fight anybody who says otherwise. He was about 50. Qi transformation, mid. He had done this run 9 times, and he had a wagon, a fat cooking pot. The settled calm of a man who has decided that his job is to arrive with the same number of children he left with. On the first evening, he made us all learn where the spare axle was. On the second, he taught the youngest of us how to bleed a snake bite. He did not ask anybody's cultivation, and he did not care who had how many plates. On the 4th day out, we hit the ridge where the road narrows, and 11 people came out of the rocks. Executive Chen put himself in front of the wagon. Picture that, because it matters later. A 50-year-old man with a spear he clearly had not drawn in a year, standing in the road, in front of 9 teenagers against 11 mountain bandits with 3 Qi transformation among them. He did not shout. He did not posture. He just walked out and stood there and said, "This is a sect wagon. Go home." The leader laughed and said, "You are one man." There it was again. I got down off the wagon and walked past him and told him to go and check the axle, and he said, "Boy, get back on the cart." And I said, "Executive Chen, I'm going to be honest with you about something." And then I was among the 11. It took 11 seconds. I know because the youngest of the 10, a girl called Li Suyin who counted things when she was frightened, told me afterwards. When it was over, I came back to the wagon, and Executive Chen was standing exactly where I had left him, with his spear still up and his mouth open. "What are you?" he said. 10 weeks old, I said. "Is there any of that soup left?" He never asked again. He did something better. For the rest of the journey, he fed me twice as much as everybody else, without comment, on the theory that whatever I was, it was clearly expensive to run. That is the entire reason I like that man. He did not ask for a secret, and he did not get grand about it. He just doubled my rice. 23 days into that road, we came to a fork, and the north branch went to the 100 Peaks sect. The west branch went to a valley I knew extremely well. I got off the wagon. "There is a stop I need to make," I said. Executive Chen looked at the west road and then at me, and something in his face changed, because he had been carrying 9 children and one other thing for 3 weeks, and he was not a stupid man. "How long?" 2 days. "The recommendation has a date on it." "I know." He chewed on that. Then he reached into the wagon and threw me a bundle, and it was food, 3 days of it, better than what he was keeping for himself. 2 days, he said. "I will hold the wagon at the ford." Fork, because it matters. 23 days on a road with a wheel spinning under my ribs. Chi transformation, second layer. I had gone past the level of the third elder somewhere around the second week without noticing, in the back of a cart, eating soup. Zhou Haoran, clan chief of the Song family, was Chi transformation, 7th, 5 levels above me. I went west anyway because I had run that arithmetic too, and this time the arithmetic was not the point. I came over the last rise above the estate at about the 4th hour afternoon on a clear day. I stood there for a while, looking down at it. It is a strange thing, seeing a place you are raised in from above. It gets very small. All those courtyards that were a whole world when I was 9, and from the ridge the entire compound sat inside the shadow of one hill, and you could have covered it with a hand. They had built a new hall on the east side, fresh tile. There was a banner up on the main gate in celebration lettering, and I could not read it from that distance, and I did not need to, because it was going to say something about the young master's ascension to the Xingyi sect, since nobody in that valley had heard yet that the young master was not going anywhere. I walked down the road to the front gate in the middle of the afternoon, like a guest. 2 gate disciples, both of them my age. One of them, Zhou Tianyi, had shared a room with me for 2 years when we were small, and had once given me half a bun when the kitchen shorted me. He recognized me from about 40 paces, and his face went through 4 separate emotions before it settled on the wrong one. "You," he said, "you are supposed to be dead. I have been extremely busy. The third elder is dead. The chief said a demonic cultivator got into the west yard. He said you were taken." He was talking fast, the way people do when they are assembling a story in front of you. "There is a standing order. If you came back, what is the order?" He did not answer. His hand went to the bell rope instead. "Pull it," I said. He hesitated. "Zhou Tianyi, pull it. I would rather they were all in one place." He pulled it, and I walked in through the gate of my family's estate for the last time, into a courtyard that was already filling up with people who thought they were coming to see a problem handled. There were about 160 people in that courtyard by the time the elders came out. Most of them were not fighters. That is a thing people forget about clans. A clan is mostly cooks and clerks and children and a grandmother who has been complaining about the well for 30 years. The fighting part of the Song clan was maybe 40 people, and the important part was 5. The 4 elders came out onto the steps of the main hall and arranged themselves, and then Zhou Haoran came out behind them, and he had not changed at all. Same face. He had been practicing wisdom in the mirror for another 3 months. He looked at me for a long moment. "So the demonic cultivator did not take you after all," he said. "There was no demonic cultivator." "There was," he said calmly, "and it killed the third elder, and it left you alive, which raises questions the clan will have to consider very seriously." I have to hand it to him. 3 seconds. 3 seconds from seeing me walk in alive to having a story where I was possessed. The man was a genuine artist of the immediate lie. "You are Chi transformation," said the second elder from the steps. She had gone very still. "Second layer, in 4 months. Closer to 5. That is not possible. It is going to be a difficult afternoon for you, I said, because a lot of things are going to happen that are not possible. Zhou Haoran raised a hand, and the courtyard shut up. Whatever was done to you, he said, the clan is prepared to help. Come inside, we will examine you. If there is a foreign thing in your body, the clan will remove it. And there it was. That is what I had come for, in a way. I had wanted to know if there was any version of this man that was not the man from the altar, and he had answered inside of a minute. He had looked at a boy who had climbed 5 levels in 5 months. The very first thing he thought, before the first thing he said, was that there was something inside me that could be taken out. He wanted to drain me again, right there, in front of everyone. And he had phrased it as help. No, I said, then you will be restrained. Try that. The 4th elder came off the steps first. He was chi transformation, 4th, and he was fast, and he did not bother with a weapon because I was a child. I broke his arm at the elbow and put him through the wall of the west corridor. There is a moment in a courtyard fight, if you are large enough, where the crowd figures out that it is not a fight. It usually comes on the 2nd or 3rd exchange. In this case, it came when the 2nd elder, who was chi transformation 6th and had been the strongest woman in that valley for 20 years, threw everything she had into my chest, and I looked down at my chest to check. After that, a great many people started leaving through the side gates, which was the correct decision, and which I did nothing at all to prevent. Because it is the part I have been asked about most, and it is the part where people expect me to say something I am not going to say. I did not kill the clan. I killed 9 people that day. 4 elders, 4 disciples who came at me from behind and did not stop when I told them to. And Zhou Haoran. The cooks, the clerks, the children, the grandmother with her opinion about the well, my 2nd cousins, the gate boy who once gave me half a bun. All of them walked out of that valley alive, and most of them are still alive now, and one of them runs a very good noodle house 4 days north of the sect and refuses to take my money. I have destroyed sects. I have destroyed things larger than sects, and I am going to tell you about all of it, and I am not going to pretend I lost sleep. But I did not kill my father's cousins because they were in the building. Zhou Haoran was the last one standing in that courtyard, and he did not run, which is the only good thing I can tell you about him. He was 5 levels above me. He came at me with a proper ice art, a real one, the family's best. The first exchange put me on one knee and cracked something in my side. Clearly, he was better than me. In every way that a cultivator can be measured on paper, at that moment, he was better than me. He had 40 years, and I had 5 months, and if the 2 of us had been the same species, that fight would have gone the other way. We were not the same species. That was the entire problem, and I do not think he understood it, even at the end. Because every day for 5 months, a wheel had been turning behind my heart, and every time it turned, it dragged something down out of the sky and put it through me. Nobody had told me this was unusual. I thought it happened to everyone. I had spent 5 months getting struck by lightning in my sleep, every night, for hours. My body had responded by simply refusing to be a body that could be damaged by ordinary means. His 2nd strike was better than his 1st. It was the best thing he ever did. It came in with everything, the full art, the whole 40 years, and it hit me across the chest, and it hurt. It hurt. That was all it did. And he saw my face while it was hurting, and he saw that it was only hurting. That is the moment Zhou Haoran understood what was standing in his courtyard. I got hold of his collar with my left hand. You put a spear through a man with a kitchen cleaver, I said, and I walked forward. He had built his estate out of good stone. I want to compliment him on that. It took 10 walls. I do not remember most of it. I remember the 3rd one because there was a room behind it with a table set for dinner. I remember thinking distinctly that somebody was going to have to clear that up. And I remember the last one, because the last one came out into the ancestral hall, into that room, the one with the altar in it. I do not believe in signs, and I did not steer us there. 10 walls in a straight line from the main courtyard of the Song estate ends in the ancestral hall. Skyrocket it built that way, because everything in that family pointed at that room. I put him down on the stone. The array was still cut into it. You could see it. The talisman anchor points were still there, 8 of them, in a very neat pattern. He was not able to stand up. He got his head up, and he looked around, and he worked out where he was, and I watched him do it. This, I said, is what you owe my father. And then I finished it, and I did not make a speech. I did not make it slow because he was not worth the extra minute, and my parents were not in that building. I walked out through the front gate about an hour later. I had done one thing on the way. I had gone to the treasury, which the elders had very kindly left unlocked in their rush to die. I had taken every spirit stone and every pill in it. This was not sentiment. This was the beginning of a habit that has since emptied 2 great sects and something on the order of 1,000 foreign races. I want the record to show that it started in my own family's storehouse, with a boy stuffing his sleeves. At the gate, a woman was waiting. Song Yulan, my father's cousin, 60 years old, ran the kitchens. She had a cleaver in her hand, which the family apparently kept in stock. "Are you here for me too?" she said. "No." "He was my nephew." "He was my father," I said. We stood there a moment. "There is nobody to run this place," she said. "There is you." She looked at the cleaver in her hand as if she had forgotten it was there. "Take the west storehouse first," I said. "The elders kept the good grain in it, and there are 4 families in the outer village who have not eaten properly since spring. And do not let anyone rebuild the ancestral hall." I walked out. I did not look back, and I have never gone back, and I understand from the letters that the Song clan is now a moderately successful farming concern with a very good reputation for grain. I made it to the ford in 30 hours. Executive Chen was there with the wagon. He looked at me for a long moment and did not ask a single question, and he handed me a bowl. "Eat," he said. "You look terrible." That is the entire conversation. 23 days of road together, and he never once brought it up. The 100 Peaks sect does not have a gate. That was the first thing I got wrong. I had been imagining a gate, something with pillars. What the 100 Peaks sect has is a boat. We came out of the last pass at dawn, and there was a valley below us that went on until it stopped being a valley and started being weather. And out of the middle of that weather came a thing the size of a village with a sail on it, drifting downhill through the air toward us like a whale coming to look at something interesting. Li Suyin, the girl who counted when she was frightened, said, "That is 400 paces long," and then said it again. The 100 Peaks sect runs flying boats on a route the way a town runs ferries. That is the sentence that broke my brain that morning. Not that a boat could fly, that it was scheduled. There were maybe 600 candidates on the deck by the time it lifted, from a dozen different regions, and I found a spot on the rail and watched a mountain range go past underneath me at the speed of a running horse. I want to be honest. I sat down for a while, which is where I met Liu Rongjie. I do not know how to describe Liu Rongjie except to say that he was the single most cheerful person I have ever met, and that this was not, on inspection, warranted by his circumstances. He was 17, from a merchant family 4 provinces over, and he had a body of average build, a cultivation of qi guiding 5th, and roughly 200 pounds of unearned confidence. He arrived at my section of the rail, decided we were friends, and began explaining the sect entrance examination to me at length. 3 tests, he said: trial pagoda, aptitude stone, and the assessment interview. Now, the trial pagoda is where they get you. Everyone tells you it is about strength. It is not. It is about pace. 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 Look. He glanced around and then produced, from inside his shirt, a folded sheet of paper covered in extremely small handwriting. My uncle's cousin was an outer disciple here for 2 years. Floors 1 through 9 are illusions, 10 through 19 are beasts, 20 and up is direct combat. But here is the trick. He tapped the paper. The pagoda records your highest floor per day. So if you go up 2 floors on the first day and stop, and then 3 the next, they log you as improving. And improving scores higher than a single big number. That cannot be true. It is absolutely true. It is about growth potential. I looked at the paper. Liu Rongjie, you are holding a cheat sheet on the deck of the sect's own boat. Nobody is looking. An elder walked past behind him at that exact moment. I watched the man's eyes go to the paper, and then to me, and then very deliberately to the horizon, and he kept walking. See, said Liu Rongjie, nobody. At the beginning, that Liu Rongjie passed the examination. He got in. He is currently a peak elder of the 100 Peaks sect, in charge of external logistics, and he has never once, in all the years since, admitted that the growth potential thing was made up by his uncle's cousin to explain why he never got past floor 9. The pagoda came first. It is a black tower on a plateau on the second peak, and it is 27 floors of increasingly personal unpleasantness. The rule is that when you cannot continue, you crush the jade token they give you and the tower puts you out. I went in on the first morning with about 400 other candidates. The first 9 floors are illusions, and the third one is the funniest thing that has ever happened to me, and I have never fully recovered from it. Floor 1 was a battlefield. Floor 2 was a burning house. Standard fare. You walk in, the tower reads you. It builds a thing out of your worst hour and asks whether you keep moving. Floor 3, I walked in and I was sitting on a riverbank with a fishing rod. That is it. That is the whole illusion. A riverbank, warm afternoon, reeds. I had a bucket next to me and there was nothing in the bucket. I sat there for a while because it was very pleasant and because I assumed something was going to come out of the water. Nothing came out of the water. After perhaps 10 minutes, an old man came and sat down about 6 paces along the bank with his own rod and his own bucket, and he nodded to me, and I nodded to him, and we fished. His bucket started filling up. Mine did not. Now, I have since had this explained to me by 3 separate elders, and they all say the same thing. Floor 3 is a patience test. The tower is measuring whether a candidate can sit still. Most people last 20 minutes and then start smashing the water with their chi, and the tower marks them down and moves them along. Nobody had ever told me that. What I knew was that I was on the 3rd floor of an examination, on a schedule, and a stranger was catching fish, and I was not. So after about 40 minutes, I got up, walked 6 paces down the bank, and took 2 fish out of his bucket. The old man looked at me. "Those are mine," he said. "You have 11. I caught 11. "Yes," I said, "and I have been watching you do it for 40 minutes, which is the same amount of work from where I was sitting." He put his rod down, and he laughed. And it was not an old man's laugh at all, and the illusion went a little transparent around the edges. "Boy," he said, "do you know what this floor tests?" "Patience." "Then why did you not wait?" "Because you have been sitting on the good part of the river for 40 minutes, I said, "and you never once offered to move up, and you never once said the fish were on the far side of the reeds, which they obviously are, and you slept with somebody else's wife for 10 years for free and called it patience." I have no idea where that came from. It arrived fully formed. It is the only genuinely inspired thing I have ever said in my life, and I did not write it. It wrote me. The old man made a sound like a kettle. The floor let me through. I have since been told, by an elder who was very carefully not looking at me while he said it, that floor 3 of the trial pagoda was reconfigured about a year later. Floors 4 through 9 went fast. Beasts started at 10, and beasts are not a test, beasts are exercise. And here is where I made a decision that I want to defend, because a great many people at that sect thought I was an idiot for the next 2 years. The pagoda logs your highest floor. Liu Rongjie's growth potential theory was nonsense, but there was a real version of it that he had stumbled past without noticing. I saw it on floor 11 and thought about it for a long time on floor 12. The examination was not the only thing being measured. There were 400 candidates in that tower, and every one of them was going to be assigned to a peak by an elder who had read a sheet of numbers. And a boy who walks in on day 1 and clears 27 floors is a boy who gets looked at very closely by a great many people. I had a wheel behind my heart that I could not explain to anybody and had every intention of not explaining. So I did 1 floor a day. 1. Every morning I walked in, cleared exactly 1 floor, and walked out and went and had lunch. They gave us 30 days for the pagoda. I took 27 of them. You would not believe how annoying this was to everyone. By day 6, there was a small crowd. By day 11, there was a betting pool. By day 20, the elder supervising the pagoda had started coming out to the steps personally to watch me leave. And on day 22, he finally broke and asked me, in front of about 60 people, why. "Because there are 27 floors," I said, "and 30 days. You cleared floor 19 in under a minute this morning. And tomorrow I will clear floor 20 in under a minute." "Boy," he said, "are you being lazy or are you being clever?" And I said, honestly, "I genuinely do not know yet, elder. Ask me in 10 years. He is still alive, that man. He asked me again 11 years later, in a very different situation, standing on a wall while the sky came apart. I will tell you what I said when we get there. Day 27. I walked into the top floor of the trial pagoda. I would like to tell you about a great battle. What actually happened is that I walked in, and something enormous stood up out of the dark, and I looked at it. I thought about the fact that 400 candidates and about 9 elders had spent 26 days watching a boy climb 1 floor a day like a man going up to his own bedroom, and I crushed the jade token. The tower put me out on the steps in front of the largest crowd that had gathered yet, and the supervising elder stared at me, and I brushed myself off and said, 27. That will do. The crowd made a noise I can only describe as offended. Floor. I have never once doubted it. I did not take it because a boy who clears 27 floors is a prodigy and a boy. Who climbs 26 and quits at the top is an oddity, and prodigies get watched and oddities get filed. That was the plan anyway. The plan lasted 4 days. The aptitude stone ruined everything, and it ruined it in the most humiliating possible direction, and I have never been more grateful for anything. They set it up in the main square on the 4th day after the pagoda closed, a block of gray rock about the size of a wardrobe, and you put your hand on it and it goes a color, and the color is your entire life. White is nothing. Yellow is a farm. Blue is a disciple. Green is a good disciple. Purple is a peak's future. Gold is a name they carve somewhere. 400 of us in that square. They went alphabetically, which took most of the morning, and I stood at the back watching color after color and getting a very solid education in what the room did. Blue got a nod. Green got a murmur. There were 9 purples that morning, and each one produced an actual noise from the crowd and, more importantly, produced elders leaning forward on the platform. There was 1 gold. A boy from a sect family in the south, and when that stone went gold, the platform stood up. All of them. 9 elders on their feet for a 16-year-old with his hand on a rock. I watched that and I thought, no, absolutely not. Whatever else happens to me, I do not want 9 people standing up. Then they called my name, and I put my hand on the stone, and the stone thought about it. It genuinely thought about it. It sat there gray for long enough that people started laughing. Then it went to sort of murky, uncertain blue, held it for a second, wavered, and settled somewhere between blue and nothing at all. The examiner squinted at it. Then he looked at his list. Zhou Zichen, he said, pseudo-aptitude. I did not know what that meant. Nobody in the square did except the elders, and one of them explained it in a very loud aside to another, in the way that people do when they want the information to travel. A pseudo-aptitude is a false reading. It means the stone finds foundation in the body, but cannot find the shape of a talent behind it. It means, in practice, that this person got their cultivation from somewhere other than themselves. Pills. A family that fed them a fortune. Somebody else's donated years. It means bought. The square worked that out in about 4 seconds, and then 400 people looked at the boy who had walked out of Fengqi Mountain with 1,200 plates and a purse full of other people's future income, and drew the obvious conclusion. He is rich. His family bought him up. He purchased his way here, twice. The laughter went on for some time, and I stood there with my hand on a rock, and because it surprised me, relief. Enormous physical relief. Because a boy who cleared 27 floors of the trial pagoda in 27 days and shows purple on the stone is a boy that 9 elders stand up for and then spend the next 4 years watching very closely. A boy who cleared 27 floors of the trial pagoda in 27 days and shows a false reading is a boy who bought a lot of pills and who is going to plateau in a year and who is somebody else's problem. They filed me. They filed me exactly the way I had wanted to be filed, and they did it themselves, and they were so pleased about it. The Orongjie found me afterwards, deeply concerned, and offered to lend me money. I want that in the record too. They assigned me to Zhenyu Peak. There are 108 peaks in the 100 Peaks sect, which is not a name, it is an inventory. Each peak is its own lineage with its own art and its own elder, and where you get sent decides who you become. The great peaks take the gold and the purple, the middle peaks take the green, and then there are the peaks at the bottom of the list that get whatever is left over after everybody else has finished choosing. Zhenyu Peak had 4 people on it, an elder, 2 senior disciples, and a cook. The senior disciples came down to the assignment hall to collect me. They were the only 2 people in that entire building who did not appear to have read my file. Lin Shulan was the elder of the 2, and if you have ever met someone who is so relentlessly kind that you begin to suspect a trick, that was her. She took my bundle out of my hands before I could argue. She asked whether I had eaten. When I said yes, she asked whether I had eaten enough, which is a different question and a much better one. Shu Fenfang was the younger one, and Shu Fenfang had a mouth on her like a market. Pseudo-aptitude, she said, walking backward up the path in front of me. So which is it? Did your family stuff you with pills, or did you rob somebody? Second one. She stopped walking. Really? I robbed about 600 people, and then I sold their plates back to them on credit at 20%. Shu Funfang looked at me for a long moment and then said, with enormous feeling, "Oh, thank the ancestors. I thought we were getting another polite one." Zhenyu Peak was, physically, beautiful and practically a disaster. 12 buildings for 4 people. A spirit field that had gone to weeds on 3 sides because 2 disciples cannot farm 11 acres. A hall with 100 cushions in it and a footpath worn between 4 of them. The Peak Master's residence was closed. "Master is asleep," Lin Shulan said, in the way you would say Master is out. "She goes down for long stretches. She will wake up." When? Sometimes it is 4 years. I let that go because on the 4th day something more interesting happened, which is that they let me into the library. Zhenyu Peak's library is 1 room. The Great Peaks have towers. We had a room with maybe 200 manuals in it, most of them copies, most of them mediocre, and 1 shelf at the back that Lin Shulan said was for inner disciples, and then, after about 4 seconds of visible internal struggle, said I might as well look at since there was nobody else. On that shelf was the divine elephant subduing prison art. It is a body art. It is the second best thing Zhenyu Peak has ever owned. It is, by the sect's own grading, a high-grade earth-tier art. The note on the case said that the last disciple to complete the first layer had taken 11 years. I read it standing up in about 40 minutes, and then I went outside and did it. Because it is not what people think, and it is genuinely more interesting. I did not learn it fast because I am clever. I am not especially clever. I learned it instantly because the art is a set of instructions for forcing qi through a specific sequence of channels under pressure. My channels had spent 5 months being force-fed lightning while I slept. The art was describing a thing my body had already been doing, badly and by accident, every night for months. Reading it was less like learning and more like finally being told the name of something. I did the sequence once and the first layer opened. I did it again and the second layer opened. On the 4th repetition, I punched a boulder in the training yard to see what would happen, and the boulder became gravel, and my hand did not. Shu Funfang was watching from the steps with a bowl of noodles. She looked at the gravel. She looked at me. She looked at the noodles. "How long have you had that manual?" she said. "About an hour." She put the noodles down. And then she said the sentence that I want engraved on something one day. "Junior brother," she said, "I am going to need you to be normal in front of other people." Which brings me to Guo Guangli. Every sect has one. Guo Guangli was the 2nd son of the Pan family, which owned a great deal of the sect's outer commerce, and he was on Yushu Peak. He had a face like a well-fed cat, and about 40 people who thought being near him was a career. He decided to have a problem with me on the 11th day, and I want to say up front that it was not about anything. That is the part I find funniest in hindsight. There was no incident. He simply learned that there was a boy on the dead peak who had walked out of the entrance exam with a mountain of money and a false aptitude reading. He decided that this was insulting to the natural order. He did not come himself. That would have been beneath him. He sent people. The first one came at me in the wash house at night with a knife. Outer disciple, Qi guiding 7th, and he was nervous, and he did the thing nervous people do where they announce themselves by breathing. I put him in the water trough and asked who sent him, and he told me before he had finished coming up for air. The second one came 4 days later, on a path, with 2 friends. Better, still Qi guiding. The third one was the interesting one. The third one waited 3 weeks, and then hit me on the stairs of the dining hall in front of about 200 people, in daylight, having very carefully first said, loudly, that I had insulted his peak. That was Guo Guangli's actual play, and it was not stupid. The sect has rules. Assassination is a whipping and expulsion. A duel over an insult is a fine and a shrug. He had spent 3 weeks establishing a paper trail so that when I was crippled on those stairs, it would be legal. The man on the stairs was Qi Transformation, 4th. I broke both his forearms in front of 200 witnesses, and then I sat down on the step next to him and waited for the enforcement disciples to arrive. And when they did, I explained, at length and in a very carrying voice, about the wash house and the path and the 3 weeks. They took him away. They fined me 8 spirit stones for excessive force, and then I went and stood in the middle of the training arena the next morning and did the thing that changed my entire first year. The 100 Peaks sect has an open arena. Anyone may challenge anyone. It is a tradition older than the buildings, and it exists so that the peaks can settle their rankings without burning each other's spirit fields. I walked out into the middle of it at the start of the day, and I said, loud enough to reach the stands, I accept every challenge in Qi transformation, any peak, any layer, any art, one at a time or in order, I do not care. There was some interest. Minimum stake, I said, 100 spirit stones. There was a great deal more interest. Here is the economics, because the economics is the joke. 100 spirit stones is a lot for an outer disciple, and nothing at all for the son of a merchant family. Guo Guangli had 40 people around him, and every one of them had allowance. And I had just spent 3 weeks being publicly established as an overpriced fraud with a bought cultivation and a false stone reading. To the entire arena, I had just posted a sign reading, "Free money, 100 stones at a time." The first man to come out was from Yushu Peak, which was Guo Guangli's peak, and he was Qi Transformation 5th, and he was extremely confident. He lasted about as long as it takes to say his name. The second man was Qi Transformation 6th. The 11th man was Qi Transformation 8th, and he was the ranked 4th of his generation on his peak, and he was genuinely good, and he got 2 exchanges, which was 2 more than anyone else had managed. I have always remembered his name, and I have never once mentioned it to him. By midday, there was a line. By afternoon, there was a crowd, and the crowd had stopped being about money and started being about the question, which is a very dangerous kind of crowd to be in the middle of. Because 100 people had now watched an outer disciple with a false aptitude reading go through the mid-ranks of 6 peaks without changing his footwork, and somewhere in there the story on the sect had flipped. It had flipped in a direction I had not planned for at all. I stood in that arena from sunrise to sunset. I lost count somewhere after 50. I did not lose. At the end of the day, an enforcement disciple came out with a slate and told me my total, and I asked him to say it again. 9,100 spirit stones. In one day. The son of my old clan chief had once received 12 years of stolen cultivation because the family could not afford a decent pill regimen. I had just made more in a day than that entire estate held in its vaults, by standing still and letting rich boys line up. They put me at the top of the outer disciple ranking that same evening. Number 1. From the bottom peak, with a pseudo-aptitude. Lin Xulan cried. Xu Fenfang went out and bought a duck. And Guo Guangli, having spent something in the region of 2,000 spirit stones on other people's failed attempts, did the only thing left to a man in his position, which was to come and settle it in person. He did not fight me, let us be clear. He was not an idiot. He came to Zhenyu Peak in the evening with a very stiff back and paid me 800 spirit stones on behalf of the disciples of Yushu Peak, formally, in front of witnesses, to end the matter. And because he did not have 800 in stones, he paid 400 of it with a token. I did not know what it was. I turned it over in my hand. Wooden, palm-sized, with a peak seal burned into it. That is a descent token for 100 Peaks Cliff, said Lin Xulan from the doorway in a very strange voice. Now, I have to stop and explain 100 Peaks Cliff, because everything for the next several years hangs off it. In the middle of the sect, there is a hole. That is the honest description. It is a gorge with no measurable bottom, and at some point in the sect's 90,000 years, somebody worked out that anything you throw into it does not land, it drifts. The sect began using it as a vault. When a peak's elder dies without an heir, his weapon goes over the edge. When an art is judged too dangerous, the case goes over the edge. When the sect wins something in a war and cannot agree who owns it, over the edge. There are, by the sect's own count, more than 4,000 divine weapons down there. Anyone may go down. That is the joke. The sect does not restrict it at all. Anyone with a Peaks token may descend 100 Peaks Cliff and take whatever they can carry. And in 90,000 years, nobody has ever brought anything up. Because the drift goes one way. Because there is a suction at the bottom that no cultivator in the sect's history has ever pulled out of. Because the men who go down are never seen again, and the sect stopped counting them a long time ago, and now simply issues the tokens as a formality that everyone understands to be a joke. Guo Guangli had paid half his fine in a piece of wood that entitled me to jump into a hole. He was very pleased with himself. He stood in the doorway of my Peaks Hall with his stiff back and his settled matter, and he had found a way to hand a man 400 stones and a coffin in the same gesture. He walked back down the path a happy person. I sat there, turning the token over. You will not use that, Lin Shulan said. It was not a question, and it was not an order. It was a woman asking, with her voice very flat, and I understood that she had already lost people to that hole. No, I said. I used it 11 days later. In my defense, a great deal happened in those 11 days. 11 days later, I was Qi Transformation, 9th, and I had run out of people in the outer sect to stand still in front of. That is not a boast, that is a logistics problem. The arena rankings only go up to Qi Transformation because everything above that is inner sect. The inner sect does not come down to the arena to fight children for 100 stones. I had a mountain of money, a body art that could turn a boulder into gravel, a peak with 4 people on it, and absolutely nothing to hit. And I had a piece of wood on my table that a very pleased young man had handed me as a punchline. Here is what I actually did before I used it, because I would like to be on record as not entirely reckless. I spent 4 days in the sect archive reading every single account of a descent into Hundred Peaks Cliff. There were 211 of them across 90,000 years. Every one was written by an elder afterwards, from the outside, because there were no accounts from the inside, because that is the entire point. They all said the same 3 things. The descent is survivable. The floor is covered in weapons. The suction at the base cannot be resisted by any cultivator, at Immortal Bridge or below, and every Immortal Bridge or above who has tried it since the sect started keeping records has also not come back. 211 attempts, 211 people gone, and down there, 4,000 divine weapons in a heap in the dark for 90 millennia, because a hole is very good at keeping things. I sat with that for a while, and then I noticed the thing that everybody had missed. I want to be honest that I did not notice it because I am insightful. I noticed it because I had spent my entire cultivation career being hit by lightning and had developed extremely specific instincts about pressure. Every single account described the pull as continuous, increasing with depth, constant, never stopping. None of them described anyone testing whether it was continuous horizontally. 211 cultivators had gone down the middle of that gorge, because the middle is where the weapons are, and had been drawn straight down into the floor of it like water into a drain. Not one of them had gone down against the wall. That was it. That was my entire plan. Hug the wall. It is not brilliant. I want to make sure you understand it is not brilliant. 211 people had died there, and every one of them was probably smarter than me. They had simply all been aiming for the pile. I did not tell Lin Shulan. I told Xu Fenfang because Xu Fenfang could not be trusted to keep a secret, but could absolutely be trusted to fetch a rope. I went over the edge at the 2nd hour of morning with 400 feet of climbing line, 6 spirit stones worth of anchor spikes, and no ability to fly whatsoever. The first 400 feet were rock. Then the rock stopped, and there was nothing to anchor to. So I put my back against the wall and my feet on the wall and went down like a man in a chimney, and it took 11. You do not see the weapons all at once. That is what nobody says. You come down out of the fog and there is a glow below you that you take for daylight for about 10 minutes, and then you understand what it is. 4,000 divine weapons do not lie flat. They drift. They hang in the air over the drain in a slow, enormous, silent turn. Thousands of them, blades and staves and cases and bells, some of them the size of a wagon, all of them going round the same point in a wheel that has been going for 90,000 years and has never once been in a hurry. 211 skeletons in that wheel, too, turning with the rest. Some of them still had a hand closed on something. I hung on that wall with my back aching, and I looked at the single largest concentration of wealth in the eastern half of the world. And I did the arithmetic. I could reach the outer edge of the wheel, maybe 8 feet out from the wall. There were perhaps 20 weapons in reach on that pass, and they would come round again in about 4 minutes. And then, honestly, the pull got a fraction stronger just from leaning. I understood the second half of the joke, which is that reaching for the good ones in the middle is exactly what killed everybody. So I took the nearest one. It came past the wall at chest height, and I got 2 fingers on the guard and hauled it in, and the pull argued with me for a very unpleasant 3 seconds and then let go. And I had it. It was a long blade in a plain black scabbard with no markings at all, and it was heavy in a way that had nothing to do with weight. I took 4 more on the next pass because I was greedy, and one of them nearly took my arm off. And then I climbed. 11 hours down, 19 hours up. I lost 2 of the 5 because I could not hold everything and climb, and to this day I do not know what they were. I have made my peace with it in the sense that I think about it once a month. I came over the lip at dawn on the 2nd day into a crowd. That is the part I had not planned for. Xu Fengfang had told everybody. Of course she had. She had told everybody within about 11 minutes, and by dawn on the 2nd day there were maybe 300 people at the rail of 100 Peaks Cliff waiting to see whether the outer sect's number 1 was going to come back up or not, and at least half of them had money on not. Lin Shulen got to me first and hit me. Properly hit me, open hand, hard enough that people winced, and then she held onto my sleeve with both hands and did not say anything for a while. The 3 plain items turned out to be a mid-grade 6th rank spirit shield, a case of talismans that had gone inert some centuries back, and the black scabbard. The black scabbard was the Thunder Fury Dragon Blade, high grade, 7th rank. That is a sentence that means nothing to you and meant nothing to me, so let me put it in terms of the sect. There were, at that time, 11 weapons above 6th rank in the entire 100 Peak sect that were not at the bottom of the hole. 9 of them belonged to Peak Masters. 1 belonged to the sect leader. An outer disciple with a false aptitude reading had gone into the hole with a rope and come out with the 12th. I drew it on the cliff edge in front of 300 people because I could not help myself. The sky over the sect went dark, and something in the blade woke up and looked at me, and every hair on every person at that rail stood up at once. And that is how my master found out I existed. Bai Ruoro had been asleep for 6 years. She had gone down before I was born, in the way peak masters do when they hit a wall and decide to sit at the bottom of themselves for a while, and Zhenyu Peak had been running on 2 senior disciples and a cook ever since. She woke up because the Thunder Fury Dragon Blade discharged over her mountain. She came out of her residence in a plain robe, with her hair unbound, like a woman who has been woken by a noise, which is exactly what she was, and she walked out to the training yard where I was standing with a blade I had no idea how to use. She looked at me for a very long time. I have to describe her, and I am going to do a poor job because everybody who has ever tried has done a poor job. She was not beautiful in the way the sect meant it. The sect had beauties, and they arranged themselves. Bai Ruoro looked like something that had been put together by somebody with excellent taste and then handed a personality by somebody with none. The effect of the two together was that people forgot what they were saying. Immortal Bridge Realm, Peak Master of the sect's 94th peak, 94th of 108. You went down the cliff, she said. Yes. Why? Because Guo Guangli gave me the token as a joke, I said, and I did not want him to be right. She stood there in her sleeping robe in the middle of the morning. That, she said, is the worst reason anyone has ever given me for anything. It is not the only reason. What are the others? There are 4,000 weapons down there, I said, and nobody is using them, and everyone has agreed not to think about it. And I have found that when everybody has agreed not to think about something, that is usually where the money is. Bai Ruoro looked at Lin Shulan. Lin Shulan looked at the sky. How long has he been on my peak? 2 months, master. And in 2 months he has finished the divine elephant art, taken the top of the outer ranking, made 9,000 stones in a day, and gone into the cliff. Yes, master. And the stones said pseudo-aptitude. Yes, master. My master turned back to me and asked a question that nobody in that entire sect had thought to ask in 2 months. It is the reason I loved her. Are you eating? She said. Not, what are you? Not, where did it come from? Not, show me your meridians. Are you eating? Yes, I said. Good. Kneel down. You are my disciple now. Get up. We are going to breakfast. That is the entire ceremony. There is no more of it. I have been in rooms where a sect took 9 days to accept a disciple with incense and ancestors and 40 officials, and mine took 11 seconds in a sleeping robe. Now, Guo Guangli. The cliff ended it. It did not. It made it much worse, because Guo Guangli had now, in public, handed the sect's most talked about outer disciple a 7th rank divine weapon, and 40 people had watched him do it, and every single one of them was telling the story. He came back 9 days later to buy the story off me. That is the honest description of the transaction. He arrived on Zhenyu Peak with 2 attendants and a very carefully rehearsed opening about how the Pan family wished to formally recognize the settlement of the previous matter, and he offered 800 spirit stones. For what? I said. For the matter to be considered closed. It was closed. You closed it, with the token. He went a very interesting color. The Pan family, he said through his teeth, wishes to close it more thoroughly. He wanted me to stop drawing the blade in public. That was it. That was the whole 800 stones. He wanted the boy on the dead peak to stop walking around the sect holding the punchline. I looked at him, and I felt something I had not expected to feel, which was a small, genuine flicker of pity. And then I put it away and did business. Not stones, I said. What? 400 in stones, 400 in something else. He was suspicious immediately, which was fair. What else? Whatever your family has in its warehouse that it has written off, I said. Something nobody on your peak can use. You have been trading outer commerce for 4 generations, Guo Guangli. There is a shelf in your storehouse of things you took as payment and could not resell. I want to look at the shelf. He thought I was insulting him. He's so sure I was insulting him that he agreed on the spot in order to enjoy it. The shelf had 11 items on it. 9 of them were junk. 1 was a decent talisman set, and 1 was a pair of wings. They were called wind sparrow wings, and they were, technically, a 4th-rank flight treasure. The reason they had sat on a shelf for 11 years is that they were broken in a very specific and infuriating way. They did not carry weight. Anyone above Qi transformation was too heavy, and anyone at or below Qi transformation did not have the Qi to run them for more than about 40 seconds. There is exactly one kind of person who can use wind sparrow wings. Someone in the Qi transformation range with an absolutely absurd amount of Qi to burn. The Pan family had been sitting on the only flight treasure in the Eastern sect that I, specifically, could operate. They had been using it to prop up a shelf. That, said Guo Guangli. Take that. It does not work. I know, I said, and I took it. I flew off Zhenyu Peak that evening, badly, into a tree, and then better, and then, about an hour after dark, extremely well. Which brings me to the second thing that happened that month, and to the only conversation in my entire life that I lost. The intersect assessment is held in a hall on the main peak, and it is attended by anybody with the rank to sit down. When an outer disciple is promoted early, the elders come to look at him. It is not a test, it is an inspection, and everybody understands that. There were about 60 people in that hall. I was standing in the middle of it in a robe that Xu Fenfang had made me buy, and an elder named Han Guozhi asked me a question. Venerable Han Guozhi, immortal bridge and the highest-ranked man in that room, gray, thin, enormously polite. He had the sort of gentleness that people find restful and that I have since learned to check very carefully. Zhou Zichen, he said. The aptitude stone reported a false reading. Yes, elder. You understand what that indicates? Yes, elder. And what would you say to that? And the whole room went comfortable, because everyone in it knew what came next. The boy from the dead peak now explains himself. He talks about hardship, or about a fortuitous encounter, or he gets defensive, or he gets proud. Whatever he does, it will be a performance, and they will grade it, and that is what the inspection is for. I looked at him and I said, "Oh." Elder Han Guozi waited. I did not add anything. The silence went on for about 4 seconds, which does not sound like a long time, and is, in a hall of 60 people, geological. "Oh," Han Guozi repeated. "Yes, elder. That is your response. You told me what the stone indicated," I said. I said, "Oh, if you want a different sound, I can try a different one." Somebody at the back made a noise into their sleeve. Han Guozi smiled. He had a very good smile. You are aware that a false reading typically indicates purchased foundation, and that purchased foundation typically collapses at Immortal Bridge, and that the sect allocates resources accordingly. Yes. And this does not concern you? No. Why not? And I said, because in 4 years you will ask me that again, elder, and I would like us both to remember what I said. This was not a threat, and it was not clever. I had nothing planned. It came out of me the way the fishing thing came out of me in the pagoda, which is to say, entirely by itself. I stood there afterwards, genuinely unsure of what I had just done. Han Guozhi's smile did not move at all. Very well, he said pleasantly. In 4 years. The room got on with it. I was made an inner disciple. Bai Roro did not attend the assessment because she was asleep again, which is a thing she did, and I did not think about Venerable Han Guozhi again for a very long time. That was, in hindsight, the largest single mistake I made in my first decade. I am flagging it here, out loud, because there is a scene later in this story where I am standing inside a formation cage that I cannot break, and a very polite gray man is on the other side of it explaining, kindly, that it will only take a few hours. He remembered the 4 years. He remembered it exactly. Anyway, 9 days after the assessment, the sect announced that the sealed ruins were opening, and everything I have told you so far stopped being the interesting part of my life. The sealed ruins open once every 300 years, and they only take one kind of person. They are a fragment of somewhere else. Nobody knows whose. They surface in the northern range. They stay open for about 2 months. The entry array reads your cultivation on the way in and turns you around if you are above chi induction. That is the whole reason they have never been stripped. The people strong enough to strip them cannot get through the door. The sect sends its chi induction disciples. That is the tradition. 200 of them every 300 years, all of them at the ceiling of what the array allows, because sending anyone lower is throwing away a slot. The last time somebody at chi transformation went in was, according to the sect archive, 10,200 years ago. The note next to his name says, lost. I went in at chi transformation, 9th. This was a bold gamble. It was not. It was an administrative accident. My master had put my name on the list because I was her disciple, and the list came to her peak, and she was asleep, and Lin Shulan filled it in, and by the time anybody with authority noticed, I was standing at the array with a jade tally in my hand and 40 chi induction disciples looking at me the way you look at a child who has wandered into a war council. You are 2 whole realms low, said one of them, not unkindly. You will not survive the second day. Probably not. There are things in there that hunt in packs. That sounds correct. He gave up. The array let me through, obviously. It only turns you around for being too strong. Nobody had ever bothered to write a rule against being too weak, because nobody had ever needed to. The inside of the sealed ruins is a plane under a permanent storm, because it is the single most important thing that has ever happened to me, and I nearly walked past it. The sky in there is black at all hours, and it does not rain. It discharges. Constantly. Not weather, not a storm in any sense you would recognize, just a ceiling of cloud that drops lightning onto that plane the way a cook drops oil into a pan, endlessly, everywhere, forever. And where the strikes land, the ground grows crystals. They call them starburst thunder crystals, and they are the reason anybody goes in at all. A single one is worth about 800 spirit stones on the outside. They form where a bolt hits bare rock, and they are all over that plane, in the open, in enormous quantity, lying there like fruit under a tree, which nobody can pick up, because the strikes do not stop. Every 3 or 4 breaths, somewhere in a 200-pace radius of you, the sky puts a bolt through the ground, and a bolt from that ceiling will take a chi induction cultivator apart. The entire practice of the sealed ruins is that you wait at the tree line until you see a strike land. You sprint out to that patch because it will not be struck again immediately. You take what is there, and you sprint back, and you do that for 2 months, and you go home with 40 crystals and a permanent flinch. That is how it has been done for 10,000 years. That is the technique. There are actual manuals about the timing. I stood at the tree line with 200 disciples, and I watched the first sprint go out. I watched a man run 400 paces, snatch 3 crystals off the ground, and come back shaking. And I watched the entire plane, all the way to the horizon, glittering, and I thought, I have been struck by lightning every night in my sleep for over half a year. There is no way to say this that does not sound like a joke. I have been laughed at for it in 3 different worlds, so here it is, plainly. I put up the wings, and I used them as an umbrella. Not to fly. The wings had a defensive fold that no one had ever bothered with, because a 4th-rank flight treasure shield is worthless. I flared them over my head, and I walked out onto that plane at a normal walking pace and started picking up crystals. The first strike hit me about 9 steps in. It hurt Dot. It genuinely hurt, and it also went into me and did not come out, and the wheel behind my heart turned over once and ate it. I stood there in the middle of the flash with my hair on end and understood completely, for the first time, what had been happening to me every night for 8 months. Behind me, at the tree line, 200 Qi induction disciples watched a Qi transformation boy get hit by a bolt from the ceiling of the sealed ruins and then bend down and pick up a crystal. I have been told what that sounded like. Apparently nobody said anything at all for a very long time. I was out there for 6 days. Not 6 trips, 6 days. I slept out there. I ate out there. I had a bag, and then I had a sack. And then I had a sack and a rolled-up outer robe, and I was leaving little piles at the tree line because I physically could not carry it. The strikes came about every 3 breaths. By the 2nd day, I had stopped noticing them the way you stop noticing rain. By the 4th day, I had started walking toward them, because a fresh strike means a fresh crystal, and if the crystal is going to be there in a moment, then the fastest way to get it is to be standing where the bolt is about to be. That is the sentence that eventually got repeated all over the sect, and I want to defend it. It is not brave. It is not even unusual. If lightning does not hurt you, then chasing lightning is simply the efficient route to the thing lightning makes. Everybody else was doing something much stranger, which was running away from money. I came off that plane on the 6th day with 2,100 starburst thunder crystals. The record for a single Qi induction disciple over a full 2-month season is 109. There were 200 people standing at that tree line, and I had to walk past all of them. Which is when the Chen twins decided to solve the problem. Chen Yuan and Chen Kuo were from Bihai Peak, which is a real peak, top 20, and they were the ranked 1st and 2nd of their year. They had come into the ruins expecting to leave with the season's best haul, because that is what the ranked 1st and 2nd of a top 20 peak do. They stepped in front of me on the tree line. "Half," said Chen Yuan. "I am sorry? You cannot carry it, and you are Qi transformation, and there is a 2-month walk back through the outer range. Half, and we escort you." "You are Qi induction," I said. "Both of you." "Yes." "Then have you considered walking out onto the plain?" Chen Kuo said, and I remember this exactly. "Do not be stupid. We would die." And I stood there for a second, with a robe full of 2,000 crystals, and I thought about a boy on a rock selling plates, and about a 50-year-old executive standing in a road, and about 200 people at a tree line watching one person do the obvious thing for 6 days. "Yes," I said. "That is the difference between us." I noticed. Chen Yuan hit me. He was Qi induction. He was 2 realms above me, and he was the ranked 1st of a top 20 peak, and he came in with a real art at full commitment. I slapped him. Open hand. Once. It was not even a technique, and I want to note that I had a 7th rank divine weapon on my back at the time and did not draw it, which was not restraint so much as it not occurring to me. He went off his feet, over the roots, and into a tree about 9 paces back and slid down it and did not get up. Chen Kuo looked at his brother, then at me. Then, very carefully, at my sack. "Take his feet," I said. "There is a healer at the entry camp." He took his brother's feet. And that was the last time anyone in the sealed ruins spoke to me about my haul. Here is where it gets serious. On the 12th day, I went further out than anybody had ever gone, because the near plain was picked over, and because I could simply walk in a straight line through a thing that stopped everyone else, and about 60 miles in the ground changed. There is a crater out there. It is 900 paces across, and the rock in it is fused into black glass. The storm above it is not a storm, it is one continuous column, a single unbroken discharge that has been standing in that spot for longer than my sect has existed. Nothing grows in it. There are no crystals. Everything that hits that glass has already been hit 10,000 times. I walked into it because I wanted to see, and about halfway across, I stopped being able to walk, and about 2/3 of the way, I stopped being able to stand. I went the last 100 paces on my hands and knees, with my whole body locked up and my teeth grinding, and in the middle of the crater, there was a man sitting cross-legged on the glass. He had been dead for a very long time. There was nothing left but an outline, a shape held together by the fact that the column had never stopped falling on it. A man made out of the space where a man had been. And when I got within about 6 paces, the outline spoke. I am not going to tell you it was a ghost, because it was not. It was a recording, A very old, very tired recording, made by somebody who had known he had about 1 hour left and had spent it well. "You walked in," he said. "Yes." "On your hands." The last bit. "How long," said the outline, "did it take you to cross the plain?" 12 days. There was a pause. "Say that again?" 12 days. I have been out there 12 days. "Standing under the fall?" Yes. The column above us moved. That is the only way I can put it. It did not change, but something in it turned its attention, and I felt every hair on my body lift. "My name," said the outline, "was Kai. They called me a true lord at the end, which is a word you will not understand yet and will understand far too well later. I did not die here. I finished here. There is a difference, and it is not a large one." He was silent for a bit. "I left 3 things," he said. "One of them requires you to survive the crater, which you have done, and I did not think anybody would, so I am going to be honest with you, boy. I am extremely surprised, and I no longer have the energy to be dignified about it." I sat down on the glass. I was going to fall over anyway. "What are the 3 things?" "The heavenly thunder unbreakable body," he said, "which is a body art, and it will do nothing for you, because I can see from here that you already have it, and I would very much like to know how." "I do not have it." "You have something that does the same job much worse and much faster," he said, "and I have been dead a long time, and I have never seen anything like it in my life, so let us both agree not to discuss it and get on." This was the first time anybody, alive or otherwise, looked at Eternal Moment and did not ask a single question about it. That a dead man on a glass floor was more polite about my business than any elder I ever met. The second thing is my art, Zhenlei, vibration. Everybody who cultivates thunder thinks thunder is force because that is what it looks like from underneath. It is not. It is a frequency. If you can put your frequency inside a thing, you do not have to be stronger than the thing. You only have to be inside it. The outline shifted. "I killed a great many people with a technique that does no damage at all on contact. It is my whole legacy, and it is embarrassingly simple, and nobody ever believes it until it is happening to them." "And the third?" "The third is a warning, and it is free, and you are going to ignore it." "Try me." "There was a man of my generation," said Kai. "He cultivated the same road. He was faster than me, and he was quicker than me, and he could not be caught, not by anyone. Yu Chang, they called him. He and I fought 11 times, and 11 times he did not lose, and 11 times he did not win, because he never once stood still long enough to hit anything." He let that sit. "You are going to be very fast," he said. "I can see it from here. Everyone who has ever been very fast has eventually discovered that being untouchable and being useful are 2 different careers, and the discovery is always expensive. Do not spend 40 years learning that. Learn it now, from a shape on a floor." The Zhenlei art went into me in about a minute. It felt like being handed a word for something I had been pointing at. I stayed in that crater for 11 days. Not for the art. The art took a minute. I stayed because the column was still falling, and I had worked out on the second day that 11 days under that thing was worth about 4 years under the ordinary plane. My wheel had absolutely no objection at all. When I came out, I was chi induction. I had gone into the sealed ruins 2 realms below the entry threshold. I came off that crater floor, having crossed the entire realm the ruins were designed for, in a hole that a true lord had used as a deathbed. I want to point out the joke here, in case it is not visible from where you are sitting. The sealed ruins turn away anyone above chi induction. I was now chi induction at the ceiling, which meant that when I finally walked back toward the array read me and closed. I was locked in. 2 months of season left, and I could not get out, and the 200 disciples on the other side could see me, and I could see them. There was a very awkward hour during which several people tried to explain the problem to an array that had been built 10,000 years ago by somebody who never imagined this specific idiot. So I did the only thing available, which was to turn around and go and look at the rest of it, which is how I fell into the second ruin. There is a hole in the eastern quarter of that plain that everybody has known about for 10,000 years, and nobody has ever gone into, because the sect surveyed it in its 3rd millennium and put a note in the archive that says, "Below qi induction level, pressure exceeds tolerance, entry fatal." The note was correct. The note had also been written by somebody who assumed that a person would go in on purpose. I went in because the ground gave way. I fell for about 9 seconds, which is a long time to have opinions in. The qi induction ruins are not a plane, they are a building. Somebody carved out the inside of that rock a very long time ago and made corridors and halls and doorways in proportions that were almost right for a person and slightly not, in the way that things built by people who are dead a long time are almost right. The pressure down there is the thing the archive note was about. It sits on you. Not on your body, on your qi, like a hand on a rope. Everything you do costs about 3 times what it should. I have since been in a venerables domain, and it is the same sensation. I now understand that whoever built those ruins had been able to do that to a whole building on purpose. I found the first corpse in the second corridor, sect robes, nobody I recognized, and the cut of them was 4,000 years out of date. I found the rope in the 9th. It was lying across a doorway, like somebody had dropped it on the way past. Gray, frayed, about 8 feet of it, the sort of thing you tie a goat with. I picked it up because I needed a rope. That is the entire reason. I had a sack of 2,000 crystals and no way to close it, and I picked up a piece of string. I tied the sack with it and went on and did not think about it again for 2 days. Then a thing came out of a side hall at me, and I am going to describe this as little as possible because describing it will not help either of us, and I put my hand out with the rope in it, and the rope came off the sack by itself and went through the thing and out the other side, and the thing stopped. I stood in that corridor holding 8 feet of frayed gray string, and I said out loud to nobody, "Oh, come on." The Ruyi Breaking Realm rope, 9th rank, low grade. It is, by the accounting of the sect I would eventually join in another world entirely, one of the 11 most valuable objects that has ever passed through the 100 Peaks Section 1. I had been using it to tie a bag. I would like to say I got smarter after that. I did not. I have since carried a divine weapon around as a barbecue skewer, and I will get to that, and I would like it noted that it worked extremely well. The hall was on the 4th level. It is round, and it is enormous, and there are 36 statues around the wall of it, and in the center there is a stone platform with a low dais, and on the dais there is nothing at all, which is the sort of detail that ought to make a person turn around. I went in. The doors shut. Then the statues stood up. I am going to skip most of the next 63 days, because it was 63 days of the same thing, and there is only so much you can say about it. The short version is that the statues do not stay dead. You break one, and it reassembles in about 40 minutes. There are 36. There is no exit. The room is designed to be a grave for whoever is in it, and it has been extremely successful at that for a very long time, judging by what was on the floor when I arrived. I killed the 36 statues, on average, once every 11 hours for 63 days. You want to know what that is like? It is not heroic. It is a job. By the 2nd week, I had a routine. By the 3rd, I had a preferred order because 4 of them were slow and could be put down early to reduce the traffic. By the 5th week, I had names for all of them. The tall one with the broken hand was called Uncle. And here is the thing that saved me, and it is going to sound stupid. Every time I broke one, the pressure in that room fed something into me. Not chi. The room was built to grind whatever was inside it, and grinding is a thing that my wheel is extremely fond of. And by the 2nd week, I understood that I was not surviving that haul. I was farming it. Also, I got hungry. There is no food in the Qi induction ruins. There are, however, beasts in the corridors, and I could not leave the hall. But the hall had a door, and about once every 3 days something would try to come in through it. So on the 19th day, I made a fire in the middle of the floor of a 4,000-year-old sealed chamber with the broken arms of animate statues for fuel, and I cooked. And I ate it in there, in the middle of the room, with 36 reassembling statues standing around the wall waiting for their turn, and it was the best I had eaten in months, because there is nothing in the world like being extremely hungry. On the 40th day, the ceiling opened, not for me. There was a survey party in the ruins, 4 Qi induction disciples from the sect. They came down onto the balcony above that hall and found a boy at a fire with 36 statues circling him, and one of them shouted down that they would go for help. I told them not to bother and asked if they had any salt. They did have salt. They lowered it on a line. Then they sat on the balcony for about 2 hours watching me kill Uncle, and then they went away. The story got back to the sect roughly 2 months before I did, which is why the entire 100 Peaks sect knew about the barbecue before it knew about anything else, and why for the next 3 years there was a persistent rumor that I had domesticated the ruins. On the 63rd day, I broke all 36 inside a single minute for the first time, and the dais opened. There was a man on it. He had been there a very long time, and there was less of him than there had been of Kai, and when he spoke, he did not bother with any preliminaries at all. "You are in a box," he said, "and you have been in it for 2 months, and you did not once try the door. The door does not open." "The door has never opened," said Yu-chang. "That is not the same as you having tried it." I sat down on the edge of the dais. My hands were shaking, which they had been doing for about a week, and which I had decided not to think about. "You are him," I said. "You fought Kai 11 times." The shape did something that might have been a laugh. "He is here," it said. "Of course he is here. He never could leave a thing alone." A pause. "Did he tell you about me?" "He said you were faster than him, and that you never won." "That is exactly what he would say." The shape settled. "Boy, do you know why I never lost?" "Because you were fast. Because I understood what thunder is for." And that is where I got the only genuinely important lesson of my first decade, and it took about 90 seconds. "Everyone who cultivates the Thunder Road thinks thunder is a weapon," said Yu-chang. It is not. Thunder is a road. It is the only thing in creation that goes from one place to another without being anywhere in between. Kai spent his life learning to put his frequency inside a thing. I spent mine learning to put myself inside the thunder. That is a movement art. That is a way of being in a place that does not require you to have crossed the distance, he said. Which is a movement art the way a river is a way of getting your feet wet. Watch. And the Yu-chang body went into me. It is not complicated. That is what I have never been able to make anyone understand. It has no forms. It has one rule. If there is lightning in a place, and the lightning is mine, then I am also potentially in that place. The decision is made in my head and not in my legs. I released a bolt across the hall to try it, and I arrived at the far wall before I had finished thinking about it, and I hit the wall with my face because I had not planned for the arrival. "Yes," said Yu-chang from across the room, "that is the part everybody does." He gave me one more thing before he went out. "Sangwoo," he said, "it is not a technique, it is a container. Every thunder in creation is a different thing with a different temper, and they do not mix, and any fool who tries to hold 2 of them at once will come apart at the seams. Sangwoo is the pot. It holds them, all of them, every kind." The shape was going thin. I only ever put 4 in it. 4 was considered obscene. "How many can it hold?" "Nobody knows," said Yu-chang. "Nobody has ever been stupid enough to find out. I have, over the years since, put a very great deal into that pot. I have honestly lost count. There is a moment much later in this story where a venerable of the toad race looks at what comes out of me and asks what kind of thunder that is, and the answer is that it is not a kind, it is a collection. It has been growing since a dead man handed me a container and told me nobody had ever been stupid enough. I got out on the 64th day because with the Yu-chang body the door was irrelevant, and the door was in fact still shut. That I have never checked whether it opens. And then I came around a corner on the 2nd level and found the slavers. I am going to tell this properly, and I am going to keep it short. There is a version of this scene in the version of me that has told this story in bars, and this is not that version. There were 11 of them, not sect, rogue cultivators who had come in through a crack in the eastern face and had spent the season doing what people do in ruins that other people are exploring, which is to wait at the exits. They had taken 4 people. 3 were sect disciples from a peak I did not know. 1 was a girl of about 15 with her hands tied, who was not a cultivator at all and had no business being within 100 miles of that place. I found out later she had come in as a porter's daughter with a supply train. They were not going to sell the disciples. They had already been through their rings. The disciples were going in the hole in the floor at the end of the corridor as soon as somebody could be bothered. The girl they were arguing about, because the eastern markets pay for a body with clean meridians and a girl with no cultivation is a clean set of meridians. There is a house 4 provinces east that buys them for a cauldron right. I heard that word from around the corner. Cauldron. I want you to understand that I had not thought about that word in a year. I had gone entire months without it. and a man in a corridor said it in the tone of a merchant discussing weight, and I was around that corner before I had made any decision at all. I did not use the blade. I want that recorded too, not because it makes me better, but because it is true, and I have thought about why. I used my hands, and it took under a minute, and I do not remember most of it. The part I do remember is that at the end I was standing over the last one, and he was talking, and I could not hear what he was saying because there was a noise in my head like a room being drained. None of them got up. The 3 disciples I cut loose and pointed at the eastern crack. The girl did not move. She sat there with her wrists still tied and looked at me. She had the exact expression I had seen on my own face in a bronze mirror on the second night in the West Courtyard, which is not fear. It is the face of somebody who has finished calculating and got a number they did not like. They said cauldron, she said. I heard, what is it? And I sat down on the floor of that corridor across from her, and I told her, all of it. The altar and the neat pattern of talismans and the 4 hours and the click. I have never told it to anyone else in that much detail, before or since, including my master, including my wife. When I finished, she said, how long ago? 14 months. She looked at me for a while. And you are the strongest thing in this building, she said, as far as I can tell. Good, she said. Her name was Zhou Jiamin, which she found funny because it is my family name and there is no relation whatsoever. Her father had been a porter on the supply train. He had not survived the eastern crack. I got her out and I put her on the first boat back, and I paid a great deal of money to a very reliable woman in the sect's outer town to house her. I did not think of her as anything in particular for about a year. She is my sister now. There was never a ceremony. My mother simply started referring to her as my sister in letters, and neither of us have the standing to argue with that. She is a Star River cultivator today on Zhenyu Peak, which is a thing that should not have been possible for a porter's daughter who started at 15, and every single elder who ever complained about her aptitude to my face has had a very interesting week afterwards. Anyway, that is her introduction, and it is the only sentimental thing in this section, and I would like to move on. Because on my way out of those ruins, I ran into Fang Bo-jun, and Fang Bo-jun was carrying 2 dead true lords in his chest. That fight is the reason people started being frightened of me. Fang Bo-jun was from Longwei Shang Peak, which is the 11th peak of the 100 Peaks sect, and which had spent 400 years being extremely pleased about that. He was 31. He was Immortal Bridge Realm, which put him 2 full realms above me, and he was the ranked first of his peak's entire generation. He had come into the sealed ruins on a special dispensation with an array that let him bypass the entry threshold, because that is a thing a top 10 peak can arrange for its best. And he had found something in the deep ruins that he should not have touched. I met him in the last corridor before the eastern crack, and I knew immediately that something was wrong with him, because he was standing in a doorway with his eyes shut, breathing like a man carrying furniture. You are Zhou Zichen, he said, without opening them. Yes. The one from Zhenyu Peak, the pseudo-aptitude. Yes. Good, said Fang Bo-jun. You will do. That is when he opened his eyes, and there were 2 other people looking out of them. I have never gotten a clean account of what he found down there. The archive has a theory, and the theory is that in the 3rd millennium, the sect sealed 2 remnants in the deep ruins, because a remnant is what is left when a true lord dies badly, and a true lord who dies badly does not stop wanting. Fang Bo-jun had gone down for a legacy. He had found 2, and they had found him, and they had come to an arrangement about who was going to be driving. He came at me across 40 feet of corridor without moving his feet. Fight comprehensively. He hit me 11 times. I know it was 11 because Zhou Jiamin was watching from behind me, and she counts, and I did not know that about her yet. And afterwards she said 11, and I said what? And she said 11, and that is how I found out. He broke my left arm in 3 places. He put me through 2 walls, and then a 3rd one, which I want to note, was structural. And around the 9th or 10th exchange, he got a hand flat on my chest and did something that made the whole world go white. I came back to myself lying against a pillar about 30 feet from where I had been. 2 true lords, even as remnants, even wearing a body 2 realms above me, they were 2 true lords. Here is the part where I would like to tell you about my brilliant counterattack. I did not have one. I was 19 years old with a broken arm and about 4 techniques, one of which was a rope. What I had was a wheel behind my heart that had spent 63 days in a grinding room and 11 days under a column. And what I did was, when he came in for the last time, I did not defend. I opened. I do not know a better word for it. Everything I had ever done up to that point had been about holding things in. And I looked at a man coming to put his hand through my chest with a dead True Lord's technique in it, and I simply stopped holding. And Eternal Moment turned over, and whatever those two remnants were made of, they went in, and they did not come out. Fang Bojun's hand was inside my ribs, and his face changed, and he said, very clearly, in a voice that was not his, "What is the—" And then there was a great deal of noise, and a light I could not look at, and when I could see again, I was sitting on the floor of that corridor, with my broken arm in my lap, and Fang Bojun was lying about 9 feet away, breathing, and entirely alone in there. Here is what happened. I did not understand it for years, and I understand it now. The wheel does not gather qi. That is what everybody assumes, including me, for a long time. It does not gather anything. It converts. It takes whatever is inside me, and it turns it into time, and time is the one commodity that is the same in every currency. 2 True Lord remnants poured themselves into a boy, and the boy's wheel treated them as a very large lunch. I do not know how much I got out of it. I have never been able to measure it. What I know is that I walked out of the sealed ruins that afternoon, and by the time I reached the entry array, I had crossed the entire Qi induction realm and gone into a mortal bridge. The array read me and turned me away for being too strong, which was a problem because the array is the only exit. I got out through the eastern crack, on foot, over 60 miles of scrub, carrying a man from Longwei Shang Peak with a broken mind on my back. I would like some acknowledgement for that, because Fang Bojun weighed a great deal and complained the entire way in 3 voices, 2 of which were extremely old. Longwei Shang Peak did not thank me. I want to walk through what happened next slowly, because it is my favorite thing that has ever happened at that sect, and because it is the reason there is currently no such thing as Longwei Shang Peak. I brought Fang Bojun out and handed him to his own peak's healers, and they put him in a bed and worked on him for 4 days. And on the 5th day, the peak master of Longwei Shang Peak stood up in the sect's judgment hall and formally accused me of attacking a senior disciple in the ruins and stripping his cultivation. The evidence was that Fang Bojun had gone into the ruins at Immortal Bridge and come out at Qi Induction, which was true. Losing 2 remnants takes a great deal with it. The evidence was also that I had gone in at Qi Transformation and come out at Immortal Bridge, which was also true. And the evidence was that I had a false aptitude reading on record. I want to be fair to Longwei Shang Peak. Given what they could see, they made the only case a reasonable person could make. A boy with a purchased foundation goes into a ruin 2 realms low and comes out 2 realms high. There is a senior disciple in a bed with holes in him. They asked for my cultivation to be sealed and my expulsion. The judgment hall was full, 200 people. Every peak sent somebody, because a false aptitude boy from the 94th peak being stripped in. Public is entertainment. My master came. Bai Ruoro had been awake for 11 days out of the previous 8 months, and she walked into that hall in a plain robe and sat down in the 94th chair, which is at the back, and she did not say one word during the entire proceeding. I want to tell you that her being in the room was worth more to me than anything anybody said in it. They asked me to answer, and I have thought about what I should have said. I should have described the corridor. I should have named the 2 remnants. I had a witness, an actual witness, a 15-year-old girl standing at the back of that hall who had counted 11 strikes. What I actually said, because I was 19 and I had been carrying a man across 60 miles of scrub and I had run entirely out of patience, was this. Longwei Shang Peak says I took his cultivation, I said. Fine, then let us find out. Bring him in here and let him say it. He is not able to speak, said the peak master. Then bring him in here and let him not say it in front of everybody. There was some noise. I will make this simple, I said. Longwei Shang Peak has made a claim about what happened in a room with 2 people in it. One of them is in a bed. I am the other one. So here is my offer, and it is open to that entire peak, all 400 of them, in any order, any number at a time. I looked at the peak master. If any disciple of Longwei Shang Peak can take 1 exchange off me in this arena, I said, I will accept the ceiling and walk out of this sect on my own feet. Silence. And if they cannot, I said, then Longwei Shang Peak will change its name. The noise that came out of that hall, because everybody assumed it was arrogance, and it was not, or not only. A sect peak's name is its ancestor's name. It is on the arch, and it is in the register, and it is the one thing 400 years of a lineage actually owns. I had just proposed a stake that no peak could accept, and no peak could refuse in front of 200 witnesses. The peak master of Longwei Shang Peak went white, and then red, and then said yes, because he had 400 disciples watching him, and a boy from the 94th peak had asked him a question about his ancestors. They sent 11 people. Now the fourth one. She was a woman named Fang Yingjie, Immortal Bridge, second, and she was better than Fang Bojun had been before the remnants, and she got the exchange. She genuinely got it. She came in low, and she took my guard apart with a spear form I had never seen, and she put the point 3 inches into my shoulder. There was a sound in that arena like a hall full of people inhaling at once. And then I did not fall down, and she pulled the spear back, and there was no give behind it at all. She looked at the point of her own weapon with an expression I have described to you before. That was an exchange, I said. You take it. Nobody else on your peak is going to get one, and I would rather it was you. She stared at me. You would let the whole thing go on a technicality. I offered a stake, senior sister, I said. You met it. I am not going to argue about it in front of 200 people to keep a joke. And Fang Yingjie of Longwei Shang Peak, who had every reason in the world to take that and go home, stood there in the middle of the arena with a spear in her hand and said, loudly, so it carried, it was not clean. He did not move because he did not need to. I did not take an exchange. I made a hole in a wall. Nobody had asked her to say that. There was no version of the afternoon in which saying that helped her. I have never forgotten it. 11 years later, when the sky came apart over that sect and every peak had to decide what it was, Fang Yingjie of the peak formerly called Longwei Shang went out onto that wall, and I am going to tell you what she did there. I am telling you now that it does not surprise me at all. They sent 7 more after her. None of them got anything. At the end, the peak master of Longwei Shang Peak stood up in the judgment hall, with 400 disciples behind him, and asked, in a voice like a man reading his own sentence, what name I proposed. And I said, I do not care, which was worse. I understand that now. At the time, I genuinely did not care, and I said so, and it landed like a slap. The hall took it as the single most contemptuous thing anybody had said all day. Then the peak will choose, he said. Fine, choose something short. They picked Longwei Shang, without the second character. It is now the 11th peak, called Longwei Peak, and it is a good peak, with a good record, and there is a stone in front of the arch with the old name on it that they did not take down, and I respect them enormously for that. 2 weeks later, the sect gave me the celestial demon Thunderblade, not as a reward. I want to be precise. The sect does not reward people. The sect had a problem, which was that an Immortal Bridge Realm inner disciple with a 7th rank weapon had just publicly humiliated a top 20 peak. The sect's solution to problems like that is to attach the person to something expensive so that they belong to the institution. The Celestial Demon Thunderblade is a high-grade 8th rank divine weapon, and it is 36 blades. That is what it is. It comes apart. It is a set of 36 short blades that lock into a disc and spin above your head and drop thunder in a radius, or come apart and go in 36 directions. It had been in the sect vault for 2,000 years, because operating 36 independent blades requires a divided attention that most cultivators simply do not have. They handed it to me in a case in front of an assembly, and the elder said, kindly, that I should not be discouraged if I only managed 6 or 7. I got 12 on the first afternoon. I got all 36 by the end of the month, which the archive says is a record, and which was not talent. Divided attention is easy when you have spent 63 days keeping track of which of 36 statues is currently getting back up. Uncle taught me that. I have never told anybody that a divine weapon record is owed to a broken statue in a sealed hall. And then, having acquired an 8th rank weapon, a 7th rank blade, a 9th rank rope, a pair of wings, and a mountain of crystals, I went into business. You remember the whole. 100 Peaks Cliff. 4,000 divine weapons drifting in a wheel over a drain, 90,000 years, 211 dead. Nobody has ever brought anything up. I had brought something up. I had brought something up by hugging a wall, which is not a technique that can be taught, and which is also completely unnecessary once you can put yourself inside your own lightning. So I went to the sect's elders and I made a proposal. It went to the mountain guardian elder, who is the man who watches that cliff, and who I had at that point never met and assumed was a groundskeeper. The proposal was this: any disciple of the 100 Peaks sect may hire me to descend 100 Peaks cliff. I bring up one weapon of their choosing, from the outer wheel, chosen by them from a map I draw. The fee is paid in starburst thunder crystals, because at that point I had discovered that crystals went into the wheel behind my heart considerably better than spirit stones did. I had 2,000 of them and wanted more. The sect thought about it for 6 days. Then the mountain guardian elder sent down a single line, which I have kept, which reads, "He may. Anything he brings up belongs to whoever paid for it. Anything he does not bring up belongs to the cliff. Do not ask me to fish him out." I ran that business for 4 years, 611 descents. I have the ledger. I brought up 247 divine weapons for other people and 41 for myself. I lost one, which was a very good bell that got away from me. In the 3rd year, and which I would still like back, the price went up every year and nobody ever argued because there was no competing supplier and there never has been. Which is the sentence I had to say roughly 200 times over 4 years, because the descent requires contact. That is the mechanic. I cannot bring a person down with me, but I can bring a person's chosen weapon up if I have their chi signature to key it. The simplest way to key a chi signature is to hold the client's hand for about 4 seconds at the rail. 4 seconds. At the rail. In front of everybody. Which meant that for 4 years, roughly every 3rd day, some enormous senior brother from a top 10 peak with a beard and a reputation would come to the edge of 100 Peaks cliff to commission a weapon, and would be told, by an increasingly unbothered young man with a ledger, that he would first need to hold hands. And about a third of them would try to argue, and I would say the same sentence every time, and I would like it on the record that I never once said it unkindly. "I do not hold hands with men," I would say, 50 stones extra. I made an absolutely obscene amount of money on that surcharge. The sect tournament comes around every 60 years, and it is the single most important thing in the Eastern Range. And because I was making a great deal of money and I had a business, my master made me. Bai Ro woke up for 11 days that spring, and one of those days she spent standing at the rail of 100 Peaks cliff watching me take a commission from a man from Beehigh Peak, and afterwards she said, without any preamble at all, "You are going to the tournament." "Master, I have 43 descents booked." "You have a hole and a ledger," she said, "and in 11 years you will still have a hole and a ledger, and you will be the most successful merchant in the sect, and one day something will come over the mountain that does not care about either." She let that sit. "You have a wheel in your chest, Zhou, she said, "and you are using it to run a delivery service." I want to say I argued. I did argue. I lost, in about 4 exchanges, to a woman who had been awake for a total of 11 days that year, and I went to the tournament. The sect tournament is exactly what it sounds like, and I will not spend long on it, because the tournament itself was not the point, and everyone involved knew it. The 6 great sects of the Eastern Range send their best under Immortal Bridge. There is a bracket. There are stands. There are elders in the stands doing arithmetic about which of these children will be worth investing in. I won it. I want to move past that quickly, because it is not interesting, and because the actual reason everyone remembers that tournament is what happened in the round of 16. My opponent in the round of 16 was from Daoshuan sect. His name was Ma Qifeng, and he was, by common agreement, the best thing that sect had produced in 200 years. He was the reason people had come. He was better than me at everything except one thing. He was faster. He had more technique. He had a proper master and a proper lineage and 11 years of formal instruction. He opened with a sequence that I could not follow with my eyes, and that I have since had described to me by 4 different people and still cannot follow. He hit me 41 times. Zhou Jiamin counted. She was in the stands. 41. And I stood there and let him do it, because on about the 6th I had understood what was going to happen, and I had decided that the stands should see it. Around the 35th, the noise in the arena changed. Around the 39th, it stopped altogether. At 41, Ma Qifeng of Daoshuan sect took 3 steps back and stood there breathing, and his face did the thing. Because he was not a fool, and he was not arrogant, and he had simply done everything correctly, and it had not worked. Are you finished? I said. That is the entire thing I said. 3 words. And Dao Xuan's sect has hated me from that day to the end of its existence, which came about 11 years later, at my hands, in a fire that burned for 10 days. I hit him once. Afterwards, in the stands, an elder of Dao Xuan's sect said something to an elder of the Crimson Fiend sect, quietly, in a crowd, and neither of them knew that a 19-year-old girl with a habit of counting things was sitting 2 rows below. What he said, according to Zhou Jiamin, was, "That is not a disciple. That is a problem that has not been solved yet. Remember those 2 sects sitting next to each other in the stands. It matters a great deal later, and it took me 11 years to work out that it had been visible from the start." The prize for the tournament was entry to the Myriad Manifestations secret realm, which is where the Eastern Range keeps the good things, and which the 6 sects open jointly once every 60 years, and which I am going to summarize in 4 sentences because it was, honestly, a shopping trip. It is a valley in a bubble. It has beasts in it. Everything in it regrows in 60 years, and everything in it is worth money. I went in with 40 people and came out 11 days later having personally accounted for about 60% of what came out. And then, at the very back of it, in a place the other 5 sects had walked past twice, I found the crack. Here is the geography of the world I grew up in. I did not understand it at 19, and it explains everything that came after. There is our world, which is a major 1,000 world, and which contains 6 great sects and a great many small ones, and about 100 million people, and which we all thought was, more or less, everything. And there is the outer territory battlefield. It is not a place, it is a between. Every race has a passage into it, and every race's passage comes out in the same enormous nowhere. The whole thing exists because at some point in the past, the races collectively agreed that it was better to have one shared field to fight and rob each other in than to keep coming through each other's front doors. Human beings have 4 cities in it, that is all. 4 cities and a great deal of nervousness. I found the crack at the back of the Myriad Manifestations secret realm because the realm's bubble had worn thin against the outer territory in one spot, and I put my hand on it. It was cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. I went through, obviously. Now, the outer territory battlefield is where I stopped being a sect prodigy and became whatever I am now, and it took about 4 years. I am going to give you the parts that matter. The first thing you learn out there is that nobody is on your side. The second thing you learn is that everyone can tell what you are from 300 paces, because a human being in the outer territory battlefield looks like a human being. There are 11,000 races out there, and about 9,000 of them consider us to be recent, presumptuous, and soft. The third thing you learn is that this is enormously convenient, because it means you never have to work out who is going to attack you. I spent the first 11 months alone, and I killed a great many people, and I am not going to pretend I feel complicated about it. Every single one of them opened. I never once opened. That is not a moral position, it is just the shape of the thing, and in the second year, in a place they call the Grey Reach, I found the 10 directions extinction divine thunder. The 10 great thunders are exactly what they sound like. There are 10 thunders in creation that are not weather, and every one of them is a named thing with a temper, and a cultivator of the thunder road who acquires one is set for life. 2 is unheard of. Nobody has ever held 3 because they do not share. The 10 directions extinction is ranked second. It was in a canyon that had been on fire for an indeterminate number of centuries, and it was guarded by nothing whatsoever because it did not need to be. Everything that had ever gone into that canyon had come apart. There were things in the walls that had been very large before they became part of the geology. I walked in and it went through me for 9 days. I did not fight it. That is the whole story of how I have every thunder I have. I do not fight them. I open, and Sang-Woo holds the pot, and a dead man told me nobody had ever been stupid enough to find out how much it takes. I have spent my entire life being exactly that stupid on purpose. I came out of the canyon on the 10th day at Star River Realm with the second-ranked thunder in creation sitting in my chest, making the air around me smell like a struck rock. And I walked directly into a cage. There was a fox in it. Because this is the part of my life that has been told wrong by more people than any other, and I would like it straight. The Yao races are not beasts. I want that stated first. They are people who happen to have started somewhere else, and the fox lineages are among the oldest and proudest of them. And a 9-tailed fox is roughly the equivalent of a sect's peak master with about 4,000 years of family behind her. Li Peijun had 8 tails when I found her. She was in a suppression cage in a slaver camp belonging to the hyena clan, and she had been in it for 2 months. And the reason she was in it is that 8-tailed fox essence is worth an obsolete amount to a certain kind of buyer. The hyena clan had gotten very lucky and knew it. There were 40 of them in that camp. I did not free her out of the goodness of my heart, and I am going to be honest about that because she has told this story at dinner about 200 times, and she always corrects that part. I attacked the camp because it was a hyena clan forward camp, and hyena clan forward camps carry payroll. The cage was incidental. I was 3/4 of the way through the camp before I even saw it. And when I did see it, there was a woman in it with 8 tails and a very level expression who had clearly been listening to the entire fight, and who said, before I had said anything at all, "If you open this, I will take your head off." Why? Because you are human, she said, and because I have spent 2 months in a box, and because those are 2 separate reasons, and either one is sufficient. That is fair, I said, and I opened it. She came out of that cage in about 1/4 of a second, and she was faster than anything I have ever seen before or since. I mean that, including things I have fought at 3 realms above me. 8 tails is not decorative. She got a hand on my throat and put me into the ground so hard that I was in it up to the shoulders, and then she stopped, because I had, in the same 1/4 second, gotten the rui rope around her waist. So there we were. She had me by the throat in a hole. I had 8 feet of a 9th-rank divine weapon around her middle. Neither of us could move. We stayed like that for a while. "This is not going anywhere," I said eventually. "No, I'm going to count to 3 and let go of the rope. Then I will take your head off." "Yes," I said, "and then you will be standing alone in a hyena clan camp with a suppression collar still on your neck and no idea where the key is, and I will be dead, and neither of us will have had lunch." There was a pause of about 4 seconds, and I have thought about that pause a great deal because I could feel exactly how close it was. "Where is the key?" she said. "In the tent behind you, in a box, under the ledger." "Why do you know that?" "Because I checked the ledger first," I said. "I always check the ledger first." Li Pei-jun let go of my throat. We negotiated for 2 hours in that camp, sitting on opposite sides of a fire. I want to be clear that she did not thank me once during the entire conversation, and that I did not expect her to. Her position was that I had attacked the camp for money, that opening the cage was an afterthought, and that she therefore owed me nothing except a debt for the collar, which she valued at exactly 1 favor to be redeemed at a time of her choosing. That she would prefer to settle it immediately so as to be quit of me. My position was that this was extremely reasonable, and that I would like the favor to be a guided tour. That is genuinely what I asked for. I had been in the Outer Territory battlefield for a 1.5 years, and I did not know where anything was. There was a person in front of me with 4,000 years of family who had grown up out here. She looked at me for a long moment across that fire. "You want a map," she said. "I want somebody who knows which of these races will talk and which will not, and who owes whom, and where the passages come out. I can find the money myself. I cannot find the politics. And in exchange, you said 1 favor, take 4 years of it, I will pay expenses." Li Pei-jun was quiet for a bit. "You are the strangest human being I have met," she said, "and I have met 4. She came for the debt. That she stayed for reasons neither of us discussed for a very long time. That she is the only person alive who has ever beaten me at anything. That the thing she beat me at was an argument about whether we were friends, which she won by pointing out that I had spent 11 days walking her home. That is all I am going to say about it in this section. She would want it that way, and also she is going to hear this eventually. She had 9 tails by the end. I will tell you how, because it is one of the 2 best things I have ever done with money, and because it happened in a dead man's cave with a woman who I would later come to understand had been the most feared cultivator in the entire Eastern Range, and who spent her last century boiling a tree. Wen Meiying True Lord died about 600 years ago, and her immortal cave is in a fold of the Outer Territory that has no name. I found it because Li Pei-jun knew where 4,000 years of fox families had agreed never to go. "There is a woman in there," she said, on the ridge above it. "Human. She has been dead for a long time, and nobody goes in." "Why not?" "Because the last thing she did before she died," said Li Pei-jun, "was kill everyone who came to see if she was dying." The cave was open. The array on it had gone down centuries back. Inside, there was a stone room, a stone bed, a body that had been sitting up for 600 years, and a pool. And in the pool, in about 4 inches of pale liquid at the bottom, was the thing she had spent her last 100 years making. There was a spirit evolution sacred tree in that room. There had been, anyway. What was left of it was a stump in the middle of the pool and a great deal of ash, because she had cut it down and boiled it. A spirit evolution sacred tree is one of the 11 named plants. It changes what a body is. You do not eat it and you do not absorb it. It grows for 9,000 years and then it flowers once. The flower changes the aptitude of one person once, and then the tree dies. Wen Mei Ying True Lord had one, and it was not going to flower in her lifetime. She was going to die at True Lord Peak, having never gotten past the wall. So she cut it down and boiled it. There was a note on the wall in her hand, scratched into the stone with a fingernail. It is 11 characters long, and I have never been able to get it out of my head. It says, "It did not work, perhaps for less than me." She had tried to make a 9,000-year flower into a solution and drink it. It had not worked because she was already at the top of what a body can be, and there was nothing left in her to change. But she had made about 4 inches of it, and 4 inches of a boiled spirit evolution sacred tree is enough to change the aptitude of somebody who is not at the top of anything. I stood in that room for a long time, and I want to tell you what I felt, and it was not greed. It was the specific, ugly feeling of finding out that the reason you have something is that somebody better than you spent a century failing. I took 2/3 of a cup. Li Peijun took 2/3 of a cup, and grew her 9th tail 4 days later on the floor of that cave, screaming, and told me afterwards that she would have done it again, and that I was never to speak of it. And I put the rest in a sealed jade flask, and carried it for 11 months across the outer territory battlefield, and through a passage, and over a mountain range, and up the path of the 94th peak of the 100 Peaks sect. I put it on a table in front of my master. Now, my aptitude, for a moment. Pseudo-aptitude. False reading. Purchased foundation. It had been on my file for 4 years, and it had been said out loud to my face in a hall of 60 people by a very polite gray man. And the joke, which I did not understand until I was standing in Wen Mei Ying True Lord's cave with a cup in my hand, is that the stone had been right. I did not have an aptitude. I had never had one. Whatever I had been born with was drained out of me on an altar at 12 years old and replaced with a wheel. The wheel does not care about aptitude. The wheel converts time, and time is not a talent. The stone had looked at me and found foundation with nothing behind it. It had reported that accurately, and every single person in that sect had drawn the wrong conclusion from a correct measurement for 4 years. So I drank 2/3 of a cup of a 9,000-year tree, and for the first time in my life, I had one. And the wheel got faster. I do not have a good number for you. What I can tell you is that before the cup, a level took me somewhere around 40 days. After it, somewhere around 25. Which brings me to the Thunder Tribulation, and to the single most dishonest thing I have ever done, and I would do it again tomorrow. You cannot enter Golden Body Realm without a heavenly tribulation. Everybody knows this. 9 sets of 9, 81 bolts, and you either come out or you do not, and the sects lose about 1/3 of everyone who tries. I was not the one having it. There was a man called Han Wei Hao, a Star River cultivator of the Crimson Fiend sect. He had come out to the outer territory battlefield to have his tribulation, which is a common practice, because a tribulation in your own world brings every enemy you have ever made down on your head at the worst possible moment. He had come out with 11 bodyguards and a formation, and about 200,000 spirit stones of tribulation treasures, and he had picked a valley, and he was extremely well prepared. And I was on a ridge about a mile away, watching, because the sky had gone black over a valley, and I have never in my life been able to walk away from that. The first bolt came down, and I felt it from a mile away, and something in my chest sat up. Here is what I did, and a great many people have described it as insane, and it is not. It is simply reading the actual rules instead of the ones everybody assumes. A tribulation belongs to the person having it. It is aimed. It falls on them. It is not, as everyone acts, a weather event over a region. It is not, however, aimed with any great precision at the edges. So I walked to the edge. I got to about 200 paces from Han Wei Hao's formation, and I sat down, and I put myself in the outer skirt of the tribulation field. I let the overspill hit me for the entire 81 bolts. Han Wei Hao's 11 bodyguards saw me on about the 9th. There was a great deal of shouting. 2 of them came at me and got about halfway, and then a bolt landed between us, and they went back, because you cannot cross a tribulation field. That is the entire point of tribulation fields. So they stood there for 2 hours, watching a stranger sit in the skirt of their young master's heavenly tribulation, absorbing the overspill like a man warming his hands at somebody else's fire. Han Wei Hao survived his tribulation. I want to make that clear. I did not steal it. 81 bolts came down on him, and 81 bolts is 81 bolts whether or not there is a man sitting in the outer ring collecting the splash. He came out of it at Golden Body Realm, exhausted, having spent 200,000 stones. And I stood up out of the skirt with about 1/5 of a tribulation in my chest that had cost me nothing at all, and I looked at him across 200 paces, and I did the only thing available. I bowed. Properly. Full depth. Because it was polite, and because he had genuinely done all the work, and because there was absolutely nothing else you can do in that situation that is not worse. I have been told by 4 separate people that Han Wei Hao of the Crimson Fiend sect described that bow in a report, and that the report is why the Crimson Fiend sect had a file on me 3 years before anybody thought I was worth a file. I would apologize, but he did get his breakthrough. 2 months later, I killed my first golden body cultivator. I was Star River. That is 1 full realm below. Point On runs off it. He was from the Antler race, and his name did not survive the encounter, and he came at me on open ground with 4 others because a lone human at Star River is a payday. I had the 10 Directions extinction in my chest, a body art that had been eating a grinding room for 2 months, the Yu Chang body, the Zhen Lei art, an 8th rank divine weapon in 36 pieces, and about 9 years of accumulated foundation in a 4-year-old. He got 1 exchange. I do not remember it. That is the honest truth. I remember the 4 who came with him, and I remember taking the rings afterwards, and I do not remember the golden body at all. It was only 2 days later, sitting on a rock counting what I had taken, that I looked at one of the rings and understood what tier of person it had come off. I sat there for a while with that ring in my hand, because up until then, everything I had done had a story attached. The 3rd elder let me hit him first. The clan chief was 5 levels up, but I had lightning in my bones. Fang Bojun had 2 remnants in him, and they went the wrong way. There was no story on that ring. A golden body cultivator of an established race had come at a Star River human on open ground, and it had taken 1 exchange. There was no explanation for it except the plain one. That was the day I stopped thinking of myself as somebody who was catching up. I went home the following spring. I had been out in the outer territory battlefield for 4 years, and I came back through the passage with 11 storage rings and a fox and a great deal of money. The first thing I did was go to a market town 2 days downriver from a valley I have not named in some time. My parents were not at the inn. The woman there had a letter. It was 4 months old. It said that a cultivator had come through in the autumn and taken an interest in the fact that a crippled man with the destroyed Dantian was living quietly on money that no crippled man should have, and that questions had been asked about where a boy had gotten it, and that they had moved. I found them in 11 days. They were in a village called Qingshui, in a rented back room. My father was doing accounts for a grain merchant for 8 copper a day because the money had run out, because at some point in the previous autumn, a young man of Daoshuan's sect named Su Zihua had decided that a cripple with a fat purse in a village was funny. He had not taken it all at once. That is what I want you to understand about Su Zihua. He was not a bandit. He was a 26-year-old inner disciple of a great sect posted to a regional office, with a great deal of time and a small imagination. He had discovered a man who could not fight back and had made a hobby of it. He would come by every few weeks. He would take some. He would make my father carry things. Once, in the market, in front of about 60 people, he had made him kneel and apologize to a horse. That is not a metaphor. There was a horse. My mother told me this, sitting on the edge of a bed with her hands in her lap, and her voice completely level, and my father sat in the corner and did not say anything at all, And when I looked at him, he looked at the floor. That is the thing I have never gotten over. Not the ice spear, not the 4 hours. My father, who came at 5 cultivators with a kitchen cleaver, looking at a floor. He comes on the 11th, my mother said. For the months. Good, I said. Xu Zihua of Daoshuan's sect came into Qingshui village on the 11th with 2 companions and walked into that back room without knocking and found a young man sitting in the chair by the window. Who are you? He said. And I said, I am the boy who has been paying for this room, because there is a version of this story where I make a speech. I did not make a speech. I did not identify myself. I did not tell him what sect I was from or list what I was carrying. I asked him one question. How many times? He did not understand. How many times what? The market, I said. How many times in the market? And Xu Zihua, who was an inner disciple of a great sect, and had never in his life been in a room where he was not the most important person, looked at a stranger in a chair and said, Are you going to be a problem? I broke his hands, both of them, at the wrist, and I did it slowly enough that his 2 companions had time to get to the door. I let them go because I wanted them to get back to the regional office of Daoshuan's sect and report it. Then I picked him up and carried him out into the market square of Qingshui village, and I put him down on the stones in front of about 60 people, some of whom had been there in the autumn, and I said, This is Xu Zihua of Daoshuan's sect. Some of you have seen him before. Nobody said anything. He is going to stay there, I said, until somebody from his sect comes to collect him. I would suggest that nobody help. Then I went back inside and told my father to pack, because we were going up the mountain. They came for him after 4 days. It took Daoshuan's sect 4 days to send anybody, which tells you exactly how much they valued a regional inner disciple. And by then, my parents and my sister and a fox were on a flying boat. Yenyo Rong is the woman who arranged it. She runs the outer commerce of the sect, and she is the only person alive who has ever gotten money out of me at full price without an argument. And she moved my entire family up onto Zhenyu Peak in 9 days, including a dispensation for 2 non-cultivators. She charged me 43,000 spirit stones and was worth every one. My mother started cultivating at 46. Nobody thought anything would come of it. She is at Qi guiding now, and she is unbearably smug about it, and she mentions it in every letter. My father did not. He could not. There is nothing there to work with. But somewhere in that first year, he stopped looking at floors, and about 18 months in, I came up the path one evening and found him sitting on the wall of the spirit field arguing with Xu Fenfang about crop rotation, and he was winning. He did not stop when I arrived. That is the thing I bought with 4 years in the outer territory battlefield. Not the thunder, not the rings. An argument about crop rotation. And about 2 weeks after that, Longwei Xiang Peak, which was now called Longwei Peak, decided that the land at the foot of the mountain where I had put my parents had actually belonged to them for the last 100 years. The man Longwei Peak sent about the land was called Fang Jin Hai, and he was a cousin of the Peak Master, and he had brought a deed. I want to give him credit for the deed. It was a real deed. It was 106 years old, and it covered 11 acres at the foot of the 11th peak. There is a genuine and boring argument to be had about whether the boundary drawn on it includes the terrace where I had put a house for 2 people who cannot cultivate. He did not come to have the argument. He came with the deed and 9 people, and he arrived at 11 in the morning while my mother was hanging washing. This land is Longwei Peaks, he said. Your people are on it. They go today. They are not people, they are my parents, and there is a lease in the sect office. The office made an error. Then take it to the office. I am taking it to you, said Fang Jinhai, because you are what is standing here, and because everybody has heard about Zhenyu Peak's inner disciple and his money, and Longwei Peak has decided we are not going to be the peak that pretends not to notice. That is a real position, and I want to acknowledge it. 4 years earlier, I had taken a name off an arch in front of 200 people, and Longwei Peak had been eating it every day since, and a man had finally worked out that the way to get it back was to make me look like the bully in front of a washing line. He was not wrong about the strategy. He was wrong about the venue. Move her, I said. What? You said today, so move her. She is 9 feet from you. Go and take the basket out of her hands and walk her off the terrace, and I will not touch you until you do. Nobody moved. That is what I thought, I said. Now here is the actual situation. You are correct that there is a boundary question. I am going to buy the 11 acres from Longway Peak at 4 times the assessed rate in stones this afternoon, and your peak master is going to sign it, and the whole thing will be finished by dinner, and everybody will be able to say they won. Fang Jinhai's face went through several stages. And if we refuse? Then I will buy the 600 acres around it, I said, and Longway Peak will have 11 acres of terrace in the middle of my land with no road to it. He should have taken the money. I want that noted. The money was on the table for about 9 seconds. He came at me instead, because there were 9 of his own people watching, which is the reason for approximately 80% of everything bad that has ever happened to anyone. I broke his leg. One leg, once, at the thigh, and I set him down on the grass with a good deal more care than he deserved, and I paid for the healer. The sale went through that afternoon at 4 times assessed. The peak master signed it. Everybody said they won. And 9 days later, Longway Peak sent Fang Junjie. Fang Junjie was the peak master's brother, and he was Golden Body Realm, which at that time, in the 100 Peaks sect, made him one of the 40 strongest people on the mountain. He did not come with a deed, and he did not come at 11 in the morning. He came at night, to the terrace, while 2 non-cultivators were asleep in a house on it. Because it changes what I did. He was not there to fight me. He was there to make a point about how easily a house on a terrace can stop being a house, and he had chosen the hour deliberately. There is a version of that night where I arrived 9 minutes later. I did not arrive 9 minutes later. I was on the roof because I had been on that roof every night for 9 days, because I am not an idiot. He got one word out. The word was, so. I have thought about how to describe the next part, and I am going to give you the result and not the process, because the process is not something I want in anybody's head. He did not walk after that night. He is alive. He is on Longway Peak now, and he has an office and a chair and a very good reputation for administration. But he did not walk after that night, and his brother, the Peak Master, came up to Jinyu Peak the following morning to say something, and got as far as the gate, and stood there for a while, and turned around and went home. Nobody from Longway Peak has ever come onto that terrace again. And 2 days after that, my master gave me the boundary lightning. I want to slow down here because it is the most important object in this entire story, and everybody skips past it. Bai Ruoro woke up for it specifically. She had been under for 7 months. She came out to the terrace and sat down on the wall next to me and did not say anything for a while. And then she put a small black box on the stones between us. "Do you know what a cauldron is?" she said. I did not answer for a moment. "Yes," I said. "I know you do," she said. "I read your file the year you came. I have never mentioned it, and I am mentioning it now because you need to understand where this came from." She opened the box. There was nothing in it. That is what it looks like. There is a piece of absolute dark about the size of a plum sitting in a box. The dark does not reflect, and it does not move. And if you look at it for more than about 4 seconds, you start to feel that you have forgotten something. "That is boundary lightning," said my master. Third of the 10 great thunders, the thunder of halting. What does it do? It stops the person holding it from ever breaking through again. I looked at her. "Not it might," she said. "Not it is dangerous. It stops you. Permanently, at whatever level you are on the day you take it in. Every cultivator who has ever held it has been frozen at that point until they died." Then why does anybody take it? "Because, in defense, there is nothing in creation like it," said Bai Ruoro. "It eats, not blocks, eats. It takes a technique that is coming at you, and it consumes it, and the chi goes into your reserves. A cultivator at Immortal Bridge holding boundary lightning can stand in front of a golden body's full art and get fatter." She was quiet for a moment. "Mei Lan took it 400 years ago," she said. "She was the finest cultivator this peak has produced. She was golden body at 31. She took it because there was a war on, and she wanted to hold a pass, and she held the pass, and she was golden body for the next 380 years, and she died golden body." "And the second one?" My master looked at me. "Guo Chunhua," she said, 90 years ago. He tried to get it out. How? He found an old text that said the halting could be transferred to a vessel, a prepared body with the right foundation. It is not a lie exactly. It can. The vessel does not survive it. She was looking at the box, not at me. He tried it 11 times. The 11th one killed him too, because by then there was not enough of him left to hold the thing he was trying to move. And there it was. That is where it comes from, I said. The cauldron rite. My clan did not invent it. Your clan, said my master, was using a bad copy of a technique developed on this mountain by a member of this peak 90 years ago to try to get rid of a thunder that we have kept in a box ever since because nobody has been willing to destroy it and nobody has been willing to use it. She pushed the box across the stone. I am giving it to you, she said, and I am telling you exactly what it does, and I have never told a disciple anything this important without also telling them not to. So, do not. I sat there and looked at a piece of dark in a box that was the great-grandfather of the array that was cut into the floor of my family's ancestral hall. And then I picked it up. Understand why? Because it was not defiance. Everybody who has ever held the boundary lightning has been stopped by it, because everybody who has ever held it cultivated the normal way, by gathering. The halting sits in the gathering and closes it. I do not gather. I have never gathered. There is a wheel behind my heart that converts, and it does not go through the channel that the halting closes. I had been reasonably sure of that for about 11 seconds before I picked up the box, and completely sure of it about 4 seconds after. It went in. It sat down. It did absolutely nothing to me. And Bai Ruoro, who had woken up out of a 7-month sleep to hand her disciple a thing she was certain would end his advancement forever, watched a boy pick up the thunder of halting and then break through to Star River Peak 11 days later on schedule. She did not say anything about it. She has never said anything about it. She simply looked at me for a very long moment on that terrace and then went and had a cup of tea. I have always understood that to be the single largest reaction she has ever had to anything. It saved my life 4 months later. I have never made a secret of that, and I want to lay it out plainly, because the boundary lightning is the reason I am alive, and it is the reason a great many other people are not. In defense, it is a mouth. Everything that has ever been thrown at me since that day has been thrown into a thing that eats. It does not stop the first strike. It does not stop the 11th. Somewhere around the point where an ordinary defense collapses, mine begins getting stronger because it has been feeding. There is a moment in this story, a long way from here, where 5 venerables release everything they have at me simultaneously, in a domain, with my golden bodies already broken. I am going to walk out of that. And when I tell you about it, I want you to remember a woman on a terrace pushing a box across the stone and saying, "Do not, now." The assassination. Fang Shijie was a life extension realm elder of the 100 Peaks sect, and he had been on that mountain for 211 years. I had spoken to him maybe 4 times in my life, all of them about scheduling. He came for me on the empty path between the 94th peak and the outer terraces, at the 4th hour after noon, on a clear day, in the middle of the sect. That is what nobody expects, and that is why it worked. I had spent 4 years in the outer territory battlefield, where everything is trying to kill you, and I had come home, and home is where you stop checking. The first strike went through my back and out the front. I want to be honest about the next 11 seconds because I have been dishonest about them at dinner parties. I did not fight back well. I got the blade out, and I got about 4 things done, and none of them mattered, because a life extension realm cultivator is 2 full realms above Star River Peak, and the gap at that height is not a gap, it is a category. I went down on the path. I broke both his arms on the way, and he did not appear to mind. He said one thing while he was setting up the finish, and it was not a gloat, it was an apology, which is so much worse. "You have been in the way for 4 years, said Fang Shijie. "It is nothing personal, boy." "It has never been personal." Then somebody said, from about 40 feet up the path, "Elder Long Wei." I have to describe the mountain guardian elder now, and I have been putting it off since the chapter where he wrote me a note about a cliff. He was old. He was old in a specific, unimpressive way, like a farmer. He wore the same gray robe every day of the 90 years I knew him, and there was a patch on the left elbow. He lived in a hut on the lip of 100 Peaks Cliff, and he had lived there since before anyone currently on that mountain was born. The entire sect regarded him as a groundskeeper who had been there so long that it would be rude to reassign him. He carried a broom, not as a weapon, as a broom. He swept the path around the cliff every morning for 90 years. He came down that path with the broom in his hand, and Fang Shijie looked up and said, "Old man, walk away." And I want you to know that those are the last 4 words Fang Shijie ever said. I did not see what happened. I was on the ground with a hole in me, and my vision had gone to about a third. What I felt was the pressure. I had been in a venerable's domain by then. I had stood in the gray reach when the 10 directions extinction came down. I had been in the crater under the column for 11 days. Nothing had ever felt like that. The air on that path stopped being air. It became something with an opinion. And the opinion was that Fang Shijie, 211 years old, elder of the 100 Peaks sect, life extension realm, was not going to be in the world anymore. The world simply agreed and got on with it. A true lord. There was a true lord on that mountain. There had been a true lord on that mountain for 90 years, sweeping a path around a hole, and the entire sect thought he was staff. He picked me up like a bundle of sticks. "Hold still," he said. "You are leaking on my path." There is a pool behind the mountain guardian elder's hut, and it is the reason he lives there. It is about 4 paces across, and it is fed by the roots of a tree that has been dead for 600 years, and it is a spirit evolution sacred tree, and I want you to appreciate that I had crossed a major 1,000 world and gone into another one entirely to find the boiled remains of one of these things in a dead woman's cave. There had been a live one dead in a hole behind a groundskeeper's hut the entire time. "It does not flower," he said when I asked. "It has not flowered in 600 years, and it will not flower again. But it drips." I was in that pool for 19 days. We talked for most of it because there was nothing else to do, and because he had apparently decided that 90 years of silence was enough. "Fang Shijie," he said on the 2nd day, "you want to know why." He said it was not personal. It was not. The mountain guardian elder was sitting on a rock with his broom across his knees, not looking at me. Fang Shijie joined this sect 211 years ago as an outer disciple with a very ordinary aptitude and a very good story about a flood. He has been a member of the Crimson Fiend sect the entire time. I sat up in the water. 200 years. 211. He did 4 things for them in that time. 4 in 2 centuries. That is what a good one looks like. He turned the broom over. The Crimson Fiend sect does not put people in for a decade. They put people in for a lifetime, and then they use them once. And they used him on me. They used him on you. Why? And that is the conversation that reorganized my entire understanding of the world, and it took him about an hour. I'm going to give it to you in 10 minutes because you have not got an hour. There's a thing called the reversal of heaven and earth period. It comes around. Nobody knows the interval, or nobody who is willing to say. What happens is that the rules of the world change, and they change in one specific direction. Everything above immortal realm has to go to sleep, not metaphorically. When the reversal begins, the heavenly Tao stops permitting any cultivator above immortal realm to exist in the open. A venerable who is awake when it lands is detected and struck down. A true lord who is awake when it lands is detected and struck down. There is no defense, there is no arguing, and it does not matter how strong you are because the thing doing the striking is not a person. So they sleep. Every venerable and every true lord in the world builds a living tomb, a hole in the ground with an array over it that hides their chi, and they climb in, and they stay there until the period ends. The world above them becomes a world where immortal realm is the ceiling. "How long?" I said. "The last one lasted 900 years, the one before that, 400. There is no rule." "And when is the next one?" The mountain guardian elder looked at the pool. 11 years, he said. "Perhaps 12. I can feel it from here." I sat in that water for a while. "So in 11 years, I said, you go in a hole. I go in a hole. And every true lord in the world goes in a hole." "Yes. And every venerable." "Yes. And then whoever is at the top of immortal realm on that day," I said, "owns the world." He did not answer for long enough that I looked up, and he was watching me with an expression I could not read at all. "That," he said, "is the reason a 200-year-old sleeper was activated to put a hole in a Star River disciple on a garden path." I understood it all at once, and it was not flattering. "They are not killing me because I am strong. They are killing you because of when you were born," said the mountain guardian elder. "Every great sect on this continent has been doing the same arithmetic for 40 years. When the period lands, the world belongs to whoever holds the top of the immortal realm, and that is a competition with a finite number of entrants, and every one of those entrants is currently a child. The Crimson Fiend sect has been quietly removing other people's children for 2 decades. He shrugged. Dao Xuan's sect has been doing something else, which is worse, and I do not know what it is yet. How many? How many children? Yes. 41 that I am confident about, he said. It is why there has not been a genuine prodigy in the Eastern Range in a generation, and everybody has been saying the heavens are stingy, and the heavens have nothing to do with it. I lay back in the water and looked at the sky through the branches of a tree that had been dead for 6 centuries. Elder, I said, why are you telling me this? Because you are going to be the top of the immortal realm when it lands, he said, and I would like you to know why people are coming, so that you do not waste time being surprised. On the 11th day, he gave me the token. It is a piece of bone about the size of a thumb with nothing written on it, and I did not know what it was, and I asked, and he told me. I want you to know that I said no. That makes you guardian, he said. There has been one at a time for 90,000 years, and it has been me for 90 of them. Guardian of what? Of the cliff. He did not look up. It is not a title, it is one permission. The guardian may go over the edge of 100 Peaks Cliff and take everything in it, all of it, 4,011 divine weapons, and put them in the hands of whoever he likes, and the sect may not stop him. That is not a permission, that is a bomb. Yes. When is it used? It has been used twice, said the mountain guardian elder, both times when this sect was about to stop existing. Both times it worked. Both times the guardian did not survive the day he used it. I sat there with a piece of bone in my hand. I do not want it. No, he agreed, that is the requirement. Elder, in 11 years you are going in a hole. Yes. And you are giving me this now because in 11 years you will be in a hole, and if something comes over that mountain while you are asleep, there will be nobody who can open the cliff. Yes, said the mountain guardian elder. I want to record what I did next because I did not do it well. I put the bone in my ring and I said thank you, elder, and I changed the subject. I did not think about it seriously for 11 years, because 11 years is a very long time when you are 23, and because thinking about it seriously would have meant thinking about a specific afternoon in the future in which I would need it. I have that afternoon later in this story. Everything on that mountain died in about 4 hours, and I had 11 years of warning. I want you to know I was given the warning by a man with a broom, and I filed it. Now. I broke through into Golden Body realm 3 months later, and the tribulation for Golden Body is a 6x8, which is 48 bolts. The sect makes a production of it. There is a formation ground for it. There is a schedule. There are treasures which the sect lends to promising disciples, and the treasures are the entire industry. A full set of Golden Body tribulation gear runs about 1,100,000 spirit stones, and there is a whole department that manages the lending. They brought me the case on the morning of it. 4 elders came up the path with a lacquered box. Inside were 9 items, and the top one was a tribulation umbrella that had been used by 41 disciples of the 100 Peaks sect, and had gotten every one of them through. Zhenyu Peak thanks the sect, said Lin Shulan, and started to take it. No, I said. Everybody looked at me. I do not want it. The senior elder, who was a very reasonable man, explained the situation to me in the voice you use for a person who is about to do something stupid at a wedding. 48 bolts. Roughly 1 in 3 do not come through. The umbrella has a 100% record. It is free. It is genuinely free. The sect wants the disciple. There is no catch. I know, I said. I still do not want it. Why? And I gave him the honest answer, which is that a tribulation is the only free thing in creation, and everybody has been paying enormous amounts of money to avoid it. 48 bolts of heavenly fire, aimed personally, delivered at no charge. There is not a cultivator alive who would not pay a fortune to be struck by a heavenly bolt under controlled conditions. The entire industry of the Eastern Range is built around making sure that never happens to anybody. I had been standing under the ceiling of the sealed ruins for 6 days as an exercise. Elder, I said, in about 4 hours, the sky is going to give me 48 of the finest bolts in creation for free, and you have come up my mountain to ask me to throw them away, and you have brought 4 people. He looked at me for a while. "You are aware," he said, "that this is the same argument that was made by the man who introduced the umbrella." Then he was right, and everybody has been doing it backwards for 400 years. They set up anyway. And then they stood at the edge of it and watched a Star River Peak disciple walk to the center of a tribulation ground with nothing. The first bolt hit me, and I stayed on my feet. The 11th took me off them. Somewhere around the 20th, I stopped counting because I could not see, and somewhere around the 30th, I understood that I was not going to be able to stand up again, and at about the 34th, something in my chest turned over, and Golden Body Realm opened underneath me while the tribulation was still coming down. That is the part that made the archive. You are supposed to break through after. The whole design is that you survive the tribulation and then the realm opens. What I did was break through on the 34th of 48. The remaining 14 bolts came down onto a body that was in the middle of becoming something else, and every one of them went into the change. I came out of that with 10 golden bodies. The standard is 1, an exceptional disciple gets 3. Every account in the sect archive of a cultivator who condensed more than 3 golden bodies in the first pass is about somebody who later became a peak master. 10. Made of thunder, because everything I make is made of thunder now, and if you break one, there is another under it, and under that, there is another. The last one has the boundary lightning wrapped through it, eating everything that got that far. The senior elder came to see me the next morning and did not mention the umbrella. He asked one question. "How much of that did you plan?" "About a third of it." "Which third?" "The free bolts." He nodded slowly. "And the rest?" "The rest was the sky improvising," I said, "and elder, I would very much like a second one." He went away, and I did not see him for a year. 2 weeks later, I went back out to the Outer Territory battlefield, because I had 11 years, and because 11 years is not very long when you are trying to become the strongest thing in the immortal realm before every strong thing in the world climbs into a hole. The Golden Body sealed ruins in the Outer Territory battlefield opened in the autumn of that year, and every race in creation sent somebody. Picture it, because I had been out there for 4 years, and I had never seen the whole thing in one place. Picture a plain with a hole in the middle of it. Around that hole, in a ring 9 miles across, camped by race, are about 40,000 cultivators. Hyena clan on the north with their standards up, the antler races, the scorpion snakes, the spider demon clan with their silk pavilions. 4 separate insect nations who do not speak to each other. 2 beast clans currently at war who had agreed to a 9-day truce for the duration. And the humans, in one camp, all of us together. 6 great sects who spend the other 59 years of the decade trying to bankrupt each other, sitting in a single ring with our backs to each other because everyone out there wants us gone. That is the thing about the Outer Territory battlefield that nobody at home understands. At home, Dao Xuan sect is our rival. Out there, Dao Xuan sect is us. Which made what I found in that ruin considerably worse. The ruins themselves were 400 miles of cave system under the plain, and I spent 11 months in them. I am going to give you the 3 things that mattered. The first is the valley. About 60 miles in, down past where anybody with sense was going, there is a valley inside the cave system where the ceiling has come off and something is very wrong with the sky above it. There is a discharge in that valley. Not like the sealed ruins ceiling, slower, deeper. And living in that valley, feeding on it, there is a population of thunder beasts. Thunder beasts have a core. It is about the size of a fist, and it is worth roughly 900 spirit stones, and everybody hunts them for that. I did not want the cores, I wanted the beasts. Because a thunder beast is a bag with lightning in it, and when you kill one, the lightning has to go somewhere. I had a pot that a dead man had told me nobody had ever been stupid enough to fill. I lived in that valley for 7 months. I made a camp. I had a fire. Trip specifically because it holds an edge when heated, and I used it for 7 months as a spit. The Ru Yi Breaking Realm Rope, 9th rank, 11th most valuable object ever to pass through my sect. I cooked on it, every day, for 7 months, because it does not warp. Story. It is a rope. It is 8 feet of frayed gray string. There is no dignified way to carry it, and there is no ceremony you can perform that makes a piece of string look important. I got the best roast of my life out of it, and if the ancestors have an opinion, They have had 4,000 years to raise it. 7 months in that valley put the flame thunder in me. I did not know it was one of the 10. That is the honest truth. There was a thing in the deep end of that valley that the beasts would not go near, and I went and stood in it for 11 days out of habit, and it came into the pot. It was about a year later that a scholar of the antler races took one look at what came out of my hand and sat down on the ground. Second of the 10 great thunders in my chest. Now a second one alongside it, which is a combination that had never existed, because the two of them ought to have torn me in half, and did not, because Chang Wu is a pot, and Yu Chang had told me it holds everything. 2 of the 10. The second thing that mattered was Guo Fan Yu. The hyena clan runs the slaver trade in the outer territory battlefield, and Guo Fan Yu was their prince, and he was Golden Body Realm, and he was, by their own account, the finest thing they had produced in 800 years. He found me in the 11th month, in a corridor, with 400 of his clan behind him, and he had a speech ready. I want to be honest, I was not paying attention to most of it. Something about the territory of the hyena clan, something about a toll, something about how many of them there were. What I was paying attention to was the cage line. They were moving stock. That is the phrase they use. There were about 60 people on that line, from 9 different races, and about 11 of them were human, and they were roped by the wrists to a bar. He got to the end of his speech and said the line, the good one, the line I have now heard in 11 languages. And you, said Guo Fan Yu, are one person. Yes, I said. And I did not, because I had looked at the cage line and stopped being interested in the conversation. I killed him with the first thing I did. Not as a display, because the 400 behind him were a problem, and he was the only part of the problem that mattered. I had learned 4 years earlier on a Fengqi mountainside that the fastest route through a crowd is through whoever is holding it together. The 400 did not last long after that. I cut the line, and because it is the only time in my life anybody has ever refused to be rescued. The 11 humans came off the bar and went. Fine. Expected. A woman of the Spider Demon clan, third from the end, did not move. There is a camp 9 miles north, she said. My daughters are in it. If I go, they will move them tonight. I looked at her for a moment. How many in the camp? 200. How many with cultivation? All of them. It is a hyena camp. And I said, get back on the bar. She stared at me. Get back on the bar, I said, and be exactly as frightened as you were an hour ago, because in about 4 hours a very upset hyena is going to bring what is left of this escort into that camp and tell them a story about a human in the corridors, and I want the camp to believe it. I went north. She stayed on the bar. It worked. I do not know her name. I have never found her again, and I have looked. Her daughters are alive. The third thing that mattered in those ruins was Ma Qifeng. Do you remember him? Dao Xuan sect, round of 16, 41 strikes. The best thing that sect had produced in 200 years, and I hit him once and said 3 words and made an enemy for 11 years. He was golden body now too, same as me. And in the 9th month of those ruins, he did something that I have never entirely gotten over. He went to every race. I had this from 4 different sources afterwards, and they all agree. Ma Qifeng of Dao Xuan sect, a human cultivator, in the outer territory battlefield, went to the hyena clan and the antler races and the scorpion snakes and the 4 insect nations and the spider demon clan, one after another, and told them about me. Not a warning, an offer. He told them that the 100 Peaks sect had produced a cultivator who would, within 20 years, be a problem for every race present. He told them what I had done in the Eastern Range. He offered Dao Xuan sect's assistance in locating me. He proposed a joint action. A human cultivator in the shared battlefield sat down with 11 foreign races and organized them against another human. I found out because the Spider Demon clan told me, not out of friendship. Princess Lingzhu sent a messenger with the entire account because the Spider Demon clan calculated, correctly, that this information was worth more to them as a gift than the joint action was as a plan. I found Ma Qifeng 4 days later in a gallery on the 3rd level with 11 of his sect around him. I did not draw anything. I want that in the record, and I want the reason in the record because people have called it a flourish, and it was not. I did not draw the Thunder Fury Dragon Blade, and I did not release the celestial demon thunderblade, and I did not use the rope. Because I had thought about it for 4 days, and I had decided that a man who goes to 11 races to arrange the removal of a member of his own is not a rival, and rivals get weapons. I walked into that gallery and passed his 11 people, who were extremely fast and did all the correct things. I killed Ma Chi Feng of Dao Xuan's sect with my hand. Once, nothing else. His 11 watched it. I let all 11 go, which was deliberate, because I wanted the account to reach Dao Xuan's sect in the exact words of people who had been standing there. The account did reach them. It reached them, according to what I learned much later, on the same day as the news that Ma Chi Feng's arrangement with the 11 races had been leaked, and the 2 pieces of information arrived in the same room. There was a very long silence in it. Dao Xuan's sect did not retaliate. For 11 years, Dao Xuan's sect did absolutely nothing, and I took that for caution, and it was not caution, it was planning. I found out what they had actually been doing on a specific afternoon that I will get to. The ruins closed in the spring. I came out of them with something in the region of 200,000 spirit stones of foreign race storage rings, a second of the 10 great thunders, 4 incidents that got told about me in every camp on that plain, and 1 object, the 10,000 Beasts Pagoda. It was at the bottom. It was the ruins' actual prize, and I got it because I went further down than anyone else. And here is what it is, because it is the reason I am strong and not just fast. It is a tower. It stands about 11 inches high in your hand, and it has 99 floors inside it. And inside it, there are beasts. Not stored beasts, growing beasts. It generates them endlessly, floor by floor, in ascending order of unpleasantness. And every one of them has a core, and every core goes into a body. I want you to understand what that means for a person like me. Every other cultivator in creation has to find things to fight. That is the fundamental constraint on the entire practice. You need resources, you need opportunities, you need a ruin to open, or a war to start, or a beast tide to come down out of the north. And if none of those happen, you sit in a cave and gather chi at the speed the world allows. I now had a tower in my pocket that made enemies, forever, for free. I sat on the plain outside those ruins with an 11-inch pagoda in my hand, and I did the arithmetic. The arithmetic said that I had just removed the only remaining limit on the thing behind my heart. And then the pagoda told me its name and went completely silent, and gave me no instructions of any kind, which is the single most annoying quality of every important object I have ever acquired. 9 years to the reversal. I went home for 11 days to see my parents and put a case of foreign spirit stones on my master's table, and Bai Ruoro looked at the case and then at me and asked whether I was eating. Then I went back out. The next 9 years are mostly a list, and I am going to keep it short, because you did not come here for a list. I cleared the 10,000 Beasts Pagoda to the 40th floor, and stopped because 40 is where it stops being a training tool and starts being a war. I went into the southern border and lost an argument with an ancient shaman about who was going to be using my body, and won it. I will tell you about that in a moment, because it changed what I am. I acquired the 7th of the 10 great thunders by accident during a tribulation, which is a sentence I am aware sounds absurd, and I will explain. I crossed Life Extension Realm, then Immortal Realm, and in the 9th year I stood in a valley in the Outer Territory battlefield and killed a cultivator of the Antler races who was 2 full realms above me, on open ground, in front of about 900 witnesses from 6 races. That was the day the shape of the problem changed for everyone else. Because up until then I had been a human prodigy, and prodigies are a known quantity, and every race has one. After that valley, the accounting changed, and what the 11 races began saying to each other, in words I have since had repeated to me by 4 different ambassadors, was this: if the reversal lands and that one is at the top of the immortal realm, then when every venerable and every true lord in creation is asleep in a hole in the ground, there will be one thing awake. They were not wrong. They just did not do anything about it in time, and neither did the 2 sects at home who had been planning for it for 20 years. And all 3 of those failures are the reason a great many people I liked are dead. 2 of the 9 years are worth unpacking, so let me unpack them. The first is Kui Sheng Hao, and he came to my house. I had been back at the sect for 11 days out of the previous 4 years, and I was sitting on the terrace with my father, having an argument about whether a grain merchant can legitimately charge for storage on grain he has already sold, which is the sort of argument my father enjoys and which I was losing. And a man landed in the spirit field, golden body realm, 2nd layer, not from my sect. Green robes I did not recognize. Zhou Zichen, he said. Cui Shenghao. My cousin was Cui Jianhong. I had to think about it, and that the thinking is the reason the conversation went the way it did. Cui Jianhong had come out onto the arena floor at the 100 Peaks sect about 9 years earlier, on the day I stood there from sunrise to sunset accepting challenges at 100 spirit stones ahead. He was Qi Transformation 7th. He had been somewhere between the 20th and the 30th. He had not died. Nobody died that day. He had been carried off with a cracked collarbone and 100 stones lighter, and he had, according to his cousin, been unable to break through since, because something in the strike had never quite set right. He had washed out of his sect 4 years later and gone home. He hangs himself in his father's house, said Cui Shenghao, 11 months ago. And I make inquiries, and I find out that the person who did it does not even remember his name. And I did not have anything to say to that, because he was correct. I did not remember his name. I had heard it once, 9 years earlier, from an enforcement disciple reading a list. So, said Cui Shenghao, here is where I want to be careful. I have destroyed sects. I have opened graves with people's grandchildren watching. There is a section of this account where I look at a woman with a stick in front of 9 mounds and go around her. None of that has ever cost me a night. And a man landed in my father's spirit field to tell me the name of somebody I hit once for 100 stones. I have thought about it about 400 times since. Because he was not wrong about the mechanism. I stood on that arena floor and posted a price and let 60 people line up to be humiliated in front of a crowd. I was 20 and it was funny, and I made 9,000 stones. And most of them got up and went home, and it was a bad afternoon. And one of them did not, and I did not notice, because I was not looking, because you do not have to look when the arithmetic is going your way. You want to fight me? I said. I want you to know his name first. I know it now. Then yes, said Cui Shenghao. I want to tell you what I should have done. I should have paid. That is the honest answer. There was a version of that afternoon where I put an obscene number in front of a family that had lost somebody, and it would not have fixed anything. It would have been better than what happened. I did not think of it. I was 4 years into the outer territory battlefield by then, and my instincts had gone somewhere and had not entirely come back. He was Golden Body 2nd. I was Golden Bio, and my golden bodies were made of thunder, and there were 10 of them. I released 24 of the Celestial Demon Thunderblade's 36 pieces. Not 36. I want that on the record, because it is the only mercy in the entire incident, and it is a pathetic one. I held 12 back so that it would not be instant, so that he would get to do something first, because he had come a long way, and he had said a name out loud in a field. He got about 4 seconds. He was good. He got a spell off that I had to actually block. Afterwards, my father, who had been sitting 9 feet away through the entire thing, said, "Was that necessary?" "He came here." "He came here," my father agreed, "and he asked you to know a name, and you did not know it, and then you killed him in my vegetables." This is a man with no dantian and a hole under his collarbone, talking to the strongest cultivator on that mountain, and that he did it in the tone he uses about storage charges. That I did not have an answer. I have never charged for a fight since. That is the entire correction I have ever made, and it is not much of one, and I make it every time somebody brings it up. The second thing worth unpacking is Xu Changchun and Han Xiaolian, and it is the one that mattered. They were the 2 best young cultivators of the Crimson Fiend sect, and they were in the outer territory battlefield in the 6th year of my time out there, which was strange because the Crimson Fiend sect does not send its best out there. They found me in a canyon with 9 other people. Not 9 Crimson Fiend disciples, 9 cultivators of 4 different foreign races, arranged in a proper ambush formation with a Crimson Fiend sect array laid over it. I want to make sure the picture is clear because I did not understand it at the time and it took me 5 more years. A human sect had built a formation in the shared battlefield for foreign races to use against a human. I got out of it because Boundary Lightning ate about 1/3 of the opening volley and because I had 400 years of shaman practice under my skin that nobody in that canyon knew about. It was closer than anything had been since the path outside my own sect. I killed both of them and 7 of the 9. Han Xiaolian was still there enough to talk afterwards, and I want to give you what she said word for for word because I did not understand it and I repeated it to myself for years. It does not matter, she said. You are not the problem. You were never the problem. You are the reason. The reason for what? And she smiled, which was a terrible thing to look at in the state she was in, and she said, ask us at home. Then she was gone. And I stood in that canyon with 2 dead prodigies of a human great sect and 7 dead foreigners, and a formation array with a crimson fiend sect maker's mark on the anchor stone. I took the anchor stone home. I gave it to the acting sect leader. I gave it to the sect's law enforcement hall. They investigated for 9 months. The finding was that the anchor stone was genuine, that the Crimson Fiend sect denied everything, that there was no possibility of proving where it had been made, that the Eastern Range's great sects had collectively agreed not to escalate in the shared battlefield because the shared battlefield is the one thing holding the races off all of us. That is a reasonable finding. Every person in that process behaved reasonably. There was a document. 5 years later, a human city called Crimson Domain City stopped existing in one night. The wards on the largest passage in the world were opened from the inside, and 11 races came through. Ask us at home. I have gone back over that canyon a great many times, and the thing I keep landing on is not that I missed it. It is that I filed it. I had a piece of bone in my ring from a man with a broom, and I had an anchor stone with a maker's mark on it, and I had a woman telling me to ask at home. I put all 3 of them in a drawer, because I was busy becoming strong enough that none of it would matter. And the arithmetic on that is very simple, and I have done it more times than I have done any other sum in my life. I did become strong enough that none of it mattered. I became strong enough about 9 hours too late. The southern border is not part of any sect's territory, and the reason is the 10,000 Poison Valley, and the reason for that is the shamans. Everybody in the Eastern Range knows 2 things about the ancient shaman lineage. The first is that they are extinct. The second is that they were heretics. Both of those turned out to be approximately true in the least useful way possible. I went south because my immortal realm tribulation was coming, and I wanted somewhere with no witnesses. The 10,000 Poison Valley is the emptiest place on the continent. Nothing lives there. Nothing goes there. It is 900 square miles of standing mist, and if you are not immune to about 40 separate compounds, you will be dead in an afternoon. I had been struck by lightning nightly for a decade. Poison and I have an understanding. I picked a rock in the middle of it, and I sat down to wait for the sky. And on the second day, an old man walked out of the mist and sat down about 9 paces away and said, "You are going to have a tribulation, and I am going to guard it." That is a real custom. Guarding a tribulation is a thing cultivators do for each other. You stand at the edge, you keep off anything that comes to take advantage, and afterwards, the person you guarded owes you a favor that everybody agrees is enormous. Why? I said. Because you are the first person to come into my valley in 400 years, said the old man, and because I would like there to be something in the world that owes me. His name was Zhou Longwei, which is the same family name as mine, and which he found extremely funny, and which is a coincidence and nothing more. He was a true lord. He guarded the tribulation. He did it properly. That matters because of what came after. 3 separate things came out of the mist during those 2 days, and he put them all down without comment. And at one point, about halfway through, he moved my rock 9 feet to the left because the ground under it was going to fail, and he was right, and it did. And when the 81st bolt came down, and I was on my knees in a crater with the immortal realm opening underneath me, he stood up and walked over and put his hand on my chest and tried to move in. This needs describing properly. A soul seizure is not a fight. There is no exchange. What happens is that a cultivator with 400 years of practice folds himself down into a needle and goes into the gap that a breakthrough opens. And if he is fast enough, he arrives inside your body before you have finished being distracted by becoming a new thing. He was fast enough. He got in. I felt him arrive. It is the most obscene sensation I have ever experienced, and I have been on fire. And then Eternal Moment turned over. I have told you this once already, about 2 remnants in a corridor, and I want to tell you now what I did not understand then. The wheel does not gather chi. It converts. It takes whatever is inside me, and it makes it into time, and it does not care about the provenance of the material. Zhou Longwei, true lord, 400 years of ancient shaman practice, had put his entire soul inside a container whose only function is to render things down. He got about a second and a half. I heard him say, from inside my own chest, in a voice that was not going through the air, "What is this? What is this? What is th-" And then he was not there anymore, and I was on the floor of a crater in the 10,000 Poison Valley with the entire ancient shaman lineage in my head. All of it. 400 years of it. Every spell, every practice, the entire road dumped into me the way a bag empties. There is a reason nobody else has ever done both. The world's practice splits in two at the root. There is the road of spells, which is what every sect on the continent teaches, and there is the road of the shamans, which is not about chi at all, but about the body. The two of them run through different channels, and if you try to hold both, they will grind against each other until something in you gives out. That is the accepted position, and it is correct, and it has been correct for tens of thousands of years. There is exactly one reason it did not apply to me. I do not hold them. The wheel holds them, and the wheel does not have an opinion, and the wheel has been converting incompatible things since I was 12 years old on an altar. I came out of that valley as the only dual cultivator of spells and shamanism alive. I also came out with the 9 yin dark poison demon lightning, which is the 7th of the 10 great thunders, and which had been sitting at the bottom of that valley for an unknown number of centuries, and had come up to look at the tribulation, and had been standing about 11 paces away the whole time, 3 of the 10, that I did not know it was there, that I found out 4 days later when a swamp died around me, that this is genuinely how most of them have happened. I have since been told by an immortal king in another world that the reason I keep finding thunders is that the pot advertises. Chengwu is a container that has been sitting open for a decade with 2 of the 10 already in it, and thunders are not weather, they are things, and things go where there is room. Now, the heresy. I did not know that the shaman road was banned. That is the honest and extremely stupid truth. Nobody in my sect had mentioned it, because nobody in my sect had thought about it in 10,000 years, because it was extinct. I used it openly for 4 years. Not the spells, the body marks. When I push hard, the shaman patterns come up under my skin, and I did not know they were visible, and I did not know what they meant. I went about the eastern range with the sigils of a prescribed lineage on my forearms in the middle of a fight, and nobody said one word to me about it, because everybody who could have recognized them was dead. I found out much later, in a completely different world, from the woman who tore my shirt open in a hall to check. I want to tell you that story in its proper place because it is the funniest 4 minutes of my life. For now, I had it. I was using it. Nobody knew, and it made me about twice as hard to kill as anybody's estimate. I went home in the 11th year with a jade flask. That is the part of Wen Mei Ying True Lord's cave I have not told you about. I had taken 2/3 of a cup. Li Pei Jun had taken 2/3 of a cup. And there had been one more portion in the bottom of that pool, and I had put it in a sealed flask. I had carried it across a battlefield and through a passage and up a mountain for 11 months, and then I had carried it for another 9 years. 9 years, because I could not work out how to give it to her. You cannot hand your master an aptitude. It is the single most insulting object in the world. It says, "I have decided you are not enough." Every peak master in that sect would have thrown it off the mountain and then not spoken to me again, so I did not hand it to her. I put it on the table in her residence with a note that said, "Wen Mei Ying, True Lord, left this and could not use it." She was above it. So are you. It has been in my ring for 9 years, and I would like the table back. Bai Ruo did not mention it for 4 months. Then, one evening in the autumn, the sky over the 94th peak of the 100 Peaks sect went black, and every disciple on that mountain came out onto their steps to look. My master, who had been Immortal Bridge Realm for 200 years and had told me she intended to die that way, went through Golden Body and Life Extension and Immortal Realm in one continuous night, and came out the far side of Venerable. This was not the water. The water is not a cheat. It does not add anything. It changes the shape of what you are so that the chi you have already earned can finally sit right. She had been ready for 140 years and had been sitting behind a wall that was not hers. She came down the steps at dawn. You had it for 9 years, she said. Yes. Why did you wait? Because you would have refused it in year 1, I said, and by year 9, I had worked out how to make it about a table. My master looked at me for a long moment. When the reversal lands, she said, I will have to sleep. Venerables sleep. I have just made myself useless to you at the exact moment you will need somebody. I know. You knew that when you left the flask. Yes. Then why? And I said, because it will not last forever, master, and when it ends, I would like there to be somebody on this mountain who can stand up. She did not answer that. She went and had a cup of tea, which, as I have explained, is her largest available reaction. 11 months before the reversal, they came for me properly. I have told you about Venerable Han Guoji. 4 years, he said, in a hall of 60 people, pleasantly. It had been 11. He had made venerable in that time, which nobody expected, and he had been polite to me at 4 separate assemblies, and I had thought about him roughly never. And there was Longwei Shuifang. Longwei Shuifang was of Yin-Yang Peak, and she was immortal realm, and she was, at that point, the 3rd strongest cultivator under Venerable in the entire 100 Peaks sect, and she had been at that sect for 400 years, and she was Dao Xuan's sects. Between the two of them, they had 90% of what you need. They had my schedule, they had my habits, they had 400 years of formation expertise, and they had 11 months to build. They put me in a cage, not a metaphor. A formation cage in a valley 8 days east of the sect. It took them 14 months to build, and it was the single finest piece of formation work I have ever been inside of. It closed in a quarter of a second. It did not try to hurt me. It simply became a box, and the box was rated for Venerable, and I was Immortal Realm. I hid it for about 11 minutes. I got nowhere at all. I had never been in that situation before. I had spent a decade being the thing that could not be stopped, and now I stood in a box in a valley and understood with complete clarity that this was going to work. Han Guozhi sat down outside it, cross-legged, comfortably. He had brought tea. It will take about 9 hours, he said. The cage does not kill, it grinds. There is nothing you can do to make it faster or slower, so please do not exhaust yourself, and if you would like to talk, I am happy to talk. He was so pleasant. Elder, I said, 4 years. And Venerable Han Guozhi smiled, and it was still a very good smile, and he said, 11, actually, I have been counting. Longwei Shuifang was standing further back, and she was not enjoying it, and I noted that, and I have thought about it ever since. I sat down in the cage. You are giving up, said Han Guozhi with interest. No, I said, I am getting my tower. And I took out an 11-inch pagoda, and I went inside it. Take the next part slowly, because the 2 most expensive formation experts in the Eastern Range spent 14 months and a fortune on a cage, and they were beaten by a shape. The cage was rated to hold a Venerable. It was rated to grind through anything inside it. It could not open the 10,000 Beasts pagoda, because the pagoda is a 9th-rank object that has stood in a ruin for an unknown period of history, and there is nothing in the Eastern Range that opens it. So there was a box in a valley, and inside the box was a tower, and inside the tower was me. The box could not get into the tower, and the tower could not get out of the box. I stayed in there for 9 days, not hiding, working. There are 99 floors in that pagoda, and every floor makes enemies, and I had been putting off floors 41 through 50 for 2 years because they are unpleasant. It turns out that being sealed in a box by an assassin is an excellent way to clear a schedule. Outside, Venerable Han Guozhi's tea got cold. On the 2nd day, they tried to break the pagoda. On the 4th, they brought in 2 more formation masters. On the 6th, Longwei Shuifang told him it was over and to leave, and he refused, because he had been counting for 11 years. On the 9th day, I came out of the pagoda in the box, at Immortal Realm's 2nd layer, having cleared 9 floors, and I hit the cage. It came apart. This was not power. The cage was rated for a Venerable, and I was still not a Venerable. What it was not rated for was 9 days of me putting the Zhenlei vibration into the same 4 anchor points at a frequency I had spent 9 days measuring, from inside with nothing else to do. Kai True Lord told me on a glass floor that you do not have to be stronger than a thing, you only have to be inside it. I had been inside it for 9 days. Longwei Shuifang self-destructed before I reached her. I want to record it exactly. She did not attack, and she did not run, and she looked at me across that valley with an expression I did not understand at all. And then she did it, and there was nothing left to question. Han Guozhi I did question, at length. He gave me 11 years of Dao Xuan sect's work in the 100 Peaks sect, 41 names, 4 caches, and a schedule of what was coming, and he gave all of it in the same pleasant voice, and at the end of it he asked whether I would consider making it quick. I said no, and then I made it quick anyway, because I have never once been able to follow through on that particular sentence. 9 days later, a woman of Yinyang Peak named Li Ting came up the path to Zhenyu Peak. She had been the closest person in the sect to Longwei Shuifang. She had gone to her senior sister's cave to clear it out, and she had found a letter. She stood on my step holding it and did not want to give it to me. She betrayed the sect, Li Ting said. Yes. She writes that she did it for 400 years, and that she never gave them anything that got anyone killed, and that she was going to be asked to this year, and that she had decided not to. She was not crying, she was furious. She writes that she could not tell anyone because they had her family, and she names where. Is the family alive? Yes. Then they will be at the sect by winter, and Dao Xuan sect will not have them, I said. What is the rest of the letter? Li Ting looked at it. She left you the location of the 9 revolutions pure yang heavenly thunder, she said. She found it 80 years ago. She never told the sect because she could not cultivate it, and she was afraid of what would happen if Dao Xuan sect learned she had found it. She held out the letter. She says that if she failed and you were still alive, I should tell you where it is. I did not go and get it for another 11 years. There was no time. There was, at that moment, 11 months to the reversal, and I had a sect with a hole in its leadership, and 41 names to work through, and an entire continent of great sects who had all just realized at once that their arithmetic had a problem in it. But I want you to hold on to that, because at the very end of this story, there is a moment where I am standing in a completely different world, about to leave forever, and a woman comes up a path to tell me about a letter, and I finally go and get it. And then, 11 months later, on an ordinary morning in the spring, the sky over the entire world went dark 9 times, and every venerable and every true Lord in creation climbed into a hole in the ground. The reversal of heaven and earth period began. The morning the reversal landed, the world went dark 9 times. That is what it looks like. 9 times, in sequence, everything goes black for one breath and then comes back, and on the 9th, it stays black for a while, and then lifts. And when it lifts, something has changed in the air that everyone can feel and nobody can describe. I was on the terrace at the foot of the 94th peak. My mother dropped a basket. Up on the mountain, in the back valleys where a sect keeps the graves of the people who are not dead, 111 venerables of the 100 Peaks sect climbed into holes in the ground and pulled the arrays shut over themselves. My master went in the evening before. She had 11 days of warning, and she spent 9 of them arguing with the acting sect leader about the Mountain Gate array, and 2 of them at my parents' house. And on the last morning, she stood on the terrace and said one sentence to me. Do not be clever about this, she said. Be present. The mountain guardian elder swept the path around the cliff, and then went down into the largest hole on that mountain and pulled the lid over himself. And that was a true lord going to sleep. The ground shook when the array closed. And then it was quiet, and the 100 Peaks sect had 41 immortal realm cultivators awake in it, and a mountain gate, and me. I want to lay out what I actually was on that morning. I am only going to do this once in this entire account, because there is nothing in the world more tedious than a man listing his own possessions. Immortal Realm, first layer. 10 golden bodies made of thunder, and the last one has the halting wrapped through it. 3 of the 10 great thunders, in a pot that a dead man told me had never been filled, alongside every ordinary thunder I had eaten in 11 years, which is a number I stopped tracking somewhere around 200. The Thunder Fury Dragon Blade. The Celestial Demon Thunder Blade, 36 pieces. The Wind Sparrow Wings, still, because I am sentimental and because they had become something else after 10 years of being flown through discharges. The Ruyi Breaking Realm Rope, which I still cooked on. The 10,000 Beasts Pagoda, cleared to the 50th floor. The Yo Chang Body, which means that if my lightning is in a place, I am potentially in that place. The Zhenlei Art, which means I do not have to be stronger than a thing, only inside it. 400 years of ancient shaman practice sitting in a body that had been struck by lightning nightly since the age of 12. And a piece of bone the size of a thumb in my ring that I had not thought seriously about in 11 years. That is the list. That is all of it. I am not going to do that again. The first year of the reversal was, and I mean this, extremely boring. Nothing happened. The great sects had all lost their leadership on the same morning, and every one of them spent about 8 months quietly working out what everybody else had left. There were 4 small wars. The Eastern Range reorganized itself around a new fact, which is that the strongest thing in the world was now immortal realm, and there were about 1,100 of those. Nobody wanted to be the one to move first. I spent it in the pagoda and on the outer terraces, and, once, at a wedding. The Orongje got married in the second spring. He had made it into the sect's external logistics, and he had done extremely well. And he had, at the wedding, in front of 200 people, told the story of how he had personally coached the sect's most famous inner disciple with the entrance examination with the cheat sheet. I confirmed it, loudly, in detail. I have never seen a man so happy. In the third year, the outer races started coming through the passages, not in force, in ones and twos, sauk, because the reversal is not a human event, it is a rule of the world, and every race in creation had put its venerables and its true lords in the ground on the same morning, and every race in creation had then done the same arithmetic. I killed 11 scouts in the third year and 40 in the fourth, and it should have told me something. It did tell me something, and what it told me was wrong. I thought it was pressure. I thought the races were probing, the way races probe. What it actually was somebody arranging a delivery. In the 6th year of the reversal, on the 11th of the 9th month, a human city called Crimson Domain City stopped existing. It was not a great city. 400,000 people, most of them not cultivators, at the eastern end of the human range, under the nominal protection of 2 sects. They did it in one night, and they left almost nobody, and the reason it worked is that it was not a raid, it was a doorway. Crimson Domain City sat directly on top of the largest passage into the outer territory battlefield in the human world, and the passage was warded, and the wards were maintained by the city's garrison, and somebody opened them from the inside. I want to name the 2 people who did it because they have been named in enough places that it does not matter now, and because I want them named by me. Chen Jingwen of Dao Xuan's sect, Chen Jingwen of the Crimson Fiend sect. 2 great sects of the human range, one righteous and one not, working together, opened a door in a human city and let 11 foreign races into the world. For me. Not for territory, not for resources, not for any of the reasonable and forgivable things that people do terrible things for. They did it because there was a man in the 100 Peaks sect who was going to be at the top of the immortal realm when the reversal ended, and they had spent 20 years failing to remove him quietly, and they had run out of quiet. The races came up out of Crimson Domain City and went west across the human range for 11 days, and every sect in their path assumed they were the target, and every sect in their path was wrong. The whole enormous thing went past 4 separate mountain gates without stopping and arrived at mine. I was on the terrace when the horizon changed color. Here is the arithmetic, and then I am going to stop describing arithmetic for a while. The 100 Peaks sect had 41 immortal realm cultivators awake, of whom 11 were genuinely strong. There were, on that plane, somewhere between 9 and 11,000 foreign cultivators, of whom about 600 were in mortal realm. 600 against 41. Acting sect leader Lu got everybody to the wall. He was Immortal Realm 6th, and he had been running the sect for 6 years and had never wanted to and had done it well, and he stood on that gate and looked at the horizon and said out loud in a perfectly steady voice, "Right, send to every righteous sect and then everybody eat something." That is a real order. That is what an actual man says when the sky comes over the hill. Eat something. The array held for 4 hours. It was a good array. It was 90,000 years old, and it had been rebuilt 11 times, and it was rated for the sort of thing that had never in its history come to that mountain, and it held 4 hours. And then it started to go, and the outer terraces went first. The terraces are where the non-cultivators live. I got my parents and my sister and about 900 other people up the mountain in the first hour, and my father, who cannot cultivate and cannot fight and has a hole under his collarbone, spent that hour walking a line of frightened farm families up a switchback path telling them a completely fabricated story about how the array had held for 11 days the last time, and that they should mine the loose stone on the fourth turn. Nobody had told him to do that. He simply looked at 900 terrified people and started being a man who had run a grain concern. By the fourth hour, I had killed something in the region of 200 of them, and it had made no visible difference whatsoever. That is the sensation because it is one I had never had before and have only had twice since. I was the strongest thing on that field. I am confident of that. There was nothing out there that could take me one-on-one, and there were 11,000 of them. It did not matter at all how good I was, because a wall is not a duel. At the fourth hour and a half, the north section went down, and about 400 of them came over it into the sect proper, and I stood on the wall with the whole thing coming apart, and I put my hand in my ring and took out a piece of bone about the size of a thumb. I had been given it 11 years earlier by a man with a broom, who told me it had been used twice in 90,000 years, that both times the sect had been about to stop existing, that both times the guardian had not survived the day. I want to tell you that I hesitated. I did not hesitate. I have thought about it for years, and the truth is that I did not think about it at all. That the reason I did not think about it is that I had spent 11 years not thinking about it, and when the moment came, there was nothing left to decide. I went off the wall and over the lip of 100 Peaks Cliff with the token in my hand. 900 feet down, the wheel of 4,011 divine weapons was turning over the drain the way it had turned for 90 millennia. I held up a piece of bone, and the cliff let go. I do not have a good description. I have asked 4 people who were on the mountain that day to describe what it looked like from above, and none of them can do it either. What happened underneath was that a thing which had been holding on for 90,000 years simply stopped, all at once, in complete silence, and 4,011 divine weapons that had been drifting since before the sect had a name came up out of that hole like a flock coming off a lake. They came up past me. They came up past the rail. They came up over the mountain, and they hung there in the air above the 100 Peaks sect in a cloud a mile wide, glowing, turning, 90,000 years of everything the sect had ever put away. And I came up after them, and landed on the wall in the middle of 41 immortal realm cultivators, who were all standing with their heads back and their mouths open. I said the only thing there was to say. Take one. 41 immortal realm cultivators of the 100 Peaks sect went up into that cloud and came down armed. That changed the battle, and it is the only genuinely beautiful thing in this section, and everything after it is not. There were 600 immortal realm cultivators on that plain, and every one of them was carrying a decent weapon, because they were the best of 11 races, and their races had equipped them. The 100 Peaks sect had 41, and every one of them was now carrying something that a peak master had died holding. The north section closed, not held, closed, in about 9 minutes, by 11 people who had gone up into a cloud and come down with the accumulated regret of 90,000 years. And it was not enough. Because there is a version of this story that ends with the divine weapons and everybody cheering, and that is not what happened. The weapons bought us 6 hours. 6 hours is a great deal. 6 hours is the difference between a sect being erased and a sect having a name afterwards. But the arithmetic did not change. 41 against 600 is 41 against 600, whether or not the 41 are holding something beautiful. The foreign races had come 9,000 strong, and they had come to finish it. At the 6th hour, they broke the eastern face, and the mountain gate array went from failing to gone, and the enemy came into the sect, which is when the elders started going. I need to explain this properly, and I have never been able to say it quickly. A cultivator can self-destruct. Everybody knows this. You unmake your own core, and everything you have ever accumulated comes out at once, and it is the single largest thing a person of any given realm can do, and it can be aimed. And an immortal realm cultivator standing on a specific anchor point of a great array can, by unmaking himself on that point, hold the section for a period of time roughly equal to the rest of his life. There are 11 anchor points on the mountain gate array of the 100 Peaks sect. The first one was Elder Guo of the 4th Peak, who was 211 years old, and who had spent the entire siege on the eastern face, and who did not announce it, and who simply stopped being where he had been, and the eastern face came back up. The second was a woman from Yin Yang Peak, whose name I did not know until afterwards. The third was Wen Li Hua, who ran Qianlong Courtyard, which is where the sect puts the children. She had spent 6 years complaining to me about the state of the outer library. She went at the 4th hour after the breach with about 1,100 people behind her, most of them under 16. I was 300 paces away and going as fast as anything in that world could go, and I did not get there. Clearly, I did not get there. I have been told a great many times that nobody could have, and that is true, and it is not relevant. The fourth was Fang Yingjie. I told you about her a long time ago, Long Wei Xiang Peak, the spear, the exchange in the arena that she refused to take. 11 years earlier, she had stood in front of 200 people and told a hall full of her own sect that she had not beaten me, when taking the win would have saved her peak's name. She went out onto the southern anchor at the 7th hour. She was not the strongest person left. There were 4 people stronger than her within 900 feet, and every one of them had a divine weapon out of the cloud, and she had a spear that her peak had given her when she was 19. She was simply the nearest one who noticed. I got to about 40 feet. She saw me coming. That is the part I've not gotten over in all the years since. She saw me coming, and she put a hand up, palm out, and she said something that the noise ate, and then she was not there. I have had 11 years to reconstruct what she said, and I have 4 candidates, and I am not going to guess in front of you. The southern face came back up and held for 2 hours. By the 8th hour, the acting sect leader had a count, and the count was that the 100 Peak sect had 19 Immortal Realm cultivators left standing out of 41. Lu came and found me on the 2nd terrace, and he had a burn down the whole left side of his face, and he was completely calm. "They are going to take it," he said. "Not today. Tomorrow. There is no version where the array holds through tomorrow." "I know." "So here is what is going to happen." He looked at me. "The remaining anchors will go in order, me last. That buys until about dusk tomorrow, which is when the other sects will arrive if they are coming." "And if they are not coming?" "Then it does not matter what I say now," said Lu, "because we will all be dead, and nobody will have heard it." He was quiet for a moment. "Zhou Chen," he said, "you are Immortal Realm First Layer." "Yes." "You have been Immortal Realm First Layer for 6 years, and you have killed things at Immortal Realm 9th, and every single person on this mountain has spent 6 years pretending not to notice how strange that is." "Yes." "So I am going to ask you a question, and I want a straight answer, because I am about to spend 19 lives on it." He turned and looked at the eastern face. "If you were higher, if you were 2nd or 3rd, how much better would that be?" I thought about it properly. He deserved that. "Not a little," I said. "Say a number." "There is not a number. It is not that kind of ladder for me." I looked at him. "Every layer I have ever gone up, everything I have has gone up with it at once. All of it. The thunders, the bodies, the speed. When I went from Star River to Golden Body, I stopped being able to be hurt by things that had hurt me the week before. It is not an increment." Lu nodded slowly. "How long?" he said, and I did the arithmetic, and I gave him the number, and it is the worst thing I have ever said out loud. "About 9 hours, I said, "if I do nothing else. I want you to understand exactly what I told the acting sect leader of the 100 Peak sect at the 8th hour of the siege. I told him that if I stopped fighting completely and sat down and let the wheel behind my heart do the only thing it has ever done, I would break through around dawn." And he said, "Then sit down, Lu. Sit down," he said. "That is an order from the acting sect leader, which I am aware is the least meaningful thing in the world right now, so I will say it the other way." He put his hand on my shoulder, which he had never done. "There are 19 of us, and there are 600 of them, and we are going to be spent by dusk tomorrow, regardless of what you do out there tonight. You can spend the night killing about 200 of them, which changes nothing. Or you can spend it becoming something that changes everything. You are asking me to sit on a rock while people go on the anchors." "Yes," said Lu, "I am. And every one of them will agree with me, and none of them will say so to your face. So I am saying it for all of us, and you can be angry at me specifically." I sat down. I sat down in the 2nd terrace garden of the 100 Peak sect at the 8th hour of the siege, and I did nothing at all for 9 hours while my sect held a wall. The 5th anchor went at the 10th hour, the 6th at the 2nd hour after midnight, both of them from Beehigh Peak. I did not know either name. The seventh was the elder who had come up my mountain 11 years earlier with a lacquered box and a tribulation umbrella and had asked me how much of it I had planned. He had been on the eastern face all night. The eighth was a man who had been on the pagoda steps 27 years earlier, watching a boy climb 1 floor a day, and had asked him, in front of 60 people, whether he was being lazy or clever. He had asked me again about 4 months before the siege at an assembly, as a joke. I had told him the answer, which is, it depends entirely on what happens in the 11th year. He went out onto the eastern anchor at the 4th hour before dawn. The 9th anchor was Xu Thunfang, my senior sister. Junyu Peak. She had bought a duck when I topped the outer ranking. She had told me, 27 years earlier, on a mountain path with a bowl of noodles in her hand, that she was going to need me to be normal in front of other people. She was Immortal Realm's second. She was the 4th strongest person still standing. She came and found me first. That is the difference. Everybody else simply went. She stood in front of me in that garden, and I was sitting on a rock with my eyes shut, and I opened them, and she looked absolutely furious. "You are not going to move," she said. "No." "Good," said Xu Fenfang. "Because if you had gotten up, I was going to hit you, and then I would have had to go anyway, and I would have died annoyed." "Senior sister, do not." She was already turning. "You are going to want to say something, and you are going to get about 4 words out, and it is going to be terrible. So I am going to go now, and in about 100 years, you can put it in a letter." She got 9 paces. Then she stopped and turned around and said, "Tell Lin Shulan it was the duck money. She has been asking for 27 years. And then the western face came back up. I broke through at dawn. I have never managed to describe what it was like, so I am going to describe what other people saw, because there were 19, no, there were 11 people left on that wall, and every one of them has told me the same thing. They said the sky came down. Immortal Realm, 2nd layer, at the 14th hour of the siege of the 100 Peaks sect, and the tribulation came with it. I did not do a single thing about the tribulation, because the tribulation was landing on a mountain that was covered in foreign cultivators, and I have never in my life been given a gift like that. Then I got up. There is a very specific thing I can do that I had never been able to do at scale before that morning, and it needs putting once, properly, because everything for the next 11 years runs on it. The Yu Chang body says, if my lightning is in a place, I am potentially in that place. At Immortal Realm 1st layer, I could put my lightning in about 11 places at once. At 2nd layer, I could put it in a few hundred. There were 9,000 foreign cultivators on and around that mountain, and by the 3rd hour after dawn, there was lightning in every part of it, all the time, in a continuous field. I was not moving between places. I was simply choosing which of several hundred places to already be in. They could not hit me. That is not bravado, that is a description of a mechanical problem. To hit me, they had to release something at where I was, and by the time it arrived, I had not been there for some while. And worse, their attack was now traveling toward wherever I had gone, which was invariably somewhere with a great many of them in it. By mid-morning, they had stopped attacking me and started attacking the lightning, which is what everyone eventually does, and which is worse, because there was lightning everywhere, and they were standing in it. I broke through to 3rd layer at noon. And it is going to sound like a lie. The tribulation for Immortal Realm 2nd to 3rd came down while I was in the middle of a field of 9,000 hostile cultivators, and I did not shelter, and I did not withdraw. It landed on me and around me for 4 hours, and by the 2nd hour the foreign races had understood what was happening and had begun a general withdrawal from the entire mountain. Not because they were losing, but because there was a man in the middle of their army having a heavenly tribulation and refusing to leave. At the 4th hour after noon, the righteous sects arrived, 11 of them. About 900 Immortal Realm cultivators from every human range within 4 days' flight. They came in from the north and the west, and they did not send a herald, and they did not stop to arrange anything. I want to say something about the Eastern Range's great sects, because I have spent this entire account being unkind about most of them. 2 of them opened a door for 11 foreign races. 11 of them came, at 4 days' notice, to a mountain that most of them had feuded with for 4 centuries because human beings were on it. The route took 2 days. I chased the last of them to the passage under what had been Crimson Domain City, and, witches that I was not fighting a war by the end of it, I was doing something else. There were about 1,100 foreign cultivators who got into that passage alive, and I have thought a great deal about whether I should have let them. Then it was over, and I came back up the mountain. I want to give you the count because everybody who tells this story gives the count, and I would like mine to be the one you remember. The 100 Peaks sect went into that siege with 111 venerables asleep in the ground and 41 immortal realm cultivators awake. It came out with 5 out of 41. 8 or 9 out of every 10 immortal realm cultivators on that mountain were gone, and every one of the 11 anchors had a name on it, and the sect had held. The non-cultivators on the upper terraces came through almost entirely, 900 of them. My father's switchback line, all of them, including the loose stone on the 4th turn. Lin Xiaolan survived. She had been in the Qianlong courtyard with the children when Wen Li Hua went out, onto the 3rd anchor. She got 400 of them into the deep caves and sat in the entrance with a divine weapon out of the cloud for 11 hours. I told her about the duck money. She sat down on the steps of the ruined hall of Zhenyu Peak, and she laughed for a very long time, and then she stopped laughing, and I sat down next to her. We did not say anything for about an hour. That is the siege of the 100 Peaks sect. I have been asked over the years what I felt when it was finished, and people expect grief, and there was grief. I am not going to perform it for you. What I actually did, on the 4th day, was go up to the forge on the 11th terrace and start making a bell. It took me 9 days. It is a large bell. There is no ornament on it, and there is nothing written on it, and it is not, by any standard, a good divine weapon. Lin Xiaolan came up on the 6th day and stood in the doorway and said, "Junior brother, I know you are blaming yourself. You think that because you exist, the Crimson Fiend sect brought the foreign races here. You think those disciples died because of you." And I said, "I am not blaming myself, senior sister. I am counting." She did not understand. Here is what I meant, and then I am going to stop talking about how I felt, because there is a great deal left, and none of it is about feelings. 11 anchors, 36 immortal realm cultivators of the 100 Peaks sect, 400,000 people in Crimson Domain City. 2 sects opened a door. 11 foreign races walked through it. I was not blaming myself. Blame is a thing you do when the arithmetic is unclear. There was nothing unclear about any of it. There was a list, and it was a long list, and it was extremely precise. I had spent 27 years becoming the specific kind of instrument that lists like that are for. On the 9th day, I finished the bell. I came down off the terrace with it, and my 2 remaining senior people met me on the path, and Xu Fenfang was not one of them, and Lin Xiaolan said, "Where are you going?" "Daoshuan sect." "Junior brother, they have a true lord asleep in their back mountain, 2 of them." "I know," I said. "That is why I am going there first." I stopped at the sect hall on the way down, and I told Lu one thing. "Do not hurry the memorial," I said. "I am going to bring the heads of both sects' old ancestors to it." In the grand hall of Daoshuan sect, at about the same time, 4 men were having a conversation that I have since had read to me from a transcript. Lin Zhuyong was the acting sect leader. Chen Jingwen was the man who had opened Crimson Domain City. Chen Jingwen had come back from that plane, and he was, by every account, not well. "How could so many foreign races fail to take one sect?" said Lin Zhuyong. "Because they were not fighting for us," said Chen Jingwen. "They were fighting for themselves. They all wanted the other races to die first and take the losses. When the other sects came, 1 race left, and then 2, and then it collapsed. Then we will manage it better next time." "Senior brother," said Chen Jingwen, "there will not be a next time. Zhou Zichen is 3rd layer. He is 3rd layer, and I do not believe you or I could take him alone, and when he reaches the 4th, there will be nothing in this world that can stop him." "Then we seal the mountain gate." "Yes." "No," said Lin Zhuyong, "absolutely not. Sealing the gate now tells every sect on the continent that we have something to hide. I ask you again, did any human being see your face?" "No, I wore a mask throughout." "Then no one from Daoshuan sect was there," said Lin Zhuyong. "As for the foreign races, how would I know who approached them? Clearly somebody with an interest impersonated us. Daoshuan sect is a righteous sect and would never collude with the outer races. Do you understand?" "Yes," said Chen Jingwen. "Junior brother understands." And then he did not say the rest of it, which he told a subordinate afterwards, and which is in the transcript because the subordinate lived. What he did not say was, "It does not matter whether we admit it. He does not need us to admit it. Daoshuan sect had 400 years of walls and a mountain protecting a ray, rated for anything the Eastern Range could produce, and 11 Immortal Realm cultivators of genuine quality, and 20 venerables and 2 true lords asleep in the back mountain. They had not sealed the gate. The array was set to standby, the way a great sect's array sits at standby for centuries, because raising it fully costs a fortune in spirit stones per day, and because nobody attacks a great sect. I came over their horizon alone on the 9th morning after the memorial was postponed. The gate disciples saw me from a long way out because I was not concealed and I was not hurrying. The last 400 paces of that approach are worth having because it is the only time in my life I have done something purely for the look of it. I took out the bell. I had spent 9 days making a large plain bell with nothing written on it, and I threw it. It came down in the open ground in front of the mountain gate of Daoshuan sect, and it grew as it fell, and by the time it landed, it was the size of a hill. The sound of that arriving reached the top of their mountain about a second before I did. "I am Zhou Zichen," I said, "and I have come to see you off." Somebody up on the gate shouted to raise the array. It was already too late. Here is why, and it is the entire tactical content of the next 4 hours, and I would like credit for having thought about it in advance, rather than simply arriving angry. A mountain-protecting array at standby takes about 9 breaths to come to full. It takes me no time at all to already be inside anything I have put lightning into. I did not attack the array. I attacked the 400 paces of air in front of the array, filled it, and then arrived on the inside of the light screen while it was still coming up, and after that, there was no array, because an array is a wall, and I was on the near side of it. The first minute took every cultivator on that gate. I want to say something about what a great sect looks like when the wall does not work. Daoshuan's sect had more disciples than the 100 Peaks sect, something over 9,000, and they were, in every respect that a sect measures itself, better organized than mine. Their response time was excellent. Their bell rang inside 11 seconds. Their Immortal Realm cultivators were on the gate inside 2 minutes, which is genuinely impressive, once of it applied. By the 3rd minute, they had begun releasing spells at me in volume, and by the 4th minute, they had stopped, because a man who is only ever in the place his lightning is means that everything aimed at him lands on whatever was behind him, and what was behind me was them. Their Immortal Realm cultivators pulled back and started shouting, and because it is the reason for the only speech I made that day. "Zhou Zichen, our sect has had minor friction with you, but you should not come here to kill our people. You are a righteous sect disciple. Do you want to fall into the demonic path?" And one man, and I have thought about him for years, who shouted, "Even if you have a grudge against us, the people you just killed had no grudge against you. They were innocent." I stopped for that one. I actually stopped. "You were trying to kill me a minute ago," I said. "And now that it is not going well, you have found some beautiful words." Because there were about 4,000 people on that mountain who could hear me, and I wanted every one of them to. "Do you know why I came here first?" I said, "instead of the Crimson Fiend sect? They opened that city with you. They are the demonic path. Everyone knows what they are, and they know what they are, and there is a kind of honesty in it. I came here first because, compared to them, you disgust me more. You put a mask on. You went to 11 foreign races and let them into a human world, and then you came home and sat in your hall and worked out how to say that it was not you. And when 100,000 people died in Crimson Domain City, you sent a delegation to the funeral. So do not tell me about innocent. The disciples of my sect were innocent. When you were sitting in a room deciding which door to open, did the word come up once? Today, Daoshuan's sect stops existing. Not the leadership, not the guilty, all of it. I know exactly how that sounds. I have known how it sounds since the day I said it. Lin Zhuyong came out at the 5th minute. He earned this because he was, by a considerable margin, the strongest human being I had fought in my life to that point. Immortal Realm Peak, the 8th of the 10 great cold ices in his chest, which is a genuine treasure and not a small one. And a 7th rank divine weapon, high grade, an ice pagoda of 7 tiers that his old ancestor had given him when he took the acting seat. He blocked my first strike with it completely, and I saw him relax. This was not arrogance on his part. It was correct. He had done the arithmetic, and his arithmetic said that a 7th rank pagoda in the hands of an immortal realm peak cultivator with one of the 10 great ices cannot be broken by an immortal realm 3rd layer. And his arithmetic was right, and it had one term missing. I did not break his pagoda. I put my blade into it, and then I put Zhenlei through the blade. A dead man on a glass floor 11 years earlier had told me that thunder is not force, it is frequency. That if you can get your frequency inside a thing, you do not have to be stronger than the thing. The ice pagoda vibrated. Every crystal in it vibrated, at its own frequency, against every other crystal in it, several thousand times in about a second and a half. Then it was not a pagoda anymore. It was a very fine mist of extremely valuable powder, and behind it was a man who had just taken the full backlash of his own divine weapon coming apart in his hands. I put the blade through him and out the other side. And then something happened that I did not plan and could not have planned, and it is the best thing that occurred in that entire 11-year war. Lin Zhiyong, 5 minutes earlier, had ordered every disciple around him to release spells at me. They had been doing it continuously. They had been aiming at me and hitting the pagoda because the pagoda was between us. The pagoda was now powder. Several hundred spells released by the disciples of Dao Xuan's sect, aimed at the space where I was standing, arrived at that space in the moment their sect leader stopped being shielded, and I was already gone, and he was not. I came out of a falling bolt about 40 feet away, next to what was left of him. So, I said, as the acting leader of Dao Xuan's sect, do you want to die at the hands of your own disciples? He was still there enough to hear it. I am confident of that. Do not worry, I said. I am not going to give anyone else the chance. And I finished it, and I put what was left in my ring because I had made a specific promise about a memorial. Chen Jingwen ran. He did not fight, and he did not posture. His people were shouting for him to lead because he was the strongest thing left. I watched his face go through the calculation and arrive at the correct answer, which was that his seniors had died in the order in which people had shouted at them. He got about 900 paces. He had a battle banner, a real one, fire type, and he unfurled it and put every bit of himself into it, and it was a genuinely excellent piece of work, and that it took me 2 strikes instead of 1. I already sent you the bell, I said, and you are still running. After that, it stopped being a battle. I am not going to walk you through 4 hours of it, and I am not going to pretend there is anything in it worth watching. What I will tell you about is the back mountain. There is a place in every great sect where the sleepers are. Dao Xuan's sects was a valley of new mounds, 20 of them ordinary and 2 of them enormous. The enormous ones had the rest arranged around them like a court, 2 true lords. And here is the mechanic that made the entire reversal of heaven and earth period what it was. Because everything for the next 4 years is this one thing done over and over. During the reversal, nothing above immortal realm may exist in the open. A sleeper's array hides their qi. That is all it does. If the array comes off, the qi leaks. If the qi leaks, the heavenly Tao detects it. And if the heavenly Tao detects a venerable or a true lord awake in the world during the reversal, it strikes them down, and there is no defense. It does not matter how strong they are. I did not have to be able to kill a true lord. I only had to be able to open a grave. I broke the largest mound, and the old ancestor of Dao Xuan's sect came up out of it in a fury the size of a weather system, and around us his disciples started cheering, because a true lord had woken up, and a true lord meant that everything was going to be fine. He got 1 strike off. It was enormous. It was, and the single most powerful thing I had ever had directed at me. It was also about a fifth of what it should have been because the rules of the world had already stepped on him. I cut it in half. That is all, I said. You wanted to take me with you. Go by yourself. And then the sky came down on him. Heavenly punishment lightning is gold. That is the only thing worth saying about it. I have eaten every thunder I have ever met, and I have 3 of the 10 in my chest. I looked up at that and understood immediately that I was seeing something that was not in any category I had access to. A true lord of 900 years turned into dust in front of about 4,000 of his own disciples in less than a breath. He did not touch the ground, and nothing hit him except an idea. The noise the survivors made was not a noise I want to describe. I broke the other 20 mounds at once. 20 venerables came up out of the ground simultaneously and stood there in a ring in the wreck of their own sect, looking around at it, entirely bewildered, and one of them said, "Who are you? Is a disciple of the 100 Peaks sect here to rescue us?" "No," I said, "I am here to see you off." And the sky did it 20 times. The last mound was the Supreme Elder. I left him for last on purpose, and I told him why, which was so that he could look at it. You still recognize me, I said. Zhou Zichen. Then you were in the room. You do not recognize a face you have not discussed. He tried to raise his hands, and the sky did not let him finish. I collected the dust. All of it. 22 portions. It took most of the afternoon to go through the treasuries because a great sect has 4 of them, and they are not next to each other. It took most of the evening to go through the sleeping caves of 22 people who had put their best possessions in the ground with them. Then I set it on fire. The fire in Daoxuan's sect burned for 10 days and 10 nights, and it could be seen from 4 ranges away, and everything I have been told about what people thought when they saw it comes down to the same 3 or 4 sentences. 3 disciples of Haoran sect were passing on the second day and came to look. One of them said something to the others that got repeated across the whole continent inside a month. If somebody had told me yesterday that one man could destroy a great sect, he said, I would have spat in his face. And now it is happening in front of me. I stood on the bell for most of the 10 days, not to make a point. There was nowhere else to sit. I did not go straight to the Crimson Fiend sect, because a talisman in my sleeve started shaking on. The 11th day, and it was a sect message, and it said, Guardian, please return. There are matters. This was the first time in 27 years that anybody at the 100 Peaks sect had addressed me as Guardian, and that I had told exactly one person about the token. That the one person was asleep in a hole. I got back and could not find my own mountain gate. They had rebuilt it in 11 days, and it was covered in people, not our people. There were disciples of 9 different sects up on that gate-laying stone. I did not recognize 4 of the sect uniforms at all, and a young man from the 5 Elements sect was running a mortar line with a level in his hand like a foreman. I landed on the wall, and about 200 people stopped working. Guardian! The Guardian is back! Guardian, is it true? Did you really destroy Daoxuan's sect? Your news travels fast, I said. Yes, Daoxuan's sect is not in the world anymore. There is a specific noise a crowd makes when it receives a confirmation it was already sure of, and it is quieter than the noise for a surprise. It is much worse to be standing in the middle of. Acting sect leader Liu came out with about 40 people behind him from every sect on the continent. Everybody bowed, and it felt appalling. 11 days earlier, these people had not come. 4 of these sects were within 2 days' flight of my mountain, and they had arrived on the second afternoon of a 2-day battle. I am not being unfair. 2 days is fast. 2 days is genuinely fast for a continent with no standing arrangements. It is also the case that 400,000 people died in Crimson Domain City, and 36 cultivators of my sect went out onto anchor points, and now there were 40 men in good robes bowing on my wall. The arithmetic was in my head, where it always is. What is this? I said to Liu. The sects know about Daoxuan and the Crimson Fiend now, he said. Everybody knows. They have proposed an alliance to destroy the Crimson Fiend sect jointly. He paused. They would like you to lead it. I appreciate everyone's good intentions, I said, but I am enough. And I want to put this next part in properly because it is the funniest 90 seconds of the entire 11-year war, a cultivator of the 5 Elements sect stepped forward with a storage ring in both hands and held it out. Elder Song, he said, when we came to your sect's aid, we recovered some divine weapons from the field. They belong to your sect. We are returning them to their rightful owner. I want to be extremely clear about what had actually happened. When I opened 100 Peaks Cliff, 4,011 divine weapons came up into the sky over that mountain. 41 of my people took one each. The foreign races took a great many, because they were in the air and there was a war on. And when the righteous sects arrived on the second afternoon and won the field, they picked up everything lying on it, which was, by any standard anybody uses, entirely fair. They had bled for it. Salvage is salvage. Every sect on that continent had come home from the siege of the 100 Peaks sect with a fistful of 90,000 years of somebody else's inheritance, and not one of them had had the slightest intention of giving it back. And then, 4 days earlier, the news had arrived that one man had destroyed Daoxuan's sect. I watched the 5 Element sect man hold out that ring, and I watched every other sect representative on that wall arrive at the same thought at the same instant, and their faces were magnificent. Because 5 Elements had gone first, and now everybody else had a problem, which is that Zhou Zichen would probably never remember which sect had returned his weapons, but he would definitely remember which ones had not. Your sect is too kind, I said, and I took the ring. 6 more sects had produced storage rings before I got down off the wall. 2 of them sent messengers home at a dead run. Within 9 days, I had 4,011 divine weapons back, minus 19, and I know it is 19 because I counted. I have never once mentioned the 19 to anybody, and I never will. By the way, I said, at the end of it, entirely casually, to a courtyard of 40 sect representatives, I have just remembered that a great many of our sect's weapons were taken out through the passage by the foreign races. After the Crimson Fiend sect, I will need to go to the Outer Territory battlefield and get those as well. And to settle up, I said. The silence in that courtyard was the single most satisfying thing I have ever purchased, and it cost me nothing. They insisted on coming to the Crimson Fiend sect. I let them, not because I needed them, and everybody involved knew that. I let them for one practical reason, which is that when I broke Dao Xuan's sect, a number of disciples escaped out the back, and I did not want that again. 9 sects around a mountain gate is a net. There were 2 conditions. No word to anybody, because the Crimson Fiend sect had spies in every sect represented, and probably in 3 of the ones standing in my courtyard, and nobody moves before I do. It took 19 days to gather. I broke through to a mortal realm 5th layer on the way. Picture the Crimson Fiend sect's preparation, because unlike Dao Xuan, they had done everything right, and it is instructive. They had sealed their mountain gate on the day of the retreat and never opened it, not for their own people. There were Immortal Realm peak disciples of the Crimson Fiend sect standing outside their own gate, identifying themselves and being refused, because I can change my appearance and my chi, and nobody inside was willing to gamble. They had rebuilt the array into 99 independent sub-arrays, each one individually rated to Immortal Realm peak, each one manned, each one with its own spirit stone supply and repair crew. That is a genuinely excellent design. It means no single breach opens the sect, and it means the whole thing can be maintained at full for months. Their acting leader, Fu Rui, briefed them on the morning we arrived, and I have the account from a survivor, and he was right about everything except one word. These righteous sects are here to save face for the 100 Peaks sect, he said, perhaps to take advantage. They will not fight to the death for somebody else's grudge, and we have sealed the gate. If they will not fight to the death, they cannot break us. He was correct. Not one of those 9 sects would have fought to the death. He had read them perfectly. Then a large bell landed in front of his mountain gate. The 9 sects opened up on the array because I had told them to, and because they wanted to be seen doing something. 5 elements went first, with the fire and the ice and the rest of it. It was a genuinely impressive display, and it accomplished exactly nothing, which everybody expected. Above the gate, the Crimson Fiend sect disciples relaxed. The array is holding. Each sub-array is rated to Immortal Realm peak. They cannot exceed peak. Nobody can exceed peak. He is 5th layer, not even peak, 5th. And there is something here that took me 6 years of the reversal to work out, and that nobody else in that world had worked out at all. Everybody had understood the reversal as a ceiling, a single line drawn across creation at Immortal Realm peak, above which nothing may go. That is not what it is. It is not one ceiling. It is a ceiling per thing. Every cultivator, every array, every divine weapon has its own maximum, and the rule of the reversal is that nothing may go above its own peak. The peaks are not the same height. I worked this out during the siege, when my sect's array had a peak and I went through it at 2nd layer. And then I confirmed it in a valley in the back mountain of Dao Xuan's sect, when a true lord of 900 years released the full power of his own immortal realm peak at me. It was less than what I had done to him. So when I put the blade into that light screen and it did not crack like a spider web but opened in a single clean line, and 4,000 people on that wall made a sound like a door being kicked, I said the only thing I have ever said that I would carve into something. Peak? You have that wrong. That is your peak. It is not mine. Their second strongest was Chen Jingwen, who had been at Crimson Domain City with Chen Jingwen. She was the only person on that wall who had seen me work, and she understood the problem instantly. She started shouting the correct instruction, which was, "Do not release spells at him, you will only hit each other." She was right. It was the best tactical call anybody made against me in 11 years. It is also the reason she went first, because she was the only voice on that wall saying anything useful, and I could hear her from 400 paces. After that, it was under an hour. Because it matters, and because it is not to anybody's credit, Dao Xuan's sect fought. Badly, and with a great deal of noise about righteousness, but they fought, and their immortal realm cultivators died at the front. The Crimson Fiend sect surrendered. Not formally, individually, continuously. From about the 11th minute onward, every group I came to was already talking. Spare us, we only joined this year, we were not at the city. It was the sect leader's order, we knew nothing. Senior Song, we are innocent. We will leave the Crimson Fiend sect. We will join the 100 Peaks sect. Your sect lost many people, you need to replace them. We could all join, even as outer disciples. That one stopped me. I want to be honest about why. Not because it was outrageous, because for about a quarter of a second it was tempting in a purely administrative way. My sect had lost 36 immortal realm cultivators, and here were 400 of them offering. Join the 100 Peaks sect, I said. You are not worthy of it. And I want to tell you that I said that as a judgment about their character, and I did not. I said it because I had just done the arithmetic and worked out how many of the 36 they would have had to replace. It made me want to put my hand through something. The mountain gate took under an hour. The interior took 10 days, and almost none of that was fighting. 4 treasuries, 22 sleeping caves. Every one of them opened, every sleeper out, and the sky did what it does, and I collected the dust in a specific box. Then I set it on fire and waited until it had burned out before I left, because I had learned something at Dao Xuan's sect about people hiding in cellars, and because I had said a specific thing, and I meant to be able to say it was true. At the gate, on the way out, 9 sects were standing around not looking at each other. Thank you all, I said. The ring's on the field. Take what you think is right. They took very little. 9 great sects stood on a battlefield they had been given permission to loot and took maybe a tenth of what was on it. The reason is that nobody wanted to be the sect that had taken a lot. One more thing, I said. Everybody stopped. My sect lost most of its immortal realm cultivators. We are going to recruit, not in our own range, everywhere. Every human territory on this continent, including the ones your sects hold, and including the ones the demonic sects hold. Nobody said anything. Righteous sects have been informed, I said. That is a courtesy. As for the demonic path territories, my people will go there too, and if anybody obstructs them, tell them they may either let my people pass or wait for me. Not one sect objected. 9 great sects of the Eastern Range stood in the ash of the second one I had burned in a month and told me that of course the 100 Peaks sect should recruit and that they would fully cooperate and that we were welcome. I want to be clear that I understood exactly what was happening. Nobody was cooperating. Everybody was calculating. There was one variable on that continent that could not be modeled, and every sect had decided that the correct strategy was to be extremely pleasant to it. I flew home thinking about a boy on a rock on Fengqi Mountain, selling number plates on credit at 20% to farm boys. I had started by monetizing the only thing I had, which was that I was inconvenient to fight. I had ended up with 9 great sects handing me their salvage in the street and thanking me for the opportunity. The lesson is not a nice one, and I am going to say it anyway, because it is the truest thing I know, and I have tested it on 2 worlds. It is all fists. That is the whole thing. Every rule, every courtesy, every righteous alliance, and every reasonable arrangement sits on top of somebody's fist, and if your fist is hard enough, then you are not merely strong, you are correct. The memorial was held at Heroic Spirit Mountain 3 days after I got back. Every disciple of the 100 Peaks sect attended, 9,000 people, which was mostly new recruits who had never met any of the dead, and about 200 who had. I put the box on the altar, 22 portions from Dao Xuan's sect, 19 from the Crimson Fiend sect, 2 true lords, 39 venerables, and the acting leaders of both. I had said, on the 9th day, standing in a forge with a bell in my hands, that I would bring the heads of both sects' old ancestors to the memorial. I wanted on the record that I said it, and that I did it, and that it did not help in the slightest. Lin Shulan read the names. It took 2 hours. There were 311 of them, from 108 peaks, and she got through all of them without stopping. Xu Fenfang was 149th alphabetically. Afterwards, my father came and stood next to me. He is not a cultivator, and he was surrounded by 9,000 of them, and he stood there for a while with his hands behind his back. Are you finished? He said. No. The foreign races. 11 of them came through that door, I said. I know all 11. My father nodded slowly. He did not tell me not to. He did not tell me it was enough, or that they would not have wanted this, or any of the other things that people say. What he said was, take a coat. You will be out there a long time. 2 days later, disciples of the 100 Peaks sect went out across every human territory in the world to recruit. I went the other way, through the passage under what had been Crimson Domain City, into the Outer Territory battlefield. Before I get to the Outer Territory battlefield, because it is the funniest year in the history of my sect, and I was not there for any of it. The recruitment was not a small thing. The 100 Peaks sect had 5 Immortal Realm cultivators left. Every peak had lost people, and a sect that has lost its middle generation has about 40 years before it stops being a sect, because there is nobody to teach. So Lu emptied the mountain. Everyone who could travel went. Immortal Realm cultivators to the furthest ranges, life extension to the middle distance, golden body to the near territories, and so on down, because there simply were not enough strong ones to cover the map, and the map was the entire human world, which left the 100 Peaks sect defended by about 4 people and a wall, because it is genuinely reckless, and every single sect on the continent noticed within about 11 days. Nobody touched it, not one. Not a raid, not a probe, not an opportunistic land claim on a boundary. For 14 months, the wealthiest and least defended mountain in the eastern range sat there with 4 people on it, and the entire continent walked around it in a wide circle. The demonic sects took it worse than anybody. There is a transcript of a council at the Paradise Demon sect that I would pay money for a copy of. I have most of it from 3 separate people who were in the room. A very large man stood up and said that the 100 Peaks sect was recruiting inside their territory, openly, right now, and taking the best children out of 9 provinces the demonic sects had held for 400 years. Are we going to stand here and watch them pick the best talents out of our own ground? He said. Their recruitment does not look like much, but they are doing it across the entire human world. How many prodigies will be in that batch? What becomes of us when that generation grows up? And a woman on the other side of the hall said, Then what? Go and stop them? Yes. Have you not heard the rumors? She said. When Zhou Chen finished the Crimson Fiend sect, he said it out loud in front of 9 sects. Either the 100 Peaks sect's people are allowed to pass, or he comes himself. So if we stop them, he comes. Do you believe our Paradise Demon sect is stronger than the Crimson Fiend sect was? Do you want to be the sect that got itself erased over recruitment quotas? The large man sat down. And then the acting leader of the Paradise Demon sect, from the high seat, said the thing that I have never gotten over. Let them be arrogant for now, he said. When our experts wake, Zhou Chen will not have the capital for it, and every sect in the world will want him gone. And the more arrogant he is now, the faster he dies then. But for the moment, we avoid the edge. Not only that, he said, there is something else. All of you go out and sweep our territory for surviving Daoxuan sect cultivators and eliminate every one you find. Nobody understood. The large man asked why. Because, said the acting leader, the Daoxuan remnants are angry and homeless, and they are going to work out that they cannot touch Zhou Chen, but can absolutely touch a 100 Peaks sect recruiter with 2 escorts on a country road, and they will do it on somebody's territory. And if it happens on ours, he said, and Zhou Chen cannot find the men who did it, do you think he will simply go home? There was a silence, and then he said the sentence that I want carved somewhere. So, furthermore, Feng, take a detachment and escort the 100 Peaks sect recruiters personally while they are on our land. Nothing is to happen to them. I want you to hold that image, a demonic path great sect assigning a protection detail to the recruiting officers of a righteous sect that was stripping talent out of its own provinces and doing it out of pure self-preservation and doing it well. Feng did the job. 14 months. He hated every minute of it, and by all accounts he did it flawlessly, and one of the disciples he escorted is a peak elder of my sect today and describes him as the most miserable man she has ever traveled with. The Daoxuan remnants did exactly what the Paradise Demon sect's acting leader predicted, or tried to. There were about 400 of them left in the world. They gathered in the western mountains in a place with almost no spirit chi, which is the only kind of place nobody bothers to look, and one of them stood up and made the obvious proposal. "We cannot match Zhou Chen," he said. "Can we not match ordinary immortal realm and golden body recruiters on a road? He destroyed our sect. We can kill his sect's people." And another one said, "If you want to die, go alone. Every great sect on the continent has put out word that if we show our faces on their ground, they will erase us on sight. We are at the point where the entire world is shouting to kill us." "Those great sects have no spine," said the first one. "Have they all become Zhou Zichen's dogs?" Yes, that is the actual answer, and everybody in that cave knew it. He tried the other idea. Attack the 100 Peaks sect directly, since it was empty. "Zhou Zichen is inside it," said somebody. "He is in the outer territory battlefield." "He is in the outer territory battlefield," the other one agreed, "and every sect on this continent is currently trying to work out how to be useful to that mountain. And do you believe we would even reach its gate before 3 of them arrived to do the erasing for him and take the credit?" Nobody went. 400 cultivators of a great sect that had stood for 90,000 years sat in a mountain with no spirit chi and talked themselves out of everything, one option at a time. The reason was not that they were cowards. The reason was that there was no longer any move available that did not end in the same place. I've thought about that a great deal. I have been called in 11 languages a lunatic, a calamity, and a thing that should not have been allowed to happen. I want to point out that in the 14 months of that recruitment, I did not do anything at all. I was not on that continent. I did not send a single instruction. An entire world reorganized itself around a person who was not there on the basis of what he might remember later. That is what a fist is actually for, and nobody tells you this part. The fist is not for the hitting. The hitting is the advertisement. The recruitment brought in 9,200 disciples. Every peak got its pick from every human territory in the world instead of one region, and the sect's records office wrote a formal note, which I have read, describing the average aptitude of that intake as, and I am quoting, implausible. Xu Fengfeng would have been unbearable about it. That is a sentence I have written and cut about 4 times, and I am leaving it in. Zhenyu Peak took 400 of them. Zhenyu Peak, which had 4 people on it the day I arrived, and one of them was the cook. My master slept through the entire thing and came out of her hole 11 months later and walked up onto her own mountain and could not find it because there were young people on every terrace and none of them recognized her, and one of them tried to direct her to the visitor hall. Lin Shulan runs it now. I want to finish this part with the only conversation from that year that I was present for, which happened on the day I left through the passage. My sister came down to see me off, Zhou Jiamin, the porter's daughter from a corridor in the Qi induction ruins, who was Star River Realm by then and had no business being it. "How long?" she said. 4 years, maybe 5. "And after?" "There is a list." "I know there is a list," said my sister. "I asked what is after it. And I said, I will let you know, which is what I said to my mother about the same question, and to my father, and to a fox in an empty world about 11 months later, and it is the only lie I have told consistently for 27 years. The outer territory battlefield was empty. That was the first thing, and it took me 4 days to get used to. I had spent 11 years out there in a place that is never empty, where you cannot walk 9 miles without meeting somebody who wants your ring. I went through the passage, and there was nobody. The reason is that during the reversal, the treasures stop appearing. Nobody knows why. Ruins do not open, deposits do not surface, and the general opinion had settled into the theory that everything was being held back for the end, that when the reversal lifted, there would be an enormous harvest. So every race in creation had pulled its people home to cultivate and wait, which was extremely convenient and also a problem, because I did not know where anybody lived. That is not a joke. Every race has its own major thousand world and its own passage, and the passages are scattered across 400,000 square miles of nowhere. The outer territory battlefield is a shared field, not a map. I had spent 11 years out there, and I could find 11 cities and about 40 landmarks, and I had absolutely no idea which hole in the ground led to the Sheep Demon clan. So I flew around for 6 days looking for somebody to ask. I found 3 of them in a mountain forest, complaining. Sheep Demon Clan. Human-shaped, curved horns, and the size of the horns is how they rank each other, which I did not know at the time and which explains a great deal about the next hour. They were Immortal Realm's 7th layer, all three, and they saw a lone human at what read as 5th, and they did the arithmetic out loud, which people do far more often than you would expect. He is one person, said the female one, whose name was Liu Ying, and a 5th layer. We cannot go home empty-handed. Wait, I said, before we do this, was your clan at the 100 Peaks sect? That stopped them, which was interesting. What? 11 races came through a passage into the human world about a month ago and put a mountain under siege for 2 days. I am asking whether the Sheep Demon clan was one of them. And Liu Ying, who was about to attack me, said with genuine enthusiasm, the 100 Peaks sect, then this is even better. It is said your sect has an extraordinary number of top-tier divine weapons, almost one per Immortal Realm cultivator. You must have one too. You want my divine weapon? I said. What rank would you like? Is 8th acceptable? The next 4 seconds, precisely. I released the Celestial Demon Thunderblade. 36 pieces locked into a disc, and it did not activate. It simply existed above my head. The pressure came off it the way heat comes off a forge. The 2 males were dead before the disc finished turning. I have thought about why I did that first, and the honest answer is that I needed one of them alive, and the odds of the survivor being cooperative go up sharply if she has watched. Liu Ying stood there covered in the consequences of her own suggestion. You are Zhou Chen, she said. Since you know the name, this is simpler, I said. Do you know why you are still here? Take me to your clan's world. And she agreed instantly and was visibly pleased, and here is what she was thinking, because it is the same thing 4 separate species thought over the following months. She was thinking, he is one man, and my clan's major 1000 world has thousands of cultivators in it, and a royal family, and if I bring him there, he will die, and I will have brought him. 3 days to the nearest sheep demon city, Kai City. Not small. Walls, a city protecting array, and the array was not on, and the gate was not even shut, because during the reversal, nobody attacks anybody in the outer territory battlefield, because there is nothing out there worth attacking anybody for. I looked up at the plaque over the gate. Kai City, I said. It is a sheep demon clan city. Then you are no longer useful. What? She actually flinched backward. No, wait, this is only a border city. If you go in looking for someone, you will never find them. I can keep guiding you. Find them, I said. There is no need to find anybody. All of you are on the list. Because this is the section of my life that people describe as a campaign, and it was not a campaign. It was a route. 11 races had come through that door. I had a list of 11 names. I did not need intelligence, I did not need a plan, and I did not need to know who among them had personally done anything, because a race that sends 9,000 cultivators into another world to kill one person has made a decision as a race. The gate guards of Kai City shouted something at me, and I was already inside the wall. I took the city in under an hour, and I went through the passage into the Sheep Demon clan's major 1000 world, because it surprised me. Grass, enormous amounts of it. It went to the horizon in every direction, and it was, I have to admit, extremely beautiful. Well, I said out loud to nobody, they are sheep. 2 days south to the royal family, the Sheep Demon clan's royal seat is a mountain gate with a proper array and about 4,000 cultivators in it, and I did not arrive quietly. The thunder came down for 11 minutes before anybody in that place understood that it was not weather. Their Immortal Realm experts came up in a wave of about 20, roaring, and they were brave. That they were also from a race that had never in its history had to fight one person. 20 took about a breath and a half. Killing our lower realm kin, is that heroic? One of the last ones shouted at me, which was a fair question with a bad answer, and I said, you would prefer I killed the Immortal Realm ones. Fine. And that was the end of the conversation. And then the crowd parted for the 6th prince. Liu Hongzhi, golden robe, extremely young, horns more than twice the size of anybody else's on that field, which, as I have mentioned, is how they rank, and which meant that every sheep demon in that valley knew exactly what had just walked into the open. The best talent his clan had produced in 10,000 years, Immortal Realm Peak, publicly ranked in the top 10 of the entire era across all races. He was delighted. That is the thing I remember. He was genuinely, visibly delighted to see me, in the way that only a very talented young person who has never lost anything can be delighted by the arrival of a problem. "You are the human Zhou Zichun," he said. "I have heard your name. You should feel fortunate. When my clan entered your world, I was occupied with a war against the Monkey Beast clan and had no time for you. If I had personally led that force, you would already be a corpse, and your 100 Peaks sect would be a whole." He was 4 minor realms above me. He genuinely believed all of that. "You had a rare opportunity to live well," he said, "and you did not cherish it, and you came here to die." And then he came at me, and he was fast. And he was fast in a way that, because I could see him properly, and that is not a compliment I hand out. He did not finish raising his blades. Because his clan has spent years disputing this, he got his hands up. He did not get them past his chest. There was a sound out of that entire valley afterwards that I have heard 4 times in my life, and I have never gotten used to. I stood in it and looked at 4,000 sheep demons, and I understood that the fight was over, and that I could not kill 4,000 people who were now running in every direction across a major 1,000 world the size of a country, and that I did not need to. So I told them. "Run," I said, and I made sure it carried. "I cannot catch all of you. I am not going to try." "But your sleeping experts cannot run." "I am going to dig up every one of them and let the sky have them. And when you come back, there will not be a single strong thing left in your clan. Then you can find out what the world does to a race with no elders." That worked, and it is the most effective thing I said in 4 years, and I said it once and then used it as a policy. They stopped running away and started running back. That is the entire problem with the threat, and it is why I only used it when I meant it. A race that thinks it is losing a battle scatters. A race that has been told its ancestors are going in the fire turns around. It cost me 9 hours instead of 1, and afterwards I stood in a valley of opened mounds and did the sums. I want to give you the number because it explains everything about the next 4 years. The Sheep Demon clan had 31 sleepers, 31 venerables of a race that could not rank in the top 10 of the myriad races, gone in an afternoon, because a boy with a wheel in his chest had worked out that during the reversal, you do not have to be able to beat a venerable, you only have to be able to open a lid. I've been called many things for that campaign, in 11 languages. The one that is accurate is bookkeeper. The Monkey Beast clan had prepared. Their 9th prince was, and I say this sincerely, the best strategist I met out there. He had heard about the sheep demons, and he had 4 months, and he did the correct analysis and arrived at the correct plan. It is genuinely a good plan, and I want to lay it out. He put every single immortal realm cultivator of the Monkey Beast clan into one city, under one city protecting array, and gave them one order. Do not attack the man. Attack every place the lightning falls. All of it, simultaneously, the instant the array engages him. That is right. That is exactly right. It is the only correct answer to the Yochang body, and it took the entire myriad races 4 years to find it, and he found it in 4 months. It has one requirement. The array has to hold me for 1 breath. He met me at the wall and offered a truce, and I want to put his offer in because it was reasonable. "We attacked your sect," said the 9th prince. "Many of ours died in your world too. You have killed our kin, we have killed yours. Let it rest. Go home and we will pretend nothing happened." "You tried to kill me and failed," I said, "and now you want to pretend nothing happened. All right, I will try to kill you once, now. If I cannot, then nothing happened." He shouted the order, and it was a good order, and every cultivator in that city released everything they had into the places where the thunder was going, and the array did not hold 1 breath. I came through the light screen in a single clean line, and the first thing I did on the other side of it was the 9th prince, because his entire plan was a plan, and plans have an author. I do not enjoy that 1 dot. He was the only one of them who thought properly, and thinking properly got him killed 9 seconds before everybody else. There is no lesson in that at all. The Spider Demon clan was the one that nearly worked. They organized 11 races. Not for their own defense. They went out and worked out where I was going, and they picked a target 3 clans ahead of my route, and they moved everybody there and waited. The Centipede Demon clan's world, which was on my list anyway, which is how they knew. The Spider Demon clan's contribution was the mechanism, and it is genuinely elegant. Spider silk binds thunder, not blocks it, binds it, wraps it where it lands. So the plan was, silk on every strike, and the moment a strike is bound, every cultivator in the field releases into that spot. And they had chosen suicide volunteers to be near the strikes because somebody had to be close enough to bind, and being close enough to bind means being inside the area everybody else is about to hit. Those people knew that. Their clans had agreed compensation for their families in advance. That is what I was up against on that plane, not an army, an arrangement. Here is the counter. It is the single best idea I have ever had in a fight, and it took about a second and a half. I felt the ambush the moment I entered the world, auras rising out of ground that had had nothing in it. I did not know what the trap was, so I did not fly. I dropped to the ground first, immediately, and I released one bolt of thunder straight down, through my own foot, into the earth. Nobody saw it. That is the entire trick. It went into the dirt and it stayed there, and there was no strike on the surface for the silk to bind, and no location for anybody to cover. Then I flew up and released the visible ones and vanished. Every spider on that field bound a strike. Every cultivator of 11 races released everything they had into the bound strikes. The strikes were in the middle of their own formation, because that is where they were standing. It took about 4 seconds, and I want to be careful how I say this. A very large number of the people who died on that plane were killed by their own allies. It was not an accident. It was the plan working exactly as designed against an opponent who was not in it. They found me by chance a minute later, coming up out of the ground where the bombardment had cracked it open. He was underground. He shot the thunder through his foot. Damn it, he is cunning. Did our clansmen die for nothing? Then they did the other correct thing, which was to say, fine, if he can hide underground, then destroy all the ground. And that is when I used the last thing I had left from a dead man on a glass floor. I put out a bolt, and I put the Zhenlei vibration into it, and it shattered, and the fragments shattered, and those fragments shattered. In about a second, there were 10,000 separate bolts of thunder in that world, and then 20. It kept going, because Kai Trulord's art is resonance with the world itself, and there is no natural limit to it that anybody has found. Every single one of them was a place I could already be. Somebody at the back shouted the instruction to destroy the thunder because it was weak now, and that is true. Dispersing it makes each one weak, and he did not finish the sentence. Because I did not need the thunder to kill anybody. I have 400 years of ancient shaman practice in a body that has been struck by lightning nightly since I was 12. The thunder is how I arrive. The arriving is the weapon. They held for about 11 minutes. I want to tell you the number and then move on. 11 races sent their best to that plane. The Spider Demon clan sent volunteers who had signed for their families. Nobody negotiated compensation with anybody afterwards because there was nobody left in most of those delegations to negotiate with. That was the last organized attempt. After that, the myriad races stopped trying to fight me and started trying to leave. There is a specific stage in this kind of thing that nobody warns you about, and it is worse than the fighting. The races started moving out, not fleeing a battle, moving, whole clans, packing. I would come into a major 1,000 world and find cities standing open and empty, cook fires 4 days cold, doors left swinging, and nothing in the passages but the tracks of about 900,000 people who had left in an orderly fashion with their possessions. They could not take the sleepers. That is the whole thing. A living tomb is a hole in the ground with an array over it, and you cannot move it, and the person inside cannot be woken without killing them. So I would walk into an abandoned world and go to the back valley. There would be 30 or 40 mounds with nobody guarding them at all, because a race had made the arithmetic and decided that the elders were the price of the children. I want to be honest about what that was like. The first 2 were satisfying. There was a list, and there were names on it, and I was working through it. By the 6th, I had stopped feeling anything about it, and by the 9th, I had started noticing the details, which is always the beginning of the problem. Somebody had left flowers on a mound. Somebody had put a wooden marker up with a name on it, hand-cut recently. In one of them, somebody had stayed behind, an old woman of the antler races who could not fight and had refused to go. She stood in front of 9 mounds with a stick and told me to leave. I want to tell you what I said to her, and I cannot, because I did not say anything. I went around her. I opened the mounds behind her. The sky did what it does. Then I left, and she was still standing there with the stick. I have been asked whether I would do it again. Yes, because there is a version of this account where I get soft here to make you comfortable. 11 races came into a human world through a door 2 sects opened and put 9,000 cultivators on a mountain where 900 farmers were sheltering. Every one of those clans voted to go. There is no version of me that stops at the 6th, but I did not enjoy it after the 6th, and I stopped being able to tell it as an adventure. I am not going to tell it to you as one. I found her in the 8th world. I had not seen Li Peijun in 9 years. She had gone in the 3rd year of the reversal without any particular announcement, which is the way foxes do things, and I had assumed she had gone home to whatever the fox lineages were doing about the period, and I had been correct. She was standing at the mouth of a passage in an empty world, and she looked exactly the same, which is not a compliment, it is a species fact. You are on the Antler clan's world, she said. Yes. They have gone. Yes. To the marsh territories in the south of the field. All of them. 900,000. She was leaning against the passage wall with her arms folded. You will not find them for 4 months, and by then they will have moved again. Are you telling me where they are? No, said Li Peijun. I am telling you it is not worth your time, which is a different thing that happens to sound the same, and you are going to notice the difference in about a day and a half and be annoyed about it. We stood there for a bit. The fox lineages did not come through your door, she said. In case you were going to ask. I was not going to ask. You were absolutely going to ask. You have a list in your ring, and you have been in 8 worlds in 11 months. I know who is at that mountain, I said. I have not needed a list since the 1st week. She looked at me for a while. Zhou Jichen, she said, how many of them are left? 4. And after the 4? And I did not have an answer for that, and she watched me not have one, and then she said the only genuinely unkind thing she has ever said to me. You have been counting for 11 months, she said, and I would like you to consider what happens to a man whose entire arithmetic finishes. Then she went through the passage, and I did not see her again for a very long time, and where she went and what she has been doing is not my story, and I am not going to speculate about it in front of you. I broke through 4 times that year without noticing. That is not an exaggeration, and it is the strangest sensation I have ever had. 6th layer somewhere over an ocean. 7th in the middle of an argument with a scorpion snake elder. 8th, 9th. At Immortal Realm 10th layer, something changed. I felt it come down on me while I was flying, from every direction at once, like the sky putting a hand flat on my back. I stopped in the air and understood immediately what was happening. I had gone past what the rules permitted. Not past Immortal Realm, I was still Immortal Realm, at the top of it. But the reversal is not a line, it is a rule per thing, and I had spent 4 years finding out that my own peak was higher than everybody else's peak. I had finally found the point where my own peak was higher than the peak the world was willing to allow. I braced for the heavenly punishment. It did not come. Instead, the entire world went black. Not the sky, the world, everything, to the horizon, total. The kind of dark where a man at Immortal Realm 10th layer cannot see his own hand. It lasted 1 breath, then it lifted, and then it went dark again, and it did that 9 times. I had seen it once before, in the spring, on a terrace, with my mother dropping a basket. Ah, I said, out loud, hanging in the air over an empty world. You have got to be joking. The reversal of heaven and earth period was over. 4 races left on the list, and every venerable in creation was about to get out of a hole. Here is what happened at the 100 Peaks sect on that morning, and I was not there, and it is my favorite scene in my own life. 111 mounds opened in the back valleys, and 111 venerables of the 100 Peaks sect came up out of the ground and stood around blinking. The first thing they did, being cultivators, was start greeting each other. Then somebody noticed that Wen Li Hua of Qianlong Courtyard was not there. Acting sect leader Lu had to tell them. He had 5 Immortal Realm cultivators standing behind him out of 41 and 111 venerables in front of him, and he had to say it in a courtyard out loud. The Crimson Fiend sect and Dao Xuan sect had allied with the foreign races and attacked. Junior Marshal Uncle Li had sacrificed herself, so had many others. How many others? Said the law enforcement elder. Elder, said Lu, besides Zhou Zichen, we are the only Immortal Realm cultivators our sect has left. I am told the noise in that courtyard was terrible. A venerable from Beehigh Peak, an enormous man called Hao, roared that he was going immediately to take revenge on both sects, and Lu said, "Junior Marshal Uncle, you do not need to." "Why not?" said Venerable Hao. "Are you afraid of two sects? Do you want our dead to lie uneasy?" "No," said Lu. "It is that Zhou Zichen has already avenged them. He killed the culprits." "No," said Lu. "He destroyed the sects." There was a pause that I am told went on for some time. "What do you mean, destroyed the sects?" "I mean destroyed the sects," said Lu. "He killed everyone in both of them. Then he dug out every one of their sleeping elders and let the heavenly Tao have them. Then he burned both mountains. The fire at Dao Xuan's sect burned for 10 days. The law enforcement elder asked where I was. "He is in the outer territory battlefield." "Doing what?" "Exterminating the foreign races," said Lu. "That is absurd," said the law enforcement elder. "That is not our world. There are 11,000 races out there and countless experts. No matter how strong he is one man. Why did you let him go?" An acting sect leader, Lu, who had a burn down the left side of his face and had spent 6 years running a sect he never wanted, said, "He has already exterminated a great many of them." I am told the law enforcement elder did not say anything at all after that for a considerable period. My master woke up in that valley too. Bai Roro came out of a mound in the back mountain, and the first thing another venerable said to her was, "Why are you coming out of that one? Did you break through? You said you would stay at Immortal Realm." "I did not mean to," said my master. "There was an incident." Then she asked where I was, and Lin Shulan told her, and my master, who is a venerable now, and who spent 200 years at Immortal Bridge, and had a disciple who put a flask on her table with a note about furniture, said one thing. "So venerables are a minor inconvenience to him," she said. And Lin Shulan said, "Master, I think you should sit down for the rest of it." Meanwhile, on my side of the passage, 7 venerables of the toad demon race were coming to kill me. They had been in the ground for 11 years. They came up, and the 4 kinsmen they had left behind explained the situation. I want to give you their reaction verbatim, because it is the exact reaction every race had that month. "He wants to wipe out our entire race? So if the reversal had not ended, he would have dug us out one by one and let the heavenly Tao do it. The human Zhou Zichen. What of it if he is strong in the immortal realm? We are venerables." Their own people tried to stop them. That is the part worth noting. The 4 who had been left behind said, "Elder, he is stronger than you think, and the human race's venerables have woken up too, and if we go now." And Zhangdu Venerable said, "If our race is not enough, we will find other races." And then he went anyway, immediately, because there was a rumor that I was carrying the accumulated resources of every clan I had emptied, which was true, and which made me the single largest walking treasury in the outer territory battlefield. They caught me in the open 2 days later, 7 of them. I had never fought a venerable. I want that on the record before I tell you what happened, because everyone assumes I had. I had killed Immortal Realm cultivators at every layer. I had killed a race's top 10 prodigy, and I had never once stood in front of a venerable. I had spent 4 years being told by everybody in creation that the gap between Immortal Realm and Venerable is not a gap, it is a category. Then a shadow the size of weather came down over me, and I found out what a domain is. A domain is the reason a venerable is a venerable. I had been told this 100 times, and I had never understood it. I understood it in about 1.5 seconds, which is how long it took the sky above me to stop being sky. A phantom of a toad the size of a mountain came down over that plain, and every inch of its skin gave off a green light that made me want to be somewhere else. The ground under it began corroding, and rocks that touched the edge of it developed holes, and then 6 more came down on top of it. 7 domains overlapped. That is not 7 times worse, it is a different thing entirely. Inside one domain, everything obeys the owner. Inside 7, everything obeys 7 people who do not agree, and the effect is that the space itself gives up. The air was scorching and freezing and rotting at the same time, and none of those things stopped happening to make room for the others. Zhangdu Venerable, the strongest of the 7, was extremely pleased with himself. "Do you know why a venerable is called a venerable?" he said. "It is because we condense a domain, and inside a domain, everything is subject to my will. All 6 of us can do it. I know you travel through lightning. In here, your movement is worthless." He was right about the movement. I want to give him that. Inside a domain, the Yu Chang body does not work because the domain owns the space, and the space is what I move through. He was wrong about one word, and the word was worthless. Inside a domain, you are supreme, I said. You have not earned that. And as for the lightning, I do not need it. And then I walked. From the outside, like nothing at all. I walked across a plain under 7 overlapping venerable domains, on foot, without a movement art, at a pace that was not a run. My golden bodies broke one at a time. There are 10. The flame domain took the first 2, then the ice. Then poison, corrosion, wood, and something I still cannot name that felt like being red. By the time I reached the first one, I had 2 left. He was the ice venerable, 2nd level. He saw me arrive, and he did the only thing available, which was to put up 2 hexagonal ice shields fed by his own domain, which meant they were not shields, they were the concentrated cold of an entire world. I did not use a spell. I had 36 blades and 3 of the 10 great thunders and 400 years of shaman practice, and I hit 2 ice shields with an ordinary blade stroke, because I had spent 7 months on a valley floor eating thunder beasts and 11 days in a crater under a column. There is a point past which technique stops being the interesting part of the question. Both shields came apart. He got about a third of the way through turning. Venerable, I said, standing where he had been, do you even deserve the word? The other 6 understood the situation immediately, which I respected, and they did the correct thing, which was to attack simultaneously. 5 domains released everything at once at a man with 2 golden bodies left. Now the wings first, because it is the only reason I am here. The tricolor divine wings, which is what the wind sparrow wings became after 10 years of being flown through discharges, have 3 feathers to a side. 1 for attack, 1 for speed, and 1 for defense. I had never once used the 3rd, not because I was saving it, because in 27 years nothing had ever come at me that made me consider it, and I had genuinely half forgotten it was there. I folded them over me, and 5 venerables hit them, and they were bombarded flat back into their base form inside 1 breath. An 8th rank divine weapon lasted 1 breath, but it lasted 1 breath, and underneath it, my 10 golden bodies had reformed, because that is what they do. The incoming had already spent a portion of itself on a pair of wings, and then it started going through golden bodies, and every golden body it broke took another portion out of it, and the 10th one has the boundary lightning wrapped through it. I have been waiting the entire length of this account to describe what that thing does, and here it is. It ate. 5 venerables full output arrived at the last layer of me, and the thunder of halting opened and took it, and the chi went into my reserves. I came out of that with cracks in my last golden body, and more in the tank than I had gone in with. My master gave me that on a terrace, and told me not to take it, and told me that every person who had ever held it had been frozen for the rest of their life. I picked it up anyway, because I do not gather, I convert. 90 years earlier, a man named Guo Chunhua had killed 11 people trying to get it out of himself, and the technique he developed for it became a bad copy that reached a small clan in a valley. And that copy is why there was an array cut into the floor of my ancestral hall. That array is why I have a wheel behind my heart. Everything in my entire life traces back to that piece of dark in a box. And on a plane in another world, it stood between me and 5 venerables. And it ate. The corrosion one ran. He was faster than me on open ground, even inside his own domain, and it did not help him. 3 dead. Then 4. And then the last 3 broke in 3 different directions at once, each of them hoping I would take one of the others. None of them made it. I sat down on that plane afterwards for about an hour, which is the longest I have ever sat down after anything. Not from exhaustion, because I had just found out that the ceiling I had been told about my entire life was not there. I went into the Toad Demon Race's world that afternoon because they had come to me and because it saved a trip. 32 mounds intact, 7 already open. I opened the 32 and the sky came down 32 times. I noted something while it was happening that mattered a great deal. Every one of them who came up was venerable 4th level or below, which meant that 4 and below had been permitted to wake, 5th and above were still asleep. The world was letting them out in order. So I have some time, I said, to a valley full of dust, and I have 4 races left, and they are close together. I did the 4 in 3 days. I am not going to describe them. There is nothing in them. 3 of the 4 were empty, and the 4th put up a wall. Then I stood in the outer territory battlefield with an empty list, because a fox told me in an empty world that I should consider what happens to a man whose arithmetic finishes, and she was right, and it took about 9 minutes. Every race that came through the door under Crimson Domain City has been settled with. That is the whole sentence. It is the sentence I had been walking toward for 4 years. I said it out loud on an empty plain to nobody, and then I stood there for a while because there was nothing after it. It took me over 40 days to fly home, and I broke through nothing, and I did not enjoy the trip. They saw me coming from the mountain gate. Picture what the 100 Peaks sect looked like on that morning, because the last time I had properly looked at it, there had been 11 anchor points with names on them. There was a new gate, better than the old one, built by 9 sects. There was a mountain protecting array running at full, which we had never once been able to afford. There were 9,000 new disciples on those slopes from every human territory on the continent, recruited in a year, with an average aptitude that the sect's records office had described in writing as implausible. And there were 111 venerables. Awake on it, and my master was standing at the gate. She had been standing at that gate every day for 50 days, which Lin Shuolan told me later, and which my master has never confirmed. The whole gate started shouting before I landed. Junior Marshal Uncle Song is back. The Guardian is back. Guardian, how many races did you destroy? And I landed on that wall in front of about 4,000 people, and I gave them the answer. It is the only speech in this entire account that I planned in advance. I did not count how many races, I said, so I will put it another way. Every race that came through that door is gone. All of them. Not driven off. Gone. Every debt the 100 Peaks sect was owed has been paid. And I cannot because it was not cheering. It started at the gate, and it went up the slopes, and it went into every peak. And what people were shouting was not my name. They were shouting at their dead. Master, did you see? The Guardian avenged you. Senior brother, you can rest. Our sect held. And that went on for a long time, and I stood on the wall through all of it, because it was not mine to leave. My master came up onto the wall. You avenged all of it, she said. Why did you take so long? The venerables have been awake for months. That is exactly why it took so long, I said. Otherwise, I would have been back weeks ago. Bai Ruro stood there for a moment. So venerables were merely, she said, an inconvenience. A little more troublesome, master. The outer territory battlefield is simply very large. And my master, who is a venerable herself, and who was for 200 years the peak master of the 94th peak of a sect with 108 of them, looked at her disciple and could not find anything to say, and eventually said, "Are you eating?" I want to finish this properly, so I am going to tell you 3 things and then stop. The first is about a boy on a stone table. 27 years ago, a family strapped a 12-year-old to an altar with 8 talismans in a very neat pattern and drained everything he had into somebody more important, because that is what you do with the material. They took 4 hours over it. They were extremely polite about it. And when his father came through the door with a kitchen cleaver, they put a spear of ice through him below the collarbone and did not kill him, on purpose, so that people would be able to see. Everything they did was correct by their own arithmetic. That is the part I want you to have. They were not stupid. They ran the numbers on a boy and concluded he was worth more poured into a vessel than kept as one. And this morning, 9 great sects of the Eastern Range emptied their storehouses into my hand in the street, because they were frightened of what I might remember. And 11 races packed their cities and left their own elders in the ground, rather than be in a world where I was looking for them. Same material, same arithmetic. The only thing that changed is which direction it runs. The second thing is that I did not win, because I have just spent this entire account telling you about winning. 36 cultivators of the 100 Peaks sect went out onto anchor points over 2 days. 11 of them chose it, in order, on purpose, knowing exactly what it cost. The reason they did it was to buy 9 hours so that a man sitting on a rock in a garden could become something bigger. They bought it. I used it. It worked. And there is no possible thing I can do about that, ever, at any realm, in any world, because the currency does not run backward. I have destroyed 2 great sects, and I do not know how many races, and I have knocked a venerable's ice shield apart with an ordinary stroke. There is nothing I can trade any of it for. That is not grief. I have had years, and I am not going to perform it for you. It is just the only debt on my list that is not payable, and I keep the list, and it is at the top of it. It will be at the top of it when I am something none of you have a word for. The third thing is this. On the day I got home, a message came in from the 4 remaining human ranges. It said that at the far edge of the world, at the end of the endless sea, the barrier had begun to crack. Nobody knows what that means. The mountain guardian elder came out of his hole and walked to the cliff and swept the path, and then he stood there for a long time looking east, and when I asked him about it, he said something I did not understand and I have never forgotten. There is immortal qi in the air, he said. There has never been immortal qi in the air. Boy, there is something past true Lord, and I have known it for 1100 years, and this world has never once had the fuel for it. And on the other side of that crack, in whatever is out there, 11,000 races have now put it in writing that a human being of the 100 Peaks sect cannot be allowed to reach whatever comes after Immortal Realm. That the matter is to be settled before he does. They are not wrong to be worried. I have been at Immortal Realm 10th layer for about 2 months. There is a wheel behind my heart that gives me a year every day and has never once stopped. Not while I slept, not while I ate, not while I sat on a rock in a garden for 9 hours listening to a mountain die. And the thing nobody out there has worked out yet, the thing the 11,000 races are still doing arithmetic about, is very simple. They keep asking how strong I am. That is the wrong question. It has always been the wrong question. The question is how strong I will be on the day they finally get here.